This guy's name is Jake Rucker, our protagonist, and right from the start, he's been saddled with the worst luck imaginable. He was the first failed awakening in the illustrious Drago clan of Dragonslayers. Just the sound of it screams disaster. And how did he earn such a bitter title? Well, the story starts here. Born into a renowned family of Dragonslayers, his body was so weak that he couldn't even use luminous arms. And luminous arms are something every knight must have. Without them, you're completely out of the game. And so, he failed his awakening, a direct slap in the face to his family's reputation. It was something thought to be nearly impossible for a knight. Yet our protagonist was the one to experience it. The result, he was treated like trash and mercilessly kicked out of his family. His life after that was a desperate struggle, fighting every single day just to survive. He did everything he could just to get a little stronger and not starve to death. For instance, stealing an ancient artifact, which already sounds like a reckless, life-or-death gamble. This item was rumored to grant extraordinary power, but life is never that simple. The artifact was also being targeted by the Emperor, and to retrieve it, the Emperor was willing to dispatch an entire legion to hunt our protagonist down without mercy. The enemies were swarming like ants. The sight alone was enough to make you despair. Meanwhile, he couldn't even use luminous arms, putting him at a massive disadvantage. And so, he was quickly cornered, with almost no chance to fight back. The situation was unimaginably dire. One more wrong move and he would be completely erased. And then, his enemies ruthlessly severed both of his arms. The two soldiers who caught him just stood there, their attitudes filled with utter contempt. They even started flipping a coin, as if it were a game of chance. They were deciding who would get to take care of him first. Clearly, they saw our protagonist as nothing more than a plaything. But in that moment of absolute despair, his will to survive flared up intensely. He used his mouth to clamp down on his own severed arm. This scene is no joke. Then, he activated his healing ability, trying desperately to save himself. He reattached the arm to its original position as if nothing had ever happened. Immediately, he gripped his sword with that very same reattached arm and launched a counterattack. One decisive swing, and two heads flew cleanly off before they could even react. Taking down those two seemed like he was turning the tables, but life is never that easy. They had already managed to send a signal for reinforcements before they died. The Imperial army was now swarming in, their numbers growing by the second. Looking at the approaching horde, he could only let out a bitter laugh at his own fate. He understood clearly that there was almost no way out for him today, but he calmly picked up his other remaining arm and attached it as well. The soldiers froze. Wait, did he really just reattach his own arm? The entire Pursuit Legion was in deep shock at this bizarre spectacle. In their eyes, the protagonist now looked like nothing less than a monster. They even thought they'd have to use a different method to finish him off for good. Once both his arms were back, he charged back into the fight. He went all out, holding nothing back, with a fight as long as I can breathe mentality. He cut down numerous enemies, every single sword strike filled with determination. But the difference in numbers was just too great, and in the end, he couldn't win. The outcome. His body was riddled with so many swords he looked like a porcupine. It hurts just to look at. Blood poured out as his life force slowly faded, every second slipping away. In his final moments, he consoled himself. At least he had obtained the artifact the Emperor so desperately craved. Jake shakily pulled the artifact out from inside his shirt. Blood dripped endlessly from his head and the corner of his mouth. The blood touched the artifact, and the object immediately erupted in a brilliant golden light. Then a voice rang out. Your will has the power to awaken an ancient force. The soul of the ancient dragon will be inscribed upon the one who possesses an unyielding will. And this was the craziest part. An emergency mode had been activated. Jake Draker, do you agree? He thought he must have misheard. Or maybe it was just a hallucination as he died. Which made perfect sense. But the voice kept repeating itself, refusing to give him any peace. Annoyed, he yelled, just do whatever you want. And with that, the agreement was confirmed. An irreversible power began to activate. The countdown began. 5, 4, 3. It felt like the end of everything. 2, 1. Then everything went white, and all sound vanished completely. He thought it was all over, but when he came to, he found himself in the body of a child. He hadn't died, but was reborn in the past. A seriously intense plot twist. He still clearly remembered the feeling of a sword piercing through his body in his previous life. But now, his body was completely intact, without a single wound. With just a single glance, he knew exactly where he was. The Drago family's training camp, the place where everything had begun. The Drago family was one of the leading dragon-slaying clans. They were one of the top 3 most powerful families of the era, so they were definitely not to be trifled with. His ancestor, Tarakan Drago, was a living legend. He was the one who had defeated Bahamut and saved the entire continent 1,000 years ago. Since then, his descendants had built the Drago family into what it is today. Because they carried the blood of dragon slayers, everyone was blessed with a holy aura. This allowed them to awaken their powers easily and become formidable knights. And he had been the only exception, which is why his past life was so tragic. But things were different now. Just as he lay down, the strange voice appeared again, causing him to sit bolt upright. There was no one around, yet the sound echoed clearly inside his head. The system is beginning to identify the awakener's soul. The result: 100% compatibility, with 0 discrepancies. The soul has accepted the will of the ancient dragon and has fully merged with it. And with that, he was officially granted access to the system. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jake Draker. It sounded like a welcome message from an NPC. The system activated the status window. A series of blue screens appeared, which was incredibly confusing for an old-fashioned guy like him. But it was, in fact, the system. One window displayed his information. His class was the rare Healing Mage, and his title was Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. His skills included Heal, Recovery, and Boost, along with a few rank combat moves, while the Dragon Chronicles section was locked. He tried to touch it, but his hand passed through it like mist, unable to grasp anything. He could only navigate by touching it lightly, like a virtual interface. But what really caught his attention was the content displayed within. These terms were written in the ancient dragon tongue, a language almost no one uses in the present era. In his past life, his master had mentioned that awakeners of old were categorized by their classes and skills. He vividly remembered the days he was trained to the brink of collapse. And now, in this life, he was still a healer. He decided to check if the system was real. In his past life, he only awakened at 20 years old after opening his hall. Now, he closed his eyes and tried to sense his body, and just as he expected. Even though he was just a child, his hall was already open. At that moment, our protagonist realized that he had returned to the past with all of his memories and skills intact. It was a tremendous advantage compared to his previous life. And this was his chance to live a completely different life. But before he could plan any further, a voice calling from outside the door startled him. He hadn't even finished reading all the information in the system window, nor did he know how to close it. When trouble came. Knocking. The door burst open and the person outside rushed in, giving our hero no time to react. He gasped, about to shout for them to stop, but it was too late. The other person sighed and said, "Young master, are you still not ready? What on earth are you thinking?" Looking closely, he saw it was Decker, his personal butler, and thankfully, the man didn't seem to notice the system windows. He breathed a sigh of relief, then played dumb, asking, "Ready for what?" Upon hearing that, Decker's gaze turned as sharp as a razor, even though he was just a servant. The pressure coming from him made our protagonist wary. He asked again, his voice extremely stern, "Young master, are you being serious right now?" He couldn't help but tremble slightly as memories from his past life flooded back. His fear of Decker was still very real. Just then, the system automatically activated the Calm Mind skill, and his emotions immediately stabilized. This skill kept his mind from wavering, no matter the person or situation. Our hero realized that this system wasn't just powerful. It also provided automatic support, seeing that he was being ignored. Decker repeated himself. "I told you, this was an important event." He nodded, finally remembering what was happening today. It was the Pankration Testino Rules combat match. The place he was staying at was also known as the Crucible. All Drago descendants between the ages of 5 and 7 were thrown in here for 5 consecutive years of training. Every year, there would be an evaluation through intense swordsmanship duels or pankration. Opponents were chosen by the instructors, but you could also choose your own if both parties agreed. Since there were no rules, getting seriously injured was completely normal. But this test still existed because it determined your future at the academy. So, the children had no choice but to fight with everything they had, holding nothing back. He changed his clothes and walked out to the arena, feeling pretty chill. The person in charge was the head instructor, Panmark. His memories of this period were quite hazy, but he'd heard that this was the final match of this year's evaluation. The other students were all fired up and ready to go. Our protagonist stood at the front of the line, and a series of whispers rose up from behind him. "Look, the loser who got his butt kicked last year actually dared to come back. If I were him, I would have quit a long time ago. He's totally useless." He chose the easy way out and pretended to be deaf. After all, he was more than used to hearing these kinds of insults from his past life. The test began shortly after. The first 2 students stepped into the arena, Aaron versus Guta. Pan had just signaled for the match to begin. The 2 of them lunged at each other like predators, but he just sat there watching with a long yawn, because he knew the outcome from the very beginning. Guta would leave an opening in his defense, and Aaron would finish it quickly. In his past life, a sight like this might have scared him. But now, these kinds of fights were nothing, unbeknownst to anyone. A pair of eyes from the opposite stands was staring intently at him. That person's name was Leon, and he also happened to be our protagonist's next opponent. Not to mention he was significantly bigger and taller, the very same guy who beat him to a pulp last year. Seeing him again, Leon was incredibly excited, but our protagonist was a different person now. Leon opened his mouth to taunt him. "If you want to live, get on your knees." He remembered all the times this guy had defeated him over and over again, and he was certain this guy fought dirty. Because his family specialized in teaching such underhanded tactics, their philosophy was, if you want to be strong, you have to be treacherous. Leon had been brainwashed since he was a child. His talent was average, but his bag of tricks was endless. In his previous life, he had 4 biological siblings, but he had never once met them. On the other hand, he met plenty of his relatives, and they were all the type who loved to bully him. Leon started mocking him again. I gotta admit, you've got guts, getting beaten so badly and still daring to come back. Or is there something wrong with your head? But now he was a grown man, and with the calm mind skill, he was completely immune. He gave a light warning. If you say another word, things won't be pretty. But Leon just found it funny, since he still saw him as a weakling. He stepped forward and grabbed our protagonist's hair, with an incredibly insolent attitude. And in the blink of an eye, Leon was sent flying, and no one even saw what happened, because he had accidentally activated the critical blow skill. This skill allows you to deal massive damage even with an imperfect strike. Leon clutched his face in pain, completely caught off guard. He was a little surprised himself, since he only intended to knock him out. Pan ran over, shouting, "How dare you attack before my signal?" Our protagonist replied bluntly, "On a battlefield, no one waits for the teacher to give a signal before they strike. Striking first is an advantage, don't you know that, sir?" But what startled Pan wasn't his words, but the look in his eyes. His gaze was cold and sharp, completely different from before. Leon slowly steadied his breathing. He asked to continue the match. Blood was still trickling down, but his fighting spirit had ignited. He swore he would make sure our protagonist wouldn't leave the arena in one piece. Leon struggled back to his feet. Pan signaled for them to begin. He shot forward like an arrow. Our protagonist hesitated for a moment as he was trying to control his strength. He was afraid he'd go too far again. Leon became much more cautious. His left jab was easily read by Leon. It was just too obvious in Leon's eyes. He managed to dodge the punch. At the same time, he caught his opponent's leg. Just one more move, and he could have slammed the main character to the ground. Everyone thought the match would end right there, but what happened next left everyone absolutely speechless. Pan stared, unable to believe these were the reflexes of a 12-year-old. The moment Leon thought he had won, the main character counterattacked with lightning speed, landing a precise punch to the chin and breaking free. This composure and accuracy left Pan in utter shock. Leon took 2 consecutive hits and his head was spinning. He had to fall back to create some distance, but before he could, the main character kicked him squarely in the shin. He may have been smaller, but his striking power was terrifying. Leon felt as if his leg was about to break, but he still wouldn't give in, continuing to call his opponent useless. Leon then went berserk, abandoning all strategy and charging forward, fighting on pure instinct like a cornered beast. But unfortunately for him, after a few exchanges, the main character had already gotten his power under perfect control. He even activated his sense enhancement skill, and everything around him immediately became sharper. Leon's punches now looked like they were moving in slow motion to him. It felt more like a walk in the park than a fight, since he was already used to the power levels in the EZ lobby. And so, the main character decided to end this game of cat and mouse. He cleanly grabbed Leon's hand. Then, in a single motion, he slammed him violently to the ground. For a normal person, a blow like that would have been game over. Their ability to fight would be completely gone. But he still didn't stop, showing no intention of letting him go. He immediately activated the precision thrust skill. His elbow now served as a sword. He aimed it straight for the weak point on his opponent's chest. "Stop it," a voice shouted. Leon gasped for breath, trying to speak through the pain. He replied coldly, his hand never stopping, as if he wanted to teach him a lesson he would never forget. It wasn't just Pan, but all the students around them were frozen solid, the color completely drained from their faces. The main character now looked exactly like someone who had lost all control. It wasn't until Leon lay completely still that he finally stood up, breathing lightly as if nothing had happened. Then he turned to look at the stunned crowd. "Breaking a little sweat really clears your head." The words were spoken lightly, but their psychological impact was devastating. "So, does anyone else want a shot?" A direct challenge, with no beating around the bush. The students were visibly annoyed, but none of them dared to step up. Finally, one of them did. It was Jockin Varek, yet another cousin. With a personality no better than Leon's, he challenged him, and our guy accepted immediately without a second thought. But the main character was bored, because fighting these guys one-on-one was just too easy. So he called on Liam Stone, Jockin's servant, to join the fight as well, just to even the odds a bit. This statement made Jockin's face turn red with anger. "That's right, you idiot," he replied, his eyes lighting up with interest. Jockin was so furious that veins popped on his forehead, determined to get his revenge right then and there. This time, Pan had to give a warning beforehand. "Do not attack before the signal." He gave a dismissive nod, his eyes still locked on his target. But the person he was watching wasn't Jockin. It was Liam, the one who would become extremely dangerous in the future. In his previous life, Liam had been looked down on because of his background and never received proper training. Later, he became a mercenary and gradually rose through the ranks. During the chaotic times of war, Liam emerged as a true monster. He even managed to unite the major mercenary guilds. He became the king of mercenaries, and he was once a direct enemy of the main character during the Great War, an incredibly tough opponent. But this time, things would be different. "Begin," Pan signaled, cutting off his train of thought. Jockin charged forward with a sloppy, wide-open punch. He caught it with ease, his gaze turning cold. "I told you to come at me together." Jockin pulled his hand back, retreated, and then threw a kick. but because he was so blinded by rage, the kick only exposed more of his weaknesses. It slammed right into his elbow. Not only did it fail to inflict any damage, but he ended up hurting himself. Out of reflex, he glanced down at his leg, and that was a fatal mistake. An incredibly stupid move to make in the middle of a fight. In less than a second, the main character had closed the distance and was right in front of him, and he drove a punch straight into his gut. Jakan immediately crumpled to the ground, unable to even react. It was only then that he was forced to realize he was no match for him. He yelled, "Liam, take him down." Liam had been standing still and observing the whole time. Now, he slowly began to step forward. His massive build was enough to intimidate anyone who looked at him. The main character had fought him many times in his previous life, and the most annoying thing about him was his incredibly long reach. If he let him strike first, he'd be instantly overwhelmed. So, he decided to take the initiative and attack first. He immediately activated his slash skill, unleashing a continuous chain of strikes. It was meant to overwhelm his opponent's vision. The other students watched with their jaws on the floor. They couldn't even follow his movements, because this was a northern close combat technique, completely foreign to them. But his childlike body couldn't withstand the strain for long, and his bones began to ache. Meanwhile, Liam barely dodged, simply defending as solid as a fortress. Compared to his past life, he was even more terrifying now. The main character clenched his fist, preparing for the decisive blow. Suddenly, Liam's eyes shot open. He leaned to one side, perfectly dodging the attack. His all-out strike missed. This scene even took the main character by surprise. Liam's reflexes were just that terrifying. And unfortunately, his arm was caught, and he was about to be thrown. But the current Liam still lacked real combat experience, whereas our protagonist had the experience of a full-grown adult. As he was being lifted, he used that momentum to counterattack his opponent's head, lightly stunning Liam. The opportunity was there. The main character reactivated his sensory enhancement skill, accelerating to maximum speed, and used both legs to lock his opponent in a chokehold, preparing to finish him off. Because he knew full well that no matter how tough a body is, it'll pass out if the brain lacks oxygen. That was Jake Rucker's plan, which sounded reasonable enough. But life doesn't go according to plan, and Liam was even crazier than he'd imagined. This guy had practically lost control, fighting with pure instinct. He stubbornly struggled out of the main character's lock. Then he relentlessly hammered blows into his body, giving him no room to breathe. But our hero was no slouch either, and he held on tight without letting go. One side attacked without pause. The other side squeezed tighter and tighter. The fight turned into an incredibly tense battle of endurance, between two bodies with a clear size difference. The students held their breath, thinking the main character was about to fall to Liam's overwhelming strength. Even Pan was extremely tense, having never seen such a breathtaking fight between two children. After more than 1 minute, Liam began to weaken from the lack of oxygen, his body gradually losing strength. In the end, his opponent collapsed, while our main character remained standing, though he was covered in injuries. The whole arena was in shock, but in a corner, some kid was smirking knowingly. "Very good. This makes you worthy of being defeated by me," he thought to himself. After finishing the test with a spectacular performance, he returned to his room. Decker heard that the young master was injured and immediately wanted to check on him, but in reality, he just wanted to see if the boy had awakened his aura yet. The main character obediently held out his hand to be examined, and he was surprised to realize that Decker was a blue knight, a level that was anything but ordinary. Normally, checking for an awakening only requires examining the Dantian, but this man was extremely thorough. He checked every nook and cranny. He even circulated his own aura throughout the boy's body, a skill that was no small feat. By the way, knights are ranked by color based on their strength and ability to control their aura. The lowest is the white swordsman. This is for those who haven't awakened yet. Most children are at this level. Higher than that is the yellow rank. Once their Dantian is opened and their aura is awakened, most students reach this level. After that comes the title of knight, the lowest of which is the purple rank. They can strengthen their weapons with aura. Higher still is the blue rank, whose members can form blades out of aura. And beyond that lies the transcendent realm, a level that Liam once achieved, and that he himself had also once reached. That would be the red rank, and there are even legends of a black rank, but they are extremely rare, almost mythical. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed that someone as strong as Decker was working as a servant, but he pushed the thought aside. The important thing was not to reveal his EZ power, because in the entire world, only 2 people know how to use EZ. After finishing his examination, Decker sighed. He probed, asking if the young master was hiding anything, but he found nothing. The main character calmly responded, revealing no weaknesses. Decker fell silent and said no more. A moment later, he asked, "Young master, why have you changed so much?" The boy turned around, his cold gaze sending a shiver down the man's spine. "You're asking the wrong question. You should be asking why I've only changed now. From now on, everything will return to its rightful place. All you have to do is follow me." Decker bowed his head, showing his respect, but our hero still wasn't sure which side the old man was on. He could be a spy planted to watch him, but he knew he needed to keep the man close to extract information, and the person behind Decker was likely someone from his own family. Thinking about it just gave him a headache, so he decided to drop it. He went down to the private training room, a place he had never used in his previous life. While he was alone, he began to check the system. For the most part, nothing had changed. Only his skill had reached the proficient level. The more he used it, the higher its level would get. The skill activated naturally through his actions. He began to deduce. It seemed like the skills were pre-existing, and new skills would be added as he learned them. But he still had questions about the class skills, and how they differed from regular skills. The Dragon Art section, however, was still locked. Clicking on it still showed a requirement for unlock points. These points could be earned by defeating demonic beasts, but entering the dungeons required the rank of a purple knight or higher. He also wondered about his rebirth and the origin of the system. He only knew that it was related to that ancient artifact, and most importantly, it was helping him get stronger. He held his sword with this frail body of his, and began to train. In this world, there were two sources of power, light energy and spirit energy. Knights used the light energy in their dantian. Mages used the spirit energy centered around their heart. These two systems were polar opposites. If you chose one, you couldn't use the other. In his past life, he had neither, and was abandoned by his family. But thanks to his master, he learned healing and EZ. From then on, he became one of only 2 people who could use EZ. But if he could awaken light energy in this life, it would be a huge advantage. He practiced his swordsmanship, but after just 2 hours, he was ready to collapse. The system automatically activated healing and began his recovery. The healing skill was extremely rare. He hadn't even known it existed before. He only managed to learn it after meeting his master. If he used it in front of others, he'd be seen as an anomaly. That's why he didn't dare use it during his fight with Liam. He only healed himself after getting back to his room. Thanks to this, he had a seemingly infinite supply of energy, but he didn't want to become dependent on it. He still had to train his physical body. He trained until nightfall, leaving the training room completely wrecked. After 1 week, rumors began to spread. The useless trash had turned into a completely different person. Some even spread rumors that he used forbidden magic to get stronger, which just smelled like drama. But there were also a few who changed their tune, starting to admire him and hoping he would shake things up, and teach a lesson to those arrogant jerks who thought they were better than everyone else. That day, in the training camp's dining hall, a group of his cousins were gathered in a corner. They all had one very clear goal, and that was to beat the main character, no matter what. Leon was the most bitter, since his wound from a week ago still hadn't fully healed. He and Jaken were both starting to get worried, because he was getting stronger every single day. But Owen Zimmon, he was the calmest one of them all, even letting out a faint smirk. Pancration is impressive, sure, but that's just bare-handed fighting. When it comes to swordsmanship, Hell show his true colors. Soon enough, Hell be utterly crushed. What can a guy who can't even hold a sword properly do? Hearing this, Leon's group calmed down, remembering his body was naturally weak and that his recent victory was probably just a fluke. Just then, Vina Turun, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Luck. If you really think that, then you're not worthy of being Drago Knights. With that, she turned and walked away without a second glance. But it's easy to see why this group was looking forward to the swordsmanship match, because this was the real playing field. Real swords were used, and accidents happened all the time. And the difference in skill would be the most obvious. Soon enough, the swordsmanship exam began. But things didn't go at all how they'd imagined. He was holding an unusually long sword that looked heavy just by looking at it. And yet, he swung it as if it weighed nothing. The first match, Vina took the initiative and challenged him, and the main character immediately accepted. Facing him, she started to feel something was off. The way he held the sword was too confident. He was no longer the weakling from before. The person she knew couldn't even lift a sword. But now, he was the one exuding pressure. She had to force herself to calm down, and drew her sword. But while he looked calm on the outside, he was tense on the inside. Because facing a genius knight was no joke. And Vina was exactly that type. Someone who would become famous in the future war. One of the strongest of Drago's next generation. And even after awakening her light aura, she focused on honing her fundamentals without it. Compared to those other guys, this was a worthy opponent. Pan gave the signal to start. Vina immediately attacked first. Her speed was incredible. Her sword strikes were clean, sharp, and efficient. He couldn't afford to be careless. She was stronger than he had anticipated, but he was still confident. The audience started yelling, "Finish him off." Jaken, who was sitting below, screamed even louder. But he realized that Vina was giving it her all and still couldn't even touch him. She began to struggle. She was constantly looking for an opportunity. And finally, she saw an opening. She launched an incredibly fast strike right at it. But the only thing she touched was his sword. He was always one step ahead, his movements both a compliment and a taunt. He would repeatedly create openings, only to block them again. It made her feel like she was being completely led on. The match had turned into a training session. Their swords clashed once more. This time, she was knocked back. She was panting for breath, while he remained perfectly calm. He realized she was still green at this stage, and he wanted to help her break past her limits. He lowered his center of gravity, preparing to attack. Vina guessed that he would charge straight in, and it was just as she predicted. But his speed was far beyond her imagination. She was forced to back away, dodging his blade. but she couldn't win if she just kept dodging. She was starting to get flustered. All the while, he relentlessly pressed his assault. All she could do was defend, and then he closed the distance again, attacking once more. Vina's eyes widened. I'm done for. But she gritted her teeth and launched a counterattack. She stopped dodging and lunged straight forward. His sword was knocked out of his hand and clattered to the ground. The audience immediately roared. He lost. But Pan realized something wasn't right. In that last strike, Vina had used a bit of light energy. It was a minuscule amount, but she still used it, even though she had sworn never to use it before she entered the academy. And he had forced her to break that vow just to survive. What are you doing? The match isn't over yet. His voice snapped her back to reality, but it was too late. He closed the distance and struck her in the chest. She coughed, dropping to one knee. Her body trembled. The crowd erupted in jeers over the illegal blow. Up in the stands, Leon roared on her behalf. What the hell was that? A knight throwing his sword? The very idea was ridiculous, and the students immediately burst into a commotion, laughing and mocking him as if they'd struck gold. They screamed that this was Jaina's victory, that he wasn't worthy of being a knight. The insults crashed down on him like waves, as if each person's scorn could drown him. Before Reina could even catch her breath from a fit of coughing, Lucio stood up, and Zek asked her a direct question. Do you want to continue? She still refused to admit defeat. The thought flashed through Jenna's mind that he had only won because they had let their guard down. But then again, she was honest enough to realize that if he had been using a real weapon, her neck would have been sliced open long ago. At that thought, Vina's brow furrowed, and her eyes narrowed as if she had just realized something was wrong. Finally, she let out a heavy breath and said, I have lost. The entire arena went silent for a beat. The crowd, which had been baying for his blood, fell completely quiet, and all eyes turned to stare at Jake Riker, the same person who, just a few days ago, had been considered the scum of humanity, mercilessly trampled upon. And yet, here he was, victorious against an opponent everyone thought was unbeatable. That opponent was Vena Turun, the shining prodigy of a prestigious clan, a name that commanded respect from all. News of his shocking transformation quickly reached the ears of his older brother, Amen. Within the Dragonslayer clan, the war for succession was always as tense as a drawn bowstring, and no one dared to be careless. Therefore, his rarely seen brother, Aben, decided to return home for this very occasion. He arrived just before the blessing ceremony officially began. The reason was quite simple. He was curious to find out what had caused his youngest brother to change so drastically. After his victory against Jaina, the entire academy was in a state of complete shock. But to him, it was hardly worth a second thought. He simply returned to his private training room and continued to grind as if nothing had happened. A month passed, and the day of the blessing ceremony arrived. His body was now in much better condition than it was right after he was reborn. He opened his status window to check, his eyes filled with confidence, and just as he expected, everything was progressing exceptionally well. Almost all of his skills had leveled up, and some had even reached the mastery stage. His agile footwork had also improved significantly, with a noticeable increase in speed and precision. This was a skill he had honed through actual combat experience. Footsteps echoed from outside, and he immediately guessed it was Decker. Sure enough, a voice called out, "Young master, we depart in 2 hours," he replied curtly. "Understood. Go ahead and prepare." After washing up and changing into proper attire, he boarded the carriage and began the journey back to the clan's main estate, including his past life. It had been a very long time since he'd returned to that castle, the seat of the Graker clan in the duchy's territory, even though his branch of the family was based in the Midlands. The blessing ceremony had to be held at the original Dragonslayer estate. That castle also had an incredibly cool nickname. People called it the Dragon's Den. The carriage stopped. He stepped out, looking at the citadel with a feeling that was both familiar and strange. Despite being a direct descendant, he stood with the other trainees, receiving no special treatment. He scanned his surroundings and noticed something he'd never paid attention to before. All of the guests were influential figures, names one would only hear about in the papers, and more than half of them had their eyes glued on him. But they would only care if he succeeded. If he failed, it would be as if he didn't exist. And then, his gaze landed on a tall figure. At that moment, the main character began to lose control of his expression. The other man was shaking hands and greeting people, his appearance catching everyone by surprise. He said jokingly, "I came back here today for a reason, you know. After all, my adorable little brother is here too." Ah, there he is. That face. It was one the protagonist could never forget. Abenraker, the second son, nicknamed the Lion Sword, but in his past life, he was known as the Butcher Knight. Just seeing this man sent a chill down the protagonist's spine, but he had to remain calm. In his previous life, that man didn't even bother to show up, but now he's here. Clearly, the future has been altered, and this could be the protagonist's chance to steer his own destiny. Once the guests were settled, the blessing ceremony officially began. The first one up was Aaron, who walked forward, trembling like a leaf. Before him were the holy water, a knight statue, and 2 aura lamps, each reacting differently depending on the type of awakening. Aaron took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to go all in. He plunged his hand straight into the water without hesitation. This ceremony is used to activate their sealed powers. All descendants who carry the bloodline, when they turn 12 years old and graduate from the cradle, they will officially awaken their aura. And Aaron succeeded, starting things off pretty smoothly. Compared to other families, awakening at the age of 12 is extremely early. Normally, it doesn't happen until someone is over 20. A rare few also awaken an additional aura suppression, a unique characteristic of the Dragon Slayers. When that happens, the two lamps react dramatically, emitting a brilliant red light. Those individuals are destined to at least reach the rank of a gold-rank swordsman in the future. Some even reach the level of a red or black knight. And this year, that person was Zaina. Immediately after she awakened, Instructor Pan requested that special gloves be brought over, because, without them, someone possessing this ability would find it difficult to live a normal life. Anyone who proves they have the true blood is allowed to take the Drago surname and receives incredible treatment from the family. But even with Zaina's great potential, people weren't as expectant of her as they were of the protagonist. Because most believed that he would also awaken the true blood after defeating Zaina, he calmly stepped forward, never imagining he'd be standing here again one day. In his past life, his experience here was a nightmare. Back then, he was branded a failure, but this time, things might be different. He possessed superior regenerative abilities. Plus, he could use the EZ Hall, something that almost no one else could access, besides his master and himself. And most importantly, he had never given up. But whatever, he still had to try his luck with this damn statue. He rolled up his sleeve and dipped his hand into the water, just like everyone else. The moment his hand touched the water, the statue suddenly began to shake violently, and then it just went completely still. The entire room fell into a terrifying silence. The protagonist could only sigh. He knew it. He shouldn't have gotten his hopes up. Aben's appearance had only given him a false sense of hope. The crowd began to whisper, calling him a failure and even questioning his bloodline. Someone even claimed he cheated to win against Zaina. There was never a shortage of drama. But to him now, awakening or not wasn't that important anymore, since there were still many other ways to become stronger. And then, the system suddenly sent a notification. Apologies to Jake Draker. Due to a processing error, an important message had been omitted. Necessary data was lost during the class identification process. The system had automatically used administrative privileges to restore it. He read it over and over, realizing that his recent failure was because of a system error, and it had been quickly fixed. First off, a class was unlocked. It was an extremely rare class, Healing Warlock. And here's the craziest part. A new notification just popped up. Then the night statue began to glow a brilliant red, exactly like when Jaina awakened, startling the entire hall. Public opinion immediately flipped, and the crowd whispered, this red color had to be the sign of a true blood. What else could it be? But that wasn't all. The system unexpectedly activated another new link chain. His previous title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon, was completely shattered. The seal deep within his soul was also officially unlocked. At the same time, the Drago bloodline within him began to awaken powerfully. The fighter talent inherent in his bloodline also awakened along with it. These three things, Healing Warlock, Ancient Dragon's Blessing, and the fighter bloodline, combined to create a brand new class that had never existed before, the Immortal. And this was the craziest part. The statue's light shifted from red to golden yellow, an unprecedented phenomenon that left everyone completely stunned. The protagonist chose to remain silent, letting them guess on their own, because who would believe him if he tried to explain that he had a unique class? The aura lamp didn't react, and the crowd started suspecting the statue was faulty, because how could it be a true blood without any aura suppression? Just then, the sound of Aben's applause cut through all the chatter. He smiled lightly and said, "What's all the tension for? We have two people who've awakened their true blood today." A single sentence that served as a stamp of confirmation. The crowd looked at each other doubtfully but didn't dare to speak up, because he was the second son of the Drago family. His words carried weight, and no one dared to argue. From being an object of suspicion, the protagonist was now on par with Jaina, a pride of the family. Aben immediately had someone bring him a pair of special gloves. At the same time, he directed the attention to the next child in line. He put on the gloves and quietly left the central area. In his mind, the protagonist knew this older brother of his was plotting something, but having to accept help from him made him uncomfortable. It felt like he'd swallowed something incredibly foul. A few more turns passed, and the blessing ceremony officially concluded. The family threw a grand party to celebrate the new generation. But the protagonist had no interest in such lavish affairs. He just wanted to find the training room to continue his practice. But just as he was about to leave, Aben blocked his path and asked him straight up where he was going. The protagonist suppressed his emotions, surprised that his brother would strike up a conversation with him so soon. The other guy's eyes were filled with danger, as if he was scrutinizing his every reaction. But on the surface, he acted friendly, congratulating him on awakening his true blood. At the same time, he held out his hand for a handshake, a gesture loaded with hidden meaning. Our protagonist hated it, but not shaking his hand would be too obvious, so he reluctantly reached out. But in that very moment, memories from his past life came rushing back like a tidal wave. His hand froze in midair and then slowly lowered. and our main character decided that even if he lost face, he would not shake this man's hand. Aiden was stunned, completely humiliated. He had to try and save face. He forced a laugh. Well, this is a little awkward, but hey, what can you do? I guess we'll be seeing a lot more of each other from now on. As he walked past, he clapped him on the shoulder a few times, which made the main character extremely uncomfortable. The words, "See you later," sounded more like a provocation than anything else. The main character swore to himself that one day he would make that guy pay for everything. Back at the party, everyone was buzzing about the two people who had awakened their true blood. They were especially talking about him because his golden light was so unusual. At first, everyone thought he had failed, but before they could even look down on him, he made a shocking comeback. Meanwhile, the main character had vanished without a trace. At this point, he was already back in his private room. He took off his weighted gear, including his special gloves, and he started thinking about what had just happened. Those who awaken their true blood all have mana suppression, a characteristic of a dragon slayer. But because the machines use mana to operate, they have to wear gloves to avoid interfering with them. But he took off his gloves and nothing happened, which meant something was wrong. He opened his status window, and his class had changed to Immortal. It came with 2 new skills, R-Rank Mana Reversal and R-Rank Physique. The main character was surprised because this was reversal, not suppression. This skill allowed him to create a zone around him that distorted mana, unlike suppression, which is a passive ability. This was an active skill, which is why the mana lamp didn't react. From a rare mage, he had now become a unique class. Just the sound of it felt on a whole different level. But the more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. All the other students awakened with a blue light. Only Jaina's was red, but his was completely different. At first, it was red. Then it turned golden. He remembered the notification. The system said the statue had an identification error due to a lack of data. After the system fixed it, the statue glowed red, then turned gold. The main character realized the statue wasn't just for determining awakening. It determines traits and classes. Red means rare, and gold means unique. But because this era doesn't understand professions, they misunderstood the meaning of the color red. The main character decided to keep this secret to himself. And there was another important detail. He had 100 karma points. He didn't know where they came from, but he wanted to use them right away. A series of choices for dragon skills appeared. All of them were level 1. Dragon's Eye. View detailed information about a target. Price, 20 points. Dragon's Might. Use your aura to pressure an opponent. Price, 30 points. Devour. Eat a lot and digest quickly. But this one sounded a bit useless, and it was expensive too. After some consideration, he chose the sure bets. He used 50 points to unlock Dragon's Eye and Dragon's Might. There was no one around, so he couldn't test Dragon's Might yet. He activated Dragon's Eye first. His expectations were extremely high, but he didn't see anything different. It wasn't until he stepped out onto the balcony that he noticed something unusual. The statue, way out in the garden. It was now as if it were right in front of him. It turned out the skill zoomed in his vision. As soon as he closed the door, a series of status panels appeared. A question popped up. Did he want to view detailed information? The moment he selected yes, tons of windows appeared all around him. Every single object had info, from the candlestick and the wooden table to the carpet. Literally, everywhere he looked, there was data. The main character was overloaded with information, his head spinning like a top from the sheer amount of data he just received. Before he could even get his bearings, his body felt incredibly heavy. A kind of exhaustion he'd never felt, even during hardcore training. He dragged himself to a chair and collapsed, panting heavily, muttering that the dragon skills drained a crazy amount of life force, and using them too much would probably kill him. The words had barely left his mouth when the system activated automatically, without his command. The healing and life force recovery skills were turned on instantly, and poof. He felt as healthy as if he'd never been tired, jumping right back up. But the problem was, he hadn't actively activated those skills. Thinking this, the main character opened his status panel to check, and he discovered that all his healing type skills had become passive abilities, and they had even leveled up. He was both shocked and ecstatic. This was just way too overpowered. Honestly, this wasn't normal anymore. His healing was strong before, but he couldn't just spam it. Every time he used it, people would look at him like he was a monster. Besides, it still had its limits. It couldn't truly make him immortal. But now that it was passive, with unlimited self-regeneration, just the thought of it was terrifying. With that in mind, he decided to test it right away. He picked up the fruit knife from the table. Then, he made a small cut on his own wrist. The moment a drop of blood fell, the self-healing skill activated instantly. The wound vanished completely, as if it had never existed. He couldn't hide his amazement, while others needed 5 years of training after leaving the cradle. With this system, he figured 2 years would be enough. The Drucker family's Knight Academy was the top training institution on the continent. Anyone who wanted to become a knight dreamed of getting in here. Located in Duke Troy's domain, every spring, this place was packed with new recruits. The protagonist had trained extensively beforehand, so his stamina was no joke. He could tell at a glance who were commoners and who were the children of powerful families. Although they talked about equality, The rich kids had already been marked for special treatment. The most prominent were still the direct descendants of the Drago house. But among the vassal families, there were three extremely powerful ones, known as the Three Great Families. Zaina's house, Turun, whose symbol of strength was an ox. Owen's house, James, with the green viper as their symbol of wisdom. And Jaquen's house, Valdez, filthy rich, with a sword and axe as their symbol. These three formed their own team from the very beginning. But the protagonist didn't care. He wasn't interested in factions. His privileges as a direct descendant were more than enough. He was assigned to the Platinum Wing, the most luxurious dormitory. It had a massive training hall, a library, and all sorts of high-end amenities. It was reserved only for top-tier students. Not everyone who graduated from the cradle could get in. Under the pretext of his pure bloodline, he even got an entire floor to himself. As soon as he stepped into the grand hall, servants were lined up on both sides to welcome him. They were ready to escort him to his private floor. The overly enthusiastic welcome made him feel a bit overwhelmed. When he got to his room, Decker was already waiting. He had brought all the necessary items. First were specialized gauntlets, much better than the temporary ones. These were luxuries he had never enjoyed in his past life. He requested a new sword as well. Decker nodded without hesitation, because this region was near a large iron mine, a place that produced many master blacksmiths. The man offered to find a skilled smith for him, but the protagonist refused, saying he had already chosen someone. He wanted to meet that person himself, and asked him to arrange a meeting. The protagonist quickly wrote down the name and handed it over. Galleon Hanbeck, an unfamiliar name, but Decker still complied. Additionally, the attendant gave him his study materials since official classes would begin the next day. After giving his instructions, he finally left. Having his private space back, the protagonist felt extremely relaxed. Since this floor was completely isolated, he had plenty of time to practice his dragon arts. But just then, there was a knock on the door. A maid arrived with a dinner invitation from Jaina. He had no idea what she was planning, but he agreed to go anyway. The maid led the way. He went by himself. She, on the other hand, greeted him with a whole entourage behind her like some kind of boss. She said hello and then dismissed everyone, leaving them to speak in private. Our main character sat down comfortably, without any hesitation or formality. She said they could talk after they finished their meal. He knew right away that this was no ordinary dinner. Observing her closely, he could see she was optimizing her light aura, clearly aiming for a higher rank. But her swordsmanship hadn't improved one bit. The main character just thought it was a waste of her potential. The food was brought out quickly. She remained silent throughout the meal, but ate with a huge appetite, even more than him. Once they finished eating, she got straight to the point, offering him the support of the Turun family. He replied that they were both of the true bloodline, so she must have misunderstood. Sure, there were special privileges, but those didn't help you actually develop your strength. She explained that the academy held a vast amount of knowledge. It was impossible for a single person to learn it all. Having a private instructor would help him progress much faster. Without any support, he would just be left behind. That's why the backing of a family was so crucial. Even Aben was receiving support from his mother's side of the family. She told him that since he had no backing, he needed it more than anyone. And she made the offer again, her voice extremely serious. But our main character rejected it immediately. Without a second thought, the atmosphere turned icy as she asked him why. She insisted that it wasn't a bad deal for him. He stood up, saying he didn't need anything else. He intended to leave right then, but he stopped, and he decided to give her a piece of advice. Your sword has too much wasted force, and you're relying on it way too much. Meanwhile, your true strength lies in your body's flexibility. So you should stop trying to block attacks head-on. That kind of approach only makes things harder for yourself. Directly smashing and crushing your opponent with power might sound cool, but it's not always the most effective way. Instead, you should parry the blow cleanly, then launch a precise counterattack. It's both elegant and deadly. Trust me, if you can master this, you'll become far stronger than you are now, like on a whole different level. After saying his piece, the main character turned and walked away without a single glance back. Jaina just stood there, listening to it all, her emotions a tangled mess. Because the Turin family revered power, she had always pursued a fighting style based on overwhelming force, but his advice went completely against that, emphasizing flexibility over a show of strength. Though it was hard to hear, she had to admit he was right, because she had been obsessed with the Turun name for far too long. That obsession had unconsciously embedded itself into her swordsmanship. It was a weakness that she herself had never even noticed. And yet, he spotted it with just a single glance. She had always been praised as a genius since she was a child, so no one had ever given her genuine criticism. And he was the first person to do so. From that moment on, her perception of him began to change. Returning to his room, he trained all night without a break. In his past life, he saw the academy as a living hell, but now it felt like paradise. He had money, he had influence, and on top of that, he had strength, a truly overpowered combination. As he was walking to class, someone called out to him. He turned around, and it turned out to be Owen, the third young master of the James family. Because of his connection to Aben, he already disliked the guy from the start. In his past life, Owen had used cunning tricks to bully him and was extremely two-faced. He was with a whole group of his lackeys, asking why he hadn't responded to their dinner invitation. That fake friendly attitude of theirs made him sick. Owen started to lose his patience and asked him again. Our main character scoffed and shot back a question of his own. Why should I have to answer? His obviously contemptuous tone left Owen stunned, before he could even react. One of the lackeys rushed forward. The guy was trying to show off for his boss, speaking with extreme arrogance. Our main character looked at him as if he were an insect. He asked a simple question, and who is this? The question left his opponent choking on his words, completely speechless. He sighed, saying that guys born with a silver spoon have no real value. He gave a gentle reminder that they should remember who they were talking to. But just as he turned to leave, he was sneak attacked. This attack even used light aura. Clearly, these guys were already used to controlling their light aura. Our main character dodged it easily, which only made his opponent even more furious. The guy introduced himself with a ridiculous-sounding nickname. After hearing it, our main character just found it laughable. The guy wasn't even a knight yet, but had already given himself a title. Such a blatant disregard for what true strength is. He lunged forward as fast as an arrow. He landed a precise blow right to his opponent's stomach. His opponent was instantly stunned, losing all control. He was sent flying a good distance away. He collapsed and couldn't even get back up. Our main character adjusted his gloves, challenging, who's next? Owen's gaze turned ice cold. He stepped forward, walked past him, and dropped a single line. He said that our main character just likes to flaunt his glory. Then he left, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with drama. He just found it hilarious that they were the ones who started the fight, but were now playing the victim. The academy is clearly divided into two classes. The regular class, where students grind tirelessly. The special class, where they have the freedom to choose their subjects. This is where the elite are gathered. He was quite looking forward to it. But once he got in, he saw it was full of people from privileged backgrounds. It was almost no different from his old class. The first day of class featured a special event. The principal, a war hero, came to visit. Howard Rucker appeared, surprisingly friendly. But our protagonist knows the truth isn't that simple. This man once manipulated information just to survive. Not exactly a hero, more like an opportunist. And he was also the one who got him expelled, causing him to lose the only place he could call home. He ended up wandering, and was even captured and enslaved. Meeting again in this life, he hasn't forgotten that grudge. After his speech, the principal left immediately. The class began. Everyone grabbed their swords. They moved to the indoor arena. Our protagonist was bored, having to learn the basics all over again, in his past life. He wasted 2 years just because he couldn't use an aura weapon. The memory still haunts him, so he just hopes to get through it quickly. Today's instructor is Andre. His appearance caused a stir in the classroom. Even though he was young, he wore the official uniform of his noble family. Our protagonist knew this man well. He wasn't a pureblood, but he was a genius who graduated as valedictorian and was granted the family name. His personality was extremely strict, with no room for leniency. Hearing the whispers, his expression changed instantly. A single glare silenced the entire class. Under his command, the students drew their swords. He, on the other hand, wore his sword on his back. This immediately caught the instructor's attention. Looking at the unusually large sword, Andre called him forward. He demanded to face him directly, and asked why he was using an unsuitable sword. He sighed, knowing he would be asked about it, but he answered bluntly, "I can defeat you with it." Andre's expression immediately turned cold. Immense pressure bore down on him, but the system activated a mental skill to keep him steady. Thanks to that, he managed to keep a straight face, showing no emotion at all. Andre nodded. "I understand, student. If you wish to learn through actual combat, all you have to do is touch me with your sword, even just once. Not only would the punishment be waived, but he'd also get to skip the basic dragon slaying class." He loved the sound of that. Andre was exactly the type to be easily provoked. A little taunt and he walked right into the trap. He even said he wouldn't use his light aura, which made him even happier because this deal was just too good to pass up. He knew his opponent's weakness perfectly, but he still had to be careful because he was being watched. He couldn't fight as blatantly as he did when he beat Xena. All he needed to do was land a single touch and then pretend to lose. It was the perfect plan. The plan was clear, touch and stop. And so, he took the initiative and struck first. His speed was incredible right from the very start. But his opponent was no pushover either. After all, he was an Azure Knight, and the top graduate of his class. At that, just touching the corner of his clothes was proving difficult. Andre stood perfectly still, parrying every blow with just one hand. The power of an official Drago Knight was truly on another level. The entire class watched without daring to blink. 30 minutes went by, and he still hadn't managed to touch Andre's uniform. But Andre was starting to tire. The hand holding his sword was trembling slightly. That tiny detail did not escape his notice. He had infinite recovery, while his opponent knew nothing about the system. Andre probably just assumed he had high stamina because he had awakened his true blood. Seeing his opponent gradually weaken, he celebrated inwardly. His stamina weakness, it was exactly the same as in his previous life. Plus, not using his light aura put him at an even greater disadvantage. The Draker family trains to maintain their light aura continuously. They have to sustain it like breathing, even while eating or sleeping. So, right now, Andre was essentially fighting while holding his breath. His swordsmanship was restricted. He was expending more energy than usual, fighting non-stop while holding your breath. You can't last long like that. He decided to end this quickly. The best way was to pressure his opponent, force Andre to use his light aura. His attacks became increasingly vicious. He had to build up enough pressure to drive him into a corner with no escape. With that thought, he suddenly accelerated. He activated his agile footwork. Andre noticed it immediately, and for the first time, he felt a flicker of panic, because he had never seen a student move like that. By the time he could react, he used an additional precise thrust and attacked from behind. The distance was extremely close. Not reacting was dangerous. His speed made it impossible to dodge. Andre was forced to use his light aura and unleashed the dragon-slaying form. A single move slashed through the sky. He struck straight ahead with all his might, and he took the full force of that blow. His cousins, watching from the sidelines, were thrilled to see it. Even though Andre broke the rules, the one getting hit was the person they hated. He intentionally took the blow to make his act convincing. Self-healing activated, but the pain was still real. But the objective was achieved. The sword had touched his clothes. Now all he had to do was act like he had lost. He dropped his sword and pretended to faint. Andre sheathed his sword and turned away. The medical team rushed over. He made a clear announcement. This student is exempt from the dragon-slaying class. The entire class fell silent. As everyone could see, Andre was extremely irritated. No one dared to make a sound. Andre ordered them to continue their training. He was taken back to rest, and when he was finally alone, there was no need to pretend anymore. The plan was a success. Force the opponent to use his light aura and gain recognition. In exchange for just one painful blow, it was more than worth it. By that logic, he was the real winner. He recalled Andre's final move. It was a basic dragon-slaying form, nothing too special. But he was still proud for having overcome an Azure Knight. However, that still wasn't enough to be free. He wanted to become so strong that no one could stand in his way, so he would never have to bow his head to anyone again. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke up, reeking of alcohol. A drunkard appeared right next to his bed. He was on guard. This man was no simpleton. The man asked, "How did you do that earlier?" He kept drinking as he spoke. He played dumb, but the man snapped back at him. He said it plainly, "You suffered internal injuries, yet you recovered with abnormal speed." A chill ran down his spine. He had been seen through, even with his mental skills. He was still tense in front of this man, but he still denied it, saying, "I don't know." The guy laughed and said, "Still playing dumb." Then he suddenly launched an attack, punching through the wall with his bare hand. It was a warning shot. He dodged instinctively. The two exchanged a few blows, and he still managed to slip away. In the end, he threw a blanket over his opponent's head to stop the fight. His instincts were screaming a clear warning. If he didn't strike first, he would be the one to die. The most shocking part was that even with his vision completely blocked, the old man casually raised a hand and stopped the greatsword as if he were catching a pair of chopsticks. And this is where it gets insane. The old man growled, his praise half sincere and half mocking. "Your ability to adapt is just like that of a battle-hardened mercenary." The boy put all his strength into it, veins popping on his arms, but the sword wouldn't budge a single inch. For the first time since being transported to this world, the main character truly understood the meaning of the word. Helpless. Only one question remained in his mind. What kind of monster is this old geezer? His sword was locked down by his opponent like a toy, while the old man smirked provocatively. The man's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he'd found interesting prey, and he repeated, "A mercenary." Right. Hearing that, he instantly leaped back, vanishing from his spot in a flash as if he'd never been there. He started to get truly nervous. Who is this guy? And why did he mention the word mercenary? Even more terrifying, did he know something about his past life? Meanwhile, the old man casually twirled the sword and told him to drop his weapon. After a moment of thought, the old man slowly raised one finger as if an idea had just struck him. He looked straight at him and said, "You're better suited to be a mercenary than a knight." The words made him freeze, as if he'd been completely exposed. After the duel, he clearly understood the gap between them. If he had wanted to, his opponent could have finished him in an instant. The man pointed at his sword and said, "Isn't that a basic weapon from the cradle? For someone with your talent to be using this? What a waste." Just as the tension was stretched to its breaking point, the door suddenly opened and someone walked in. The person said, "So you were here." Seeing the familiar face, he was startled. Andre. Andre turned to the old man and addressed him directly. "Dexter, the gardener." He was completely floored. "What? He's the gardener?" The old man sneered. "You persistent leech. How did you manage to track me down here?" Andre replied simply, "You're in the training room." Then he added a jab. "You're annoyingly perceptive." Andre glanced over at him and said, "If your treatment is done, you can go." The boy immediately nodded and left. Just as his hand touched the door, a loud voice called from behind. "Kid," the man said, "if you're free, come to the West Greenhouse. I'll teach you a few useful things." The offer was so unexpected that he froze in his tracks for a few seconds. Then, he flatly refused. The old man immediately flew into a rage, shouting that his attitude was just like Arthur's. After closing the door, he let out a small laugh. Dexter the gardener. Who does he think he's fooling? Remembering the phrase, Arthur's youngest son, he started to connect the dots. This man was definitely no simple character. If he could call the head of the house by his first name like that, there was only one person it could be. The name Doug Rucker, the Whirlwind, night flashed in his mind. A monster who could single-handedly face an entire kingdom. A man who had suddenly vanished, now hiding in the academy, and Andre's appearance was definitely connected to this. As he walked, he recalled the rumors about the man's frightening determination. There was even a story that he became a knight just because he liked the color black, which sounded like complete nonsense. But the problem was that the man was interested in him, and he had no desire to learn just to satisfy someone's curiosity. If he was going to learn, he had to learn an ultimate technique. He decided to turn the old man's curiosity into something serious. Meanwhile, at the academy's main building, a professor stood at the podium and asked, in this situation, what would happen? The entire class was dead silent. No, to be precise, they were all asleep. The professor asked again, but still, no one answered. As he was forcing a smile to save the situation, a voice cut in. The damage is due to resistance. The one who spoke was him. He asked directly, I don't understand the law of spirit energy circulation. The professor was surprised. Oh, finally, someone has a question. He quickly apologized, then began to explain the details of spirit energy. The way he taught was both simple and interesting, making a difficult concept easy to understand. The discussion flowed so smoothly that time was up in the blink of an eye. The class stood up, complaining. Why are we learning magic theory at a night academy? It's just a good time for a nap. But he was different. This lecture was anything but ordinary. As he was lost in thought, a voice called from behind, wait a minute. The professor ran over, panting, and stammered, it's nothing major. He smiled. It's been a long time since I've had a decent class, and that's thanks to you. Feel free to stop by the research lab anytime. After hearing this, he realized this was Professor Fan, an alumnus of Delphoi, the cradle of magic. The professor was so enthusiastic even after class ended, and he thought, befriending a mage might not be a bad idea. Mages are good at calculating and have flexible minds. They'd make better allies than those stubborn knights. Professor Fan, let's see just how useful you can be. Just as he thought that, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening. In front of him, that old man was stretched out, waiting for him. It's only been 1 week and he's already here. The old man asked, are you done yet, kid? Before he could finish speaking, the old man shot up. Why didn't you come to the greenhouse? He emphasized, you know full well what teaching you something useful means. He replied, annoyed, I already told you, I'm not interested. His words were like adding fuel to the fire. The old man jumped up and yelled. What did you say? He said calmly. I know you're skilled, but I'm training on my own. The old man laughed. You can't just skip training. And suddenly, the old man was standing right behind him. Did you really think I was going to say that? Sensing danger, he quickly glanced back. But it was too late, far too late. A swift chop to the back of the neck, and he was knocked out cold right there. When he came to, all he could manage was a weak groan. Clutching his head, he sighed. It had to be him. I guess waiting 1 week was his limit. Looking around, he realized, this is the West greenhouse. The old man was watering plants. He turned and asked, you're awake? He asked warily, did you kidnap me? The old man laughed with amusement. That's right, I did. Then he added, I find you very interesting. He fell silent. The old man wasn't even bothering to hide his intentions anymore. Instantly, he activated his skill, agile footwork. He shot off like the wind, smirking as he thought, not yet. But before he could get far, the old man appeared right in front of him. Boo! He immediately changed direction, leaping to the side. But it was useless. A hand was already waiting right where he was going. He realized he was being toyed with. Thinking fast, he asked, what is it about me that interests you? The old man answered immediately. Your recovery speed from internal injuries. The answer made him pause for a split second. A smirk crept across his face. So that's what this is about. He provoked him. If you're so curious, then make me talk. And then he vanished, without a trace. He glanced around. He really disappeared. He stood still, trying to pinpoint his opponent's location. Just then, something shot towards him from behind at incredible speed. He instantly sensed the danger. A glint appeared in his eyes as he looked up. He dodged to the side, reaching out to catch it at the same time. It was a thrown sword, and he thankfully managed to grab it in time. The force of the impact sent him skidding backward. He frowned. What are you doing? The man approached. You want me to force the answer out of you, right? Fine, let's play. If you can touch my clothes, you win. He immediately brandished the sword, accepting the game. The man gave a sinister smile. But if you give up, you have to tell me all your secrets. The fight erupted inside the greenhouse, lasting until the sun began to set. Inside, dust and debris filled the air, reducing visibility to almost zero. The man stood there, clenching his fists and sighing. This kid, just what in the world is he? The surroundings were demolished like a battlefield, and after 3 hours, the fight still wasn't over. From behind a boulder, a hand reached out and gripped the edge. The man was starting to realize this kid wasn't just tough. He was stubborn. He watched the young man struggle to his feet, observing him as he spoke. His stamina and recovery speed, they're endless. A clear look of suspicion crossed his face. This brat. He's not normal. As for our protagonist, his clothes were in tatters and his face was grim, as if he'd just walked off a real battlefield. The system popped up. Self-healing activated. Endless stamina activated. What an overpowered combo. He looked at his opponent, thinking quickly. I can drag this out, but winning the bet, that's not guaranteed. Dragon's curse. That dangerous power. He'd never dared to use it before. But this time was different. Facing a dark knight. If he didn't go all out, he was sure to lose. The look in both their eyes changed instantly. The tension was as tight as a bowstring. Killing intent erupted, energy surged, and this is where it gets crazy. The man broke into a thrilled grin. That look in your eyes. Now that's more like it. He laughed heartily. Yes, that's it. A fight like this is actually worth watching. He stood still as wind swirled around him, kicking up a cloud of dust. System notification. Agile footwork has been activated. And he shot forward like the wind. His sword flashed in a relentless barrage of attacks, but his opponent was no pushover. The man dodged every single blow, seemingly without effort. Watching the repetitive sword strikes, he smirked to himself. He's fast, but still not fast enough compared to the other monsters out there. His malicious intent was so obvious, and that's precisely what intrigued the man, he thought. I guess I'll have to use a little bit of my light aura. But before he could act, a golden light flashed right beside him, forcing him to a halt. Reacting instantly, he shattered the sword into pieces. His face darkened. What was that just now? Before he could finish, a thick cloud of dust and smoke completely obscured his vision. The knight looked around. Is he trying to blind me? But it's not that easy to find me. The thought had barely crossed the knight's mind when he appeared right behind him. System notification. Dragon's Eye activated. But just as his sword closed in, he realized he had just struck. An afterimage. The knight had vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. His speed was so immense it whipped the sand and dust into a vortex. He looked around in confusion. What kind of move was that? A simple movement that created such a powerful gust of wind. He truly lived up to the title of Whirlwind Knight. While he was lost in thought, the knight closed in from behind and whispered. Startled, he counterattacked, but his sword sliced through empty air. Immediately after, the knight rushed forward and threw a punch. Let's call it a draw. Kid. The blow was too fast for him to react, and blood spurted from his mouth. His body was sent flying into the distance. System warning. Excessive skill usage detected. Exhaustion levels critical. He gave a wry smile. I really was out of my league. The system continued. For safety. Consciousness will be forcibly shut down. His vision started to blur. He only had time for a silent curse. When he came to, he found himself in a familiar room. Clutching his head, he shot up in pain. Looking around, he realized. This is my room. Did he bring me back? He sighed. I was so close to winning. Slumping back down, he had to admit it. He really is the Dark Knight. He had used every tactic he could think of, from spamming attacks as a diversion, to creating an opening with Dragon's Will. He even combined it with Dragon's Eye for the finishing blow, but it still wasn't enough. The knight's final move was definitely a secret technique, while he collapsed from overusing his dragon techniques. But thanks to that, he had finally seen its secret, a movement technique of absurd speed, based on a body trained to its absolute limit. This was the very thing that allowed Andre, despite his weak stamina, to climb to the rank of knight. He was a bit disappointed to have missed the chance to learn it, but he still felt it was worth it. Dragon's Will. The pressure from it made even the knight hesitate. Anyone weaker would surely collapse the moment they were hit by it. Just then, the system panel appeared before his eyes. Unread message. Confirm. He stared blankly. Another notification. Agile footwork has leveled up to crank. The soul develops through willpower. Movement speed has greatly increased. The system has unlocked new functions, requiring karma points to activate. He was stunned. What in the world is this? Minimap. Displaying terrain. Requires 20 points to unlock. Item inventory. Also locked. Requires 20 points. Tutorial quest. Locked. Requires 45 points. Current karma points. 40. He sat and thought it over. There are so many new things. But the inventory is the most interesting. Without hesitation, he chose to unlock the item inventory. The system explained. All he had to do was think of an item to store it. The space it took up depended on its size and weight. To expand it, he had to use karma points. He looked around. So I just have to choose an item. He picked up the broken sword and decided to test it right away. He thought to himself, store. The sword glowed and then vanished. He looked at the storage space. It took up 2 out of 28 slots. He immediately understood how it worked. This was way too convenient. Just by thinking about it, the sword instantly reappeared in his hand. He laughed. This is even better than a spatial storage. Those things were expensive, and finding a container for them was difficult. But this one could be upgraded with points. The status screen appeared. Jack Draker. Class. Immortal. Blessed by an ancient dragon. This function was still only at a low level. He thought to himself, these points are too precious. I can't just waste them. 1,000 different thoughts were running through his mind. A voice came from outside. "May I come in?" He felt annoyed, but he still replied, "Come in. What is it?" The person handed him a letter. "It's from the groundskeeper, Dexter." He gave a slight smile, knowing exactly who it was from. The message said, "If you want to continue the fight, just come." He realized this wasn't a complete failure after all. He remembered the words. "Let's call it a draw." Kid, so that's what it meant. He clenched his fist and grinned. "There's still a chance," Decker added. "There's one more thing. We found a blacksmith." He immediately asked for an appointment, but Decker hesitated. "There's a problem." The blacksmith refused. He was shocked. "What?" The scene shifts to the blacksmith. The space was pitch black, with weapons strewn everywhere. The man was drowning in alcohol, living as if he had given up on everything. This blacksmith had quit his trade. Early the next morning, a carriage stopped, and a figure slowly stepped down. Jack appeared right in front of the forge. He mumbled to himself, "It's been a while since I was last here." The sign above clearly read, "Papnir's Breath." He gave a wry smile. "Sounds grand, but looking at this workshop, it's kind of a dump." With that thought, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Anyone here? He recalled the sword Graham, a masterpiece by Galleon, a weapon forged with an entire soul. That man could read a person's soul before forging, and create the exact weapon its user needed most. Looking at the drunk man in front of him, he couldn't help but feel confused. This situation, what's going on here? The other guy turned to him. "A kid, this is no place for children, get lost." He ignored him, looking around at the mess. This guy was always emotional, but he couldn't have fallen this far. Without another word, he grabbed a bucket of cold water and splashed it right in the man's face. When he was finished, he casually tossed the bucket to the side. He approached, smiling faintly, awake yet. Then he asked bluntly, "Why did you refuse my request?" After a moment, the man recognized the emblem and trembled. "Draco, you." The man immediately bowed his head, apologizing for his disrespect. His body shook. "I can't accept the request. If a man can't even create what he desires, how can he create things for others?" Hearing that, he understood. Even a genius can hit rock bottom. He recalled that the next time they met, this man was already a legend, but his past was never told. The man clutched his head. "Why am I so useless? A blacksmith who can't forge. What good is he?" He shouted the man's name, snapping him out of it. The blacksmith apologized, but he simply said, "I want to see your failed products," having no other choice. The man led him to the back. He thought to himself, "I have to get this man back on the right path." When they got to the backyard, the man apologized for the mess, but he just said, "It's fine." He looked at the pile of weapons. "These look rather interesting." The man stammered his thanks. He stepped forward to inspect each and every sword. The warning fell on deaf ears. This one. And then the next one. These weren't failures. Their quality was still on par with legendary grade items. He activated his dragon's eye, confirming his suspicions. He asked, "Is there a problem with your furnace?" The man was shocked. "How did you know?" He replied coldly, "I'm the one asking the questions here. You've been optimizing your own metallurgy process, haven't you? Mixing metals to create a lighter material." He swung the sword lightly, and it shattered into pieces. "But the durability is far too low. The reason is that the impurities aren't being handled properly during the firing." The man was astonished. He not only identified the problem but also analyzed the flaw with perfect accuracy. The man trembled. "This can't be a coincidence. I have a favor to ask of you." Back inside the house, he asked, "What is it?" The man presented a blueprint. A scroll was unrolled on the table. He studied it intently. This was the very secret to the man's future. The blueprint for a magical furnace. A furnace whose temperature could be controlled by magic. An absolute secret. He smiled. "This will complete your forging method," he asked. "So why haven't you made it?" The man replied, "The cost is too high. 10,000 gold, an astronomical sum. That's equivalent to about a decade's worth of savings." The man said, "If you help me, I will serve you unconditionally." He thought to himself, "This money won't be easy to get, but I can't just pass up on that sword." And then, an idea struck him. He smirked. The law of spiritual energy. Rolling up the blueprint, he said, "I'll take the job." The man was in disbelief. "Really?" He replied, "I know someone who can help." Before leaving, he added, "and lay off the booze." The man fell to his knees, weeping with gratitude. He had to stop him. "That's enough. You can thank me when the job is done." A while later, he headed back to the academy. He wondered, why are the magic tower's fees so ridiculously high? Fanung, he specializes in spiritual energy. His research lab. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. A palpable sense of danger washed over him. There was a dark alley right next to him. Old memories came flooding back. He had been dragged in there before, tormented and forced to kneel and beg for forgiveness. But they hadn't shown him any mercy. He'd been forced to bow his head to Conrad, and was treated like absolute garbage. They made him clean the ground like a clown for their own amusement. Unable to fight back, all he could do was lower his head. Back in the present, he couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped into the alley, cursing under his breath. Inside, the sound of shouting still echoed. The weak were seen as nothing more than obstacles. The bully was panting, but he kept on cursing. He mentioned something about a true blood awakening. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, taking his frustration out on the victim. He couldn't accept losing that previous match. He blamed it on a sneak attack. He just couldn't understand how that guy managed to awaken his powers. And then a voice cut in. "Hey, Pockface." He laughed. "What? You've already found a replacement for yourself." His smile faded, and his eyes turned ice cold. He pointed a finger at them. "I'm giving you 3 seconds to get lost." The group recognized the familiar voice. The bully turned around. "What was that?" He growled. "You think you've really awakened." But before he could finish, he cut him off. "Kneel." His eyes were like ice, radiating a palpable killing intent. "If you don't blame me for what happens next." Conrad's face went deathly pale, and he stumbled backward as if he were seeing a nightmare. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought, "What the hell is this pressure? Just a few months ago, I could step all over him. Now, he's on a completely different level." His pride shattered. He roared, "You dare to give me orders." After saying that, he charged forward. "What are you all standing there for? Get him." As the men rushed him, he stood his ground. "Don't go blaming me for what happens next." He tilted his head slightly, neatly dodging the first blow. Before his opponent could even process what happened, a fist shot out like a bolt of lightning. The guy took the full force of the punch and flew backward, making the rest of them hesitate. The main character unleashed a flurry of attacks, taking them down one by one with ease. No one was strong enough to stop him. They were all completely overwhelmed. He tossed them aside like trash, without a moment's hesitation. Knees, kicks, punches, a relentless combination. His speed was incredible, leaving no openings. And then, the last one fell. Conrad stood frozen in place, a cold sweat dripping down his back. Staring at his men scattered on the ground, he stammered, "No way." He couldn't believe his eyes as the victor slowly walked closer. "Don't worry. This will only hurt a little." In a desperate move, Conrad drew his sword. Trembling, he pointed it at him. "Come any closer and I'll cut you down." His voice turned to ice. "Drawing a sword in the training yard. You know what that means, don't you?" Those words made Conrad's blood run cold. He drew the sword from his back. "To answer such an act, I, Zeekraker, will respond in the name of honor." He recited the oath for a duel, causing Conrad to go limp with fear. He pointed to the person on the ground. "You are the witness." Without hesitation, he raised his sword. "Let's continue." That look in his eyes, he wasn't kidding. Conrad immediately started begging for his life. He collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, pleading to be spared. He slowly lowered his sword. He remembered a time in his past when he had knelt just like that. Rage welled up inside him. "You bastard!" A flash of steel. He took one of his ears and said, "This is the price." Conrad screamed, clutching the side of his head. He placed a hand on his opponent's head. "Next time, it won't be your ear, it'll be your head." He shoved Conrad's face into the dirt. He let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Sol called out after him. He asked, "Why did you help me?" He replied, "Don't overthink it, I didn't help you." As he walked away, he thought to himself, "I was helping myself." He scratched his head. "I almost said something really cheesy back there." He returned to Fanong's research lab. A voice could be heard from within. "Is it even possible?" The professor stated plainly. "It's possible, but," the old man said. "Let me explain first." The two of them looked at the blueprint. The problem was with the energy core, the most crucial part. This was something that had never existed before. There were 2 ways to solve this. Option 1, revise the design, which would take 10 to 15 years. Option 2, use a substitute material, but that would require a high-grade compressed spirit stone. He was shocked. "You mean that ancient treasure?" The professor nodded. "It's extremely rare and costs over 3,000 gold. His hopes plummeted. 15 years was too long. 3,000 gold was too expensive. Everyone thought he could use light energy, but in reality, he couldn't. Ezer was incredibly difficult to control. He couldn't use light energy sword skills, which was why he needed Graham. He clutched his head. "How am I supposed to find that stone?" The professor praised him. "This design is extraordinary." Suddenly, an idea struck him. He immediately stood up. "Hold on to these plans for me," the professor asked. "Are you planning to wait 15 years? He smirked. "No," he said. "I'm going to bring back the material myself." This brings us back to the Golden Age, a time when the dragon race was defeated. Many treasures were discovered, legacies from the era of the Hero King. The technology from that time far surpassed the present. Among those treasures was the compressed spirit stone, an incredibly rare artifact. The scene shifts to the central library, a place that held history and secrets. He searched, knowing no one else was aware this treasure even existed. But searching aimlessly was hopeless. He activated his dragon's eye. One of his eyes began to glow. He continued his search, scanning every corner. And then he stopped. A single brick was glowing red. He knocked on it. The sound was hollow. He used his spiritual sense to cut it open. The skill consumed a massive amount of energy, but it could turn his will into a cutting blade, and that was the key. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a splitting headache hit him clearly. This was still beyond his limit. After some time, the final brick slowly shifted, revealing a secret passage. Jake didn't hesitate. Slipping through the opening and heading down below, he quickly closed the entrance, and the tiled floor returned to normalis if nothing had ever happened. The area below was creepy, dark, and damp, forcing him to light a torch to see. Looking around, he muttered. The reports never mentioned it being this deep. Just as he finished speaking, A sudden noise startled him. Nearby, 2 faint figures were moving. He froze. Wasn't this ruin supposed to remain undiscovered for at least another 10 years? He risked a closer look. Could someone have gotten here before him? But what he saw weren't people. They were 2 moving skeletons. Skeletons. They were holding real weapons, clearly not summoned by some spirit-mancer. Jake immediately drew his sword, if that was the case. There was no need for words. The system displayed a notification: critical strike skill activated. Jake rushed forward like a flash, his direct slash shattering the skeletons to pieces. And just as he expected, it was too easy. He took them down one by one, without any trouble at all. After clearing them out, the system displayed a notification. Defeated 2 skeletons received 2 karma points. Current total, 22. He chuckled. Oh. Right, I can still farm points from monsters. I almost forgot because I was so focused on treasure hunting. At this thought, he got excited. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to rack up some points? Without hesitation, he gripped his sword and charged forward. Here I come. Points. And so, 1 skeleton after another was sent flying. The system spammed notifications plus 1 point for each monster, and the total number of defeated skeletons shot up. Jake smirked. This is a piece of cake. The system opened his status window. 22 karma points. Jake Draker, the Immortal. Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. 25 inventory slots. Minimap. Many things were still locked. The quest log required 20 points, and the healing skill needed 45 points. Current skills: Chain Slash, Critical Strike, Swift Footwork all rank or higher. The Dragonoid skills were also gradually unlocking, but Devour was still locked. It required 50 points. He now had a total of 40 points. She quickly calculated that unlocking the minimap was the most logical choice right now. Minimap activate. A map appeared before his eyes, showing his exact location. Jake was impressed. It looked just like a magic map. He tried pressing a button on the side. What's this? The system switched modest. The map changed from 2D to 3D. Jake grinned. This is exactly what I need. His gaze fell upon a bright red room. It was the only one with a different color. The system asked. Guide to the Dragon Slayer's armory. He furrowed his brow in armory. Without much thought, he pressed confirm. The search party spent days looking for this, and I found it in an instant. The system immediately provided an optimal route. Jake looked at the directions and laughed. Unbelievable. There's no way I can get lost with this. After walking for a while, he stood before a large door. He had arrived. He observed it. I'm here, but how do I open it? He touched the door. Just pushing it probably won't do the trick. The moment he did, a red light flared from the point of contact, and with it, a powerful electric current. He was thrown backward. Lucky his hand wasn't completely fried. It seemed this door was directly connected to the great Archmage Nirvana. Looking at his smoking hand, he sighed in relief. If it weren't for the gloves, he would have been a goner. He asked the system, can you open this for me? The system replied, connecting to security device. Spell disabled. Switching to manual activation. The protagonist was shocked. Wait, what? He asked again. Are you actually responding to me? The system confirmed. Are there any further requests? He just stood there, stunned, can talk to the system. The protagonist pressed on. Why was I reincarnated? System, unable to answer. What is an administrator? System, unable to answer. Who created you? The system simply repeated, are there any other requests? He was frustrated. It went completely silent on all the important questions. Forget it, just open the door. System confirmed the request. The Dragon Slayer's vault door opening. The massive door slowly creaked open. He stepped inside and froze in his tracks. Is this a treasure vault? A single chest would have been a miracle, but there were piles of them here. Without a second's hesitation, he opened one of the chests. A brilliant golden light burst forth. Are there 100 of these things? The protagonist cleaned out every chest. I'll keep this one, and I'll give this one to Fanong. He laughed out loud. He'd finally hit the jackpot. Inside a small wooden box were 4 high-grade compressed spirit stones. He stuffed everything into his inventory. He was already running out of space and would have to come back for more. Having grabbed enough, he prepared to leave. He'd made a huge profit today. But a strange aura suddenly washed over him, sending a chill down his spine. The protagonist scanned the room, but he didn't see anyone. What is this feeling? His hand accidentally brushed against a wall, and the red light flared up once more. He yanked his hand back in shock. But it was too late. A glowing seal materialized, surrounding his body. And he vanished in an instant. A moment later, he reappeared in a completely unfamiliar place. The protagonist asked, where is this? The surrounding scenery was suffocatingly bleak. System. This is the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. He was stunned. The newspaper didn't mention this place at all. He immediately opened his map. Just as he'd guessed, it was near the old location but had no connecting path, meaning it had never been discovered. He pushed open a chest. He couldn't just pass this up. The lid opened, revealing a strange suit of armor. System. Exclusive equipment for the Dragon Slayer. Curiously, he lifted it up to get a better look. He examined it closely. It was completely different from Golden Age armor, and far more durable. And here was the crazy part. There was a slot at the nape of the armor's neck for plugging something in. Suddenly, he froze. His eyes widening, a thought flashed through his mind, making him gasp. Could it be? Without hesitation, he pulled out the compressed spirit stone, but then paused. realizing he couldn't just use it like this. System notification, spirit battery inserted into Dragon Slayer equipment, activating. As soon as the notification ended, the eyes on the armor blazed to life as if it had a soul. The more Zik looked, the more curious he became. This thing was clearly hiding some kind of power. Suddenly, the armor began to vibrate violently, leaving him bewildered. He jumped back in surprise. Huh, what's going on? Boom! An explosion echoed as dust and smoke filled the air. The system immediately displayed a warning. Equipment overload. Activation failed. Minor explosion imminent. Retreat immediately. But it had already exploded. He sat on the floor, his face covered in soot, as the system even offered an apology. Getting up and looking at the scorched armor, he finally understood one stone was just a single battery. He pondered, just how powerful is this thing to require such an immense energy source? Not wasting any more time, he continued to explore deeper. After walking for a while, he reached the largest chamber, and this was the final room. He looked around. It was completely empty, except for a single glass case in the center. A system panel suddenly appeared right in front of him. His expression changed. What the hell? He let out a helpless laugh. Terrakin Dranker, that old man was completely insane. Notification. Legacy discovered the cursed heart of Bahamut. He frowned. Why would anyone keep a dragon's heart? And this was the source of that chilling sensation from before. His body began to move in a strange way. System. The heart is reacting to the administrator. His hand touched the glass, and a stream of dark energy poured out. A voice echoed. All right, I can hear you. His eyes became lifeless. There is no other choice. As if possessed, Jake spoke. I will kill them all. In that perilous moment, the mental defense skill activated. Thanks to it, he regained control of his body. He clutched his head. What just happened? A sharp pain shot through one of his eyes as the pupil turned completely black. Dark energy enveloped both him and the glass case. What the hell is this? The dark energy spread, covering the entire space, growing more terrifying by the second. System. Emergency quest initiated. Reward. Ownership of the legacy. Model. His mind began to grow hazy. The system tried to activate his mental defenses again, but it failed. Dark energy erupted around him. A terrifying laugh echoed in his ears. Without thinking, he slammed his head into the glass case. The glass cracked, and he gave a twisted smile. So tough. What a pain. Through the glass, he saw another version of himself. Freedom is something you have to take for yourself, you fool. And then, the glass shattered into pieces. System. You have overcome the curse. Mission complete. You have acquired ownership of the legacy. He dropped to his knees in agony. I was so close to dying. The system activated self-healing and infinite stamina, beginning absorption of the heart of Bahamut. A moment later, he looked up, his eyes filled with exhaustion. The heart in front of him glowed with a brilliant light. Zik was pulled, and his eyes rolled back, veins bulging on his skin. What is this? A colossal amount of spiritual energy flooded his body. But he didn't have a spiritual core to receive it. The excess energy was destroying his body from the inside out. The situation was critical. He had to do something. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand. Gritting his teeth, he created a black sphere. Ultimate technique seal. The spiritual energy began to compress, and was locked away into a storage space. Boom! A massive explosion shook the entire area. Thick black smoke billowed upwards. The ground collapsed, forming a deep crater. His body distorted as energy erupted from within him. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm alive. He walked back to the glass case in silence. Inside, the heart had vanished. All of its spiritual energy had been absorbed. And then he noticed something. Through the broken glass, he saw a strange mark had appeared on his body. He touched the dragon-shaped symbol on his chest. Is this from the seal? A system notification popped up. You have absorbed the heart of Bahamut. A series of notifications followed. Your body has been transformed into a celestial frame. 95% of your power has been compressed. Unlocked Terrakin Storage Depot. Low-level guide. He was completely bewildered. What is all this new stuff? He was about to ignore it, but then he stopped short. Hold on. He clicked on the system interface. Open this. A smirk played on his lips. His ancestors were truly generous. The system asked to open the next inheritance. Instantly, a pile of items appeared. He was shocked. Aren't these from the Platinum Tower? He quickly stashed everything away in a secure locker. Then he opened the system panel to take a closer look. Status. Jake Draker Pseudo-Immortal, successor of Terrakan. 65 inventory slots, with many unlocked skills and functions. His skills were powerfully upgraded, and his footwork technique had already reached rank C. Some skills were still locked, requiring 50 points. The Dragonoid Chronicles remained unopened. He continued to expand the information display. Dominion of dragon insects, able to summon and control them. Heavenly Bone, body accelerates learning and spiritual energy channeling. But the description was too vague. He still didn't fully understand it. And this was the crazy part. There was a whole separate system just for Terrakan. He sat down. Show me the notifications about Terrakan again. The system requested synchronization. He hit confirm, initiating access to the secret vault. The system responded. Please move to the synchronization point, display coordinates on the map. He sighed. Do I really have to go there in person to access it? Show me the location. A minimized map popped up right in front of him. So it's His expression turned puzzled. Valhalla. As far as he knew, that was the top knight academy. And more importantly, ordinary people couldn't get in, and it would even be difficult for him to sneak in. The original plan didn't include Valhalla, but what if Tarakan's inheritance was there? The main character immediately changed his mind. It was worth breaking the plan, so he would have to stay with this family a bit longer. The system activated the novice-level quest book. The book began providing guidance for the administrator. Completing missions will grant rewards to support development. He thought to himself, it's like an adventurer's guild quest. But what's this? Guidance. Part. Just then, a new notification popped up initiating guidance. And before he could even process what was happening, the space around him transformed. Everything plunged into an endless darkness. He stood still. Where am I? He remembered the last time he was teleported, but this was completely different. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind him. He whipped his head around and saw a giant monster charging at him. What the hell is this? He glanced at the system panel guidance mission. Defeat the monster within 60 minutes. Use at least 2 skills reward points. He figured it out. This was a test to force him to use the system. At that exact moment, the monster's tentacle slammed down, shaking the ground. But he had already dodged aside long ago. Activating high-speed movement, he unleashed a flurry of slashes. The monsters stood frozen, trembling. Their bodies were covered in slash marks. And then, they exploded, and he felt as light as air. System. Celestial frame body enhances physical attributes and energy transmission. He realized this was the new effect. Quest complete. The space reverted back to the initial room. He gasped, I'm back, sheathing his sword. He realized the illusion had been incredibly realistic. Reward, 1 additional skill and more time. Received 40 points, unlocking the system shop. His eyes widened. He could buy items through the system. The shop was filled with bizarre items, giant's hide, ancient rune stones, spirit elixirs, avian wings. He marveled. This is so convenient. These were all rare items. Reselling them would make him rich. System. Items from inventory can be sold. Elven dagger price, 4 points, sell. He calculated that he could sell this item on the outside for 100 gold. He concluded that he would only sell if he was desperate for points. He stretched. What a long day. The light in the room went out. The door closed as he prepared to sleep. The next morning, Dragon Academy. Feinong was shocked. You found a high-density stone in just 1 day. He sipped his tea. It's a long story. Is the device ready? Feinong replied that it was done, which took him by surprise. But seeing his calm attitude, the professor grew even more suspicious. A high-grade mana stone is usually registered and kept under strict management. But the one he had, it wasn't on any list. He pushed the thought away. Feinong was still trustworthy. He asked, if it's ready, can we go now? Scene change, Hanbeck's forge. A blue sigil materialized. It connected to the forge's entire system. Everything operated flawlessly. Hanbeck couldn't believe it. The blueprint had actually come to life. Behind him, Feinong was overjoyed as well. The professor departed, and Hanbeck offered his thanks. He looked at Zeke. Had never seen such a complete magic forge before. He asked again, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? He presented the materials. Forge me a sword. Hanbeck was shocked. What is this? Inside was the fang of the dragon, Bahamut. Hanbeck drooled. He'd never seen anything like it. He thought to himself, the Tarakan legacy is basically just grave robbing. He just chuckled. It's hard to explain. But Hanbeck suddenly trembled. You're giving me the chance to forge a dragon's fang. His spirit flared. I won't let you down. I'll pour my very soul into this sword. Those familiar words made him recall the past. He felt awkward. Don't say it like that. It's a lot of pressure. But he was still satisfied. This man was trustworthy. He turned away, waiting to see the results. I'll be looking forward to it. The scene shifts to a bedroom. He sighed. Forging a sword really takes a lot out of you. Thinking about the last battle a week had already passed. His appointment with Duke was coming up. He suddenly realized, it's time. Footsteps approached from outside the window. A voice rang out from behind him. Why didn't you show up this time? He gave a forced smile. Duke was furious. His eyes were terrifying. He explained, I don't want to challenge you anymore. But the other man closed in. Tell me the truth. The man grabbed him by the collar and threw him straight out. He flew out the window. What the? Looking down, he understood this situation was no joke. Looking down, he felt dizzy. A fall from this height would be the end of him. Without a second thought, he shot back up. There'd be no recovering from a fall like this. His hand reached out, trying to grab the railing. But before he could touch it, a large hand clamped around his neck. Duke's voice was low. You don't want to fight again. I didn't think you were that stupid. Losing and then disappearing, not even going to the infirmary. Are you trying to provoke me? He was stunned. The man knew everything and still did this. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5. He gave a faint smile. This is absurd. The hand tightened. 4, 3. He retorted. You haven't even revealed your identity. Dexter. Hearing that, the man froze, then gave a meaningful smile. Right after that, he threw him straight back inside. He clutched his head. Hoof. The man nodded. That's right. Then he walked over and held out his hand. I was once a dark knight, Duke Draker. He immediately bowed his head, paying his respects to the elder. I apologize for my earlier disrespect. Duke looked at him. What's with that look? As if you already knew. He scratched his head. It's nothing. But did you say you used to be a black rank? The answer confused him. Now, I am a red rank. Leveling up was one thing, but he'd never heard of anyone leveling down. The old man cut him off. Don't ask. He didn't want to bring it up again. He noticed the old man's hand was trembling. He placed a hand on his chest. You were honest with me, so I will be, too. Duke asked. Did you figure me out from the very beginning? Did you intentionally provoke me just to be accepted as my disciple? He nodded. Yes. The old man burst out laughing. You've got guts. He slapped his thigh. All right, I'll take you as my disciple. He froze. That was fast. Not missing the opportunity. He knelt on one knee and recited the formal disciple's oath, pledging to cultivate himself and uphold his master's honor. Duke nodded. That's rare. Few people use this oath anymore. He smiled. It's the knight's code, after all. The old man chuckled. Such a smooth talker. He looked up. Master, may I ask a question? Calling me master already. Go ahead, ask. Why did you accept me? Even a genius like Andre took years to be accepted. He thought he must have seen my potential. Duke smiled. What do you think? He answered bluntly. Because I'm a genius. The old man laughed loudly. If that were the case, I would have chosen someone else. I chose you for your determination. A genius without challenges will crumble quickly. His expression turned cold. The old man was right. Many geniuses get stuck at the red rank, or even lower. Duke stood up. That's enough. Follow me, the lesson begins now. Scene change, the western greenhouse. He looked around. He never expected there to be a training ground down here. The old man told him to run, so he ran. But it's been 3 hours. Stop. He gasped for air. Are we done? Let me ask you something. Duke suddenly appeared right behind him and grabbed his hand. He immediately yanked his hand back and retreated. His eyes grew wary. He looked at his own reddened hand. Huh, Duke asked. Is the energy check really that difficult? He broke out in a sweat. This was confusing. Something has been wrong from the very beginning. At the infirmary, during the wager, and even now. 500 laps, and I didn't sense a trace of light aura. You avoided the pulse check. The conclusion made him freeze. You can't use light aura, Duke asked. But the statue still reacted, didn't it? The golden light brought you here. The old man stepped closer. So, why did you avoid it? He remained silent, his cold gaze fixed on the other man. He thought to himself, he's more curious than suspicious. As long as I have RAM, I won't be exposed again. There's no need to spin a complicated lie. He took off his glove. You're right. The system activated a reversal of spirit energy. I can influence spirit energy, but I can't use light aura. He held out his hand, using one truth to conceal another. I was afraid of being found out. Tears welled up in his eyes. I'll be expelled. Duke placed a hand on him to check. The old man grew pensive. He asked, what do you think? Duke's gaze drifted downward. He thought to himself, no light aura despite having awakened. The more he considered it, the more puzzling it became. He calculated, the old man can't confirm it either. Duke spoke quietly. He guessed the old man would come up with his own explanation. And he was right. A divergent. He thought to himself, that makes sense. What's a divergent? They are individuals with abnormal abilities. Like someone who can wield 2 different types of energy. They're often ostracized. He asked, why do you think it's me? Your physical strength and recovery rate are unnatural. Your body consumes a massive amount of energy, so any light aura you generate is instantly depleted. After hearing that, he couldn't help but nod. That explanation sounded surprisingly plausible. He asked again, so does this mean I'll never be able to use light aura? Duke let out a hearty laugh. Don't you worry about that, he smirked. The ultimate whirlwind technique doesn't require any light aura. Duke explained that it's a special technique developed through pure physical conditioning, making it independent of light aura, unlike typical Dragon Slayer skills. With that said, he took a stance. Watch me carefully. The moment he finished speaking, he shot forward like the wind. The ground buckled beneath him. His speed was so immense, he couldn't look away. He had to observe every single detail. All he could hear were the footsteps. The man's figure itself had vanished. A moment later, he stopped right in front of him. See that? He replied. I just have to follow your footsteps. Duke was surprised. If you think so, then give it a try. He chuckled. Show me what you've got. He got into position. His eyes were filled with confidence. And he vanished, leaving only his footprints perfectly overlapping the old ones. He moved nimbly from one spot to the next. Even Duke was taken aback. He realized the path was hidden within each footstep. Every step had a purpose: to attack, to evade, to maintain distance. After a moment, he stopped. Duke thought to himself, unbelievable. It's only been a week, and he's already at this level. His interest grew. A perfect genius. He grinned. Am I good enough for the black rank yet? Duke was annoyed. This kid's attitude is so irritating. He grabbed him by the collar. You were crying just a moment ago, and now you're acting all high and mighty. That depends on your attitude. Time passes at the Academy's Great Hall. The meal was a full spread. He ate like he hadn't seen food in ages. A month of training had skyrocketed his appetite. As he was eating, someone approached him. Andre appeared. Can we talk for a minute? He shrugged. We can talk right here. Andre sat down. How did you convince Dexter? It was clear Andre was worried because he had been accepted. He replied while still eating. I didn't have to convince him. He chose me. Hearing that, Andre grew even more furious. His eyes narrowed, scrutinizing him. It's only because you're a pureblood. He slammed his silverware down. What did you say? You seem pretty sure of yourself. Andre tried to stay calm. Is that all you have to say? He wiped his mouth. Not quite. If it were just about my bloodline, Dexter wouldn't have accepted me so easily. I was chosen for my talent. Instead of being jealous, you should try to be worthy. Scene changed the training grounds. The two of them watched Andre running. Exhausted but refusing to stop, he begged to stay and become his attendant. The condition: run 300 laps without using any light energy, and he's actually doing it. Duke sighed. You madman. The main character smiles. Turns out he isn't just arrogant after all. The next morning at the Draker clan's estate, the atmosphere was bustling. The clan head has arrived. The sound of horse hooves echoed through the air. A white carriage, engraved with gold, came into view. The clan head has arrived. Howard prepared to receive him. All eyes were on the carriage. Soldiers opened the door. A man with platinum blonde hair stepped out. Howard bowed his head in greeting. Everyone else bowed in unison. The clock struck the hour. 12 noon. An immense pressure radiated from the man. He raised his hand. Placing it on Howard's shoulder, his words were filled with power. Arthur Draker, the head of the clan. Howard invited him inside, but he was stopped. The academy students all rushed out. Arthur stood before them all. You are the future of this clan. Continue to grow stronger. Your development is the Draker clan's development. They all responded in unison. The sun was blinding. He turned to leave. A short while later, he stood before the clan head. Greetings, sir. Arthur smiled. Sit down. I have some fine tea for you. He sat down thinking to himself that the clan knew everything. Nothing escaped their notice. Arthur said, I heard Duke has taken on a disciple. He answered diplomatically. He is merely being generous, sir. Arthur nodded. If you say so. According to Duke, you will become the strongest on the continent. His gaze was piercing, strong enough to live freely. He set down his teacup. He smiled. That is my goal. Arthur fell silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Space itself seemed to warp, trying to overcome me already. He froze, a sweat pouring down his face. What is this? Within this domain, life and death were completely under his control. It was uncomfortable. Yet the main character found it exhilarating, a smirk playing on his lips as his mind went into analysis mode. Celestial Sword, the pinnacle of light energy manipulation, a level only a few Black Knights could ever reach. Arthur glanced down at his son, half smiling, half testing, with a look that said, let's see how long you can keep this up. Dick stood his ground, refusing to buckle, and met his gaze with a simple, direct answer. Of course, there's no backing down. Hearing that confident reply, the man just gave a slight chuckle, as if he'd just found an interesting new toy. The Westward Cup Tea House, the name alone sounded like it was tied to something serious. Instantly, the dense light energy in the room was withdrawn, and the pressure vanished as if it had never been there, he said. Among all the recent reports, this one is the most interesting. Dick started to feel that something was off. He continued, I came to offer some encouragement, but this isn't nearly enough. The main character realized it immediately. This was Lord Dracker, a true Black Knight. Arthur placed a card on the table. The main character looked at it. Slightly shocked, Duke's level was already absurd, but this was on another plane entirely. The man said, a gift to congratulate you on becoming a disciple. The main character asked, what is this? And the answer was, a black card. Hearing that, Dish was startled. Father, are you really giving this to me? You're not joking. Right, Arthur laughed. That reaction tells me you understand its value. The main character held the card as information exploded in his mind. A super rare VIP item. Insane benefits. Unlimited spending. This was a genuine, legendary artifact. The man added, I will add you as an authorized user. Jake immediately replied, thank you. I will use it, wisely. The main character glanced at the card, thinking to himself, his words are sweet, but everything is logged, every single action will be watched. But at least he was using a soft touch instead of force, which proved he didn't consider me someone who needed to be dealt with just yet. Arthur said, don't waste time. You will become the strongest. He then gestured for him to leave. The main character bowed his head. Understood. With that, he left swiftly and efficiently, closing the door so gently it was as if he'd never been there at all. He quietly returned to his room, his mind still running at full speed. Back in the room, the air was thick, the silence was suffocating. Arthur leaned back and closed his eyes as if calculating his next move in a grand chess game. Duke appeared behind him, looking displeased. That guy is really insufferable. The man chuckled. Why so worked up? Duck, Duke sneered. Abandoned as a child, and now you're suddenly playing the role of a loving father. Arthur replied, as the head of the family, I don't have a choice, and that comment is an insult. Duke waved his hand dismissively and sat down. All right, fine. Let's just say I was wrong. Arthur took something out. This is the only reason I can speak so comfortably with you. The object was revealed, a bottle of high-end liquor. He smiled. Let's talk business over a drink. Duke's eyes lit up. Red Dragon's breath wine, now that's good taste. The two got down to business. Have you heard the news from the continent? I've been cooped up in this academy. Duke laughed. How would I know? Arthur retorted. Your information network is still active, isn't it? Duke's face flushed. If you already know, why are you asking, you old fox? The Emperor is obsessed with immortality and is searching everywhere for it, the man asked. Is it even possible? Duke immediately shot it down. No, extending one's youth is possible, but true immortality is impossible. Arthur grew pensive. That's what I thought too. But what if it involves the treasure of an ancient dragon? Duke froze. What did you just say? In the room. The conversation was starting to heat up. Even if magic could rejuvenate the body, immortality was still the stuff of fantasy. Nearby, the main character stood eavesdropping. What was that? He repeated in his head. He activated his spiritual sense, capturing every single word. The two men had no idea there was a third party. They discussed. What if the artifact belongs to the ancient lineage? Duke asked. Has he found its location yet? Arthur replied. Probably. The Order of Black Knights reported. It's highly likely to be on the northern continent. Duke was surprised. The north, you say? He asked. The people of the Empire don't know yet. Do they? Arthur responded. It's only a matter of time. Recalling the past. That mad emperor had barely ascended the throne before he started conquering the continent. He only stopped after taking half of the central region. Everyone thought he would stop there. But no, all he needs is one artifact to grant him immortality, and he'll go on another rampage. Arthur interjected. The continent will be plunged into a sea of flames again. I will go to the north myself. Duke was shocked. Duke shot back. You're abandoning your post at a time like this. That emperor will wreak havoc. Arthur smiled. That's why I came to you? Duke understood immediately. Were you Julia in a past life or something? How'd you get so clever? The two of them struck a deal with their roles clearly defined. To the side. The main character heard every word, thinking to himself, so they're pushing another difficult job onto me. Just as he heard this, he suddenly collapsed to his knees. His face turned pale. He had overused his spiritual sense, even with the heart of Hamut. He still suffered from the side effects. The ancient lineage, that's right. The statue from before he died, it must be an ancient artifact. The voice before his death. The system notifications after his rebirth, it all fit together. He was hunted down just for that thing, even though he didn't even know what it was back then. The regression system is. It a function of an ancient dragon, but who created it? And why? The main character sat on the floor, his head spinning. The questions just kept piling up. Duke stood up. Let's have a drink, then get to it, Arthur said. I'm counting on you. After his close friend left, Arthur also returned to his duties. His footsteps were steady, his aura oppressive. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. His eyes scanned the private room. Something felt off. His intuition was screaming at him. Inside the room, the main character was still sitting. If it really is an artifact, what does rebirth have to do with immortality? Suddenly, a loud noise made him jump. Arthur burst through the door. But the room was completely empty, not a soul in sight. It turned out the main character had escaped through the window. Arthur stood there, beginning to doubt himself. A while later, he returned to the training area. While he was training, someone knocked on the door. The main character said, annoyed. I told you not to disturb me, Deacon reported. A fellow student is here to see you. He was surprised. A student? Do I have any? He thought of Duina, then allowed them in. Standing before him was Liam Stone. The main character sighed. This guy again. Liam dropped to his knees, begging to be accepted by him. The main character felt helpless. I really should have just walked away back then, he asked. Accept you as what? A subordinate. Liam nodded. I pledge my loyalty. The main character asked about Jia Kwang. Liam clenched his fists. I've left him. Sweat beaded on his brow, his eyes dark. I have to get into Valhalla. The main character thought. It was the same in my previous life, this strange obsession of his. He said bluntly. Are you stupid? Why didn't you choose Zimin or Turun? He said as he turned away. I don't have any connections. He picked up his sword. I'm useless for your cause. His gaze was ice cold. Why should I believe you? He stated plainly. You could be a spy sent by my father. Liam drew a dagger. His eyes were resolute. He wanted to prove himself through his actions. He gritted his teeth and raised the dagger to his ear. Without a moment's hesitation, he sliced off his own ear to prove his loyalty. Liam shouted, You have every right to be suspicious, but I will prove myself no matter the cost. He trembled and said, I don't care if you cripple Mimi, life belongs to you, sir. The main character watched, bewildered, his gaze growing even colder. A memory surfaced. In exchange for your life, I'll take one of your arms. Liam said earnestly, Please, I beg you to take me in. The main character recalled his own past words. I want to become stronger, and this was the most insane part. He stood before his master, his voice firm. I will surpass them all, leaving no one standing. His eyes back then were exactly like Liam's now, pleading, yet filled with determination. Please, teach me. Returning to the present, seeing his former self in the boy, the main character froze for a moment while Liam remained on his knees, begging to the very end. Before another word could be said, he tossed a sword over, his voice cold. First, you'll have to withstand one of my attacks. The main character pointed directly at him. Survive one hit from me, and I'll accept you. Liam's face lit up as if he'd struck gold, and he managed a pained smile. Thank you. I am truly grateful. A moment later, he asked, Are you fully healed? Liam quickly replied, Yes, sir. He thought confidently. I have Drago's aura, I should be fine taking one hit, but is this opponent really the same age as me? The moment the question crossed his mind, he realized how wrong he was. The pressure emanating from the main character bore down on him, making Liam tremble uncontrollably. He mumbled, I can barely breathe. Without giving him any time to prepare, the main character charged forward. Liam gritted his teeth, swinging his sword on pure instinct. The two blades clashed, sending a powerful shockwave throughout the room. Sparks flew as the swords scraped against each other. Then, one of the swords was sent flying into the air, and it was Liam's sword. He collapsed onto the floor. The main character looked down at him, his voice completely flat. Lee Armstrong, is that all you've got? The disappointment in his voice was clear. He said, you have determination, but he turned his back. Give up on Valhalla. Liam shot up and called out to him. The main character thought to himself, so he really was abandoned by Jacqueline. Without any backing, it's only a matter of time before he gets kicked out of Gradle. At that thought, he paused. He understood now why Liam was so terrified. Liam knelt and grabbed his leg, clinging to it like a lifeline, but was it worth it? In his past life, Liam was expelled and his party disbanded, but he still managed to become a Red Knight, the king of mercenaries. In the present, he was crying, please, just give me one more chance. The main character was torn. This guy is unbelievably stubborn. Finally, he said, fine, you get one more chance. But his voice dropped lower. There are conditions. You said you were ready to lose your tongue, your leg, is that right? The protagonist walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Then he declared, in that case, give up your right arm. Liam froze, his eyes wide. The protagonist asked, what's wrong? Is this arm too precious? This was no different from ending a swordsman's career. No one in their right mind would agree to it. He turned away, saying, I have things to do. If you can't do it, then get lost. A moment later, Liam slowly stood up. Without looking, the protagonist thought, I don't understand why you're this desperate. But even without entering Valhalla, you could still become strong, at least as strong as a Red Knight. Suddenly, the sword on the ground began to tremble. The protagonist turned back truly surprised. Liam was actually going to cut off his own hand. The protagonist snapped and lunged forward. At the same moment, Liam swung the sword down. It was an incredibly tense moment. Luckily, he managed to shatter the sword just in time. The two of them stood staring at each other, stunned into silence. Fragments of the sword lay scattered on the ground. Liam panted heavily, looking down at his trembling hand. The protagonist grabbed him by the collar. He growled, are you insane? What if I had changed my mind? Liam said sadly, because there is something more important than this arm. The protagonist turned away. If this ever happens again, I'll kick you out immediately, remember that. Liam was overjoyed, so you'll accept me. The protagonist cut him off. Just get up. A one-armed subordinate would look strange. Liam nodded repeatedly. Afterward, the two of them sat down to eat together. Liam's ear had been healed. He asked, am I really allowed to use this medicine? The protagonist smiled. You're worth the investment. He put his teacup down. His gaze turned serious. Tell me everything. What could be more important than your right arm? More important than your life? Liam clenched his fist. My mother. After being cast out, he received news that his mother had a high fever. It subsided. But then things took a turn for the worse. Red, flower-like spots appeared on her body, and she grew weaker by the day. He broke down. Even the village healer was helpless. The protagonist asked, so you set your sights on Valhalla? Liam replied, yes. After hearing the story, the protagonist frowned and picked up a pen. As he wrote, he asked, the red spots, they look like roses. Recurring fevers, red spots all over the body. This is the red rose disease in 5 years. It will become a plague across the entire continent. It spreads fast, has a high fatality rate, and will wipe out countless lives. That is, until a breakthrough treatment is discovered. The protagonist handed him the paper. This is the formula for the cure. Even your village healer can make it. Liam was in shock. Thank you, but how do you know all this? The two genius alchemists, Anne and Jeff, the very people who would one day save the continent. But the Alchemist Guild exploited them, profiting from their desperation. So the two brothers released the formula publicly, and it spread everywhere. The main character laughed. Let's just say I know some talented people, he said. Now that there's a cure, you don't need Valhalla or me anymore. Liam shot up. How could I possibly do that? He stated plainly, my life is already yours. His fist tightened as he knelt on the ground. Liam kneeled. I swear my loyalty to you until death. The main character smiled. The king of mercenaries as my subordinate, that sounds pretty good, he warned. If you fall behind, I'll leave you. Make sure you keep up. Liam replied with certainty. Time flew by, and before they knew it, night had fallen. A voice echoed from within the room. What is it? Owen said, Sir Dean. He proposed, we should increase the difficulty of the exam. The dean was surprised. Why? Owen smiled. This year's freshmen are exceptionally strong. They're all from prestigious families, and there's even a pureblood awakener and easy test won't be enough to weed them out. The dean nodded. That's reasonable, I will consider it. Owen bowed his head in thanks. Then he left, and the door closed behind him. The dean looked out the window and sighed. He thought to himself, bloodlines don't lie. I can't believe that kid thinks just like that other person, with the dangers that are coming. It's best to nip it in the bud, and that's the most terrifying part. The day of the final exam arrived, and the dungeon exploration officially began. This test was intense. Teams of 2 had to escape a dungeon within a time limit. With each team being thrown into a different one, the difficulty was variable and unpredictable. In the staging area, Zik looked at Liam, nervous. He replied softly, a little. The main character gave a slight smile. It's right to be nervous, but being too nervous is wrong, and not being nervous at all is a disaster. The perfect amount is best. Nearby, Raina was just as anxious. A voice called out, Jake Gregor, Liam Stone. The main character stood up. Let's go, Liam answered. Yes, master. Just as they reached the entrance, someone stopped them. Hold on. He pointed to the side. You two, go this way. In front of them was a pitch-black, chilling dungeon entrance that gave off an ominous feeling just by looking at it. The main character quickly glanced around. Something was wrong. The proctor urged them. What are you standing around for? Get in. He just gave a slight smile and didn't reply. Then they both stepped inside. All right, if that's what you want, sir. Even though the difficulty levels varied, since these were dungeons managed by Dracker, they shouldn't be truly impossible. The objective was clear. Escape within the time limit. The clock would start the moment they entered. The time limit, 96 hours, and basic combat would also be scored. Bringing back the heads of magical beasts would earn bonus points, but failing to escape in time meant an automatic fail. Inside, the main character was relaxed. We just ate. You should rest. Liam, he said hesitantly, but you just took care of everything. Shouldn't you rest first? The main character replied, I can stay awake for 4 days without any problem. You go ahead and sleep. Liam didn't dare to argue. I'll rest first then, the protagonist replied. I'll call you if anything happens. The two started a fire, taking a break in the middle of the freezing dungeon. The protagonist looked at his watch. It's been 16 hours. Before this, he had already been awake for 3 days, a total of nearly 90 hours. Infinite endurance only restored his physical strength. It couldn't save his mind in a place like this. He had to minimize all possible risks. The area around them was lined with warning bells. His eyes started to feel heavy. I'll just wait for Liam to wake up. Then we'll switch shifts. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind amidst white snow. The protagonist drifted into sleep. A strange scene appeared, a place he had never seen before. A red flag with a lion crest hung from the city gate. The scene was one of total ruin, as if a war had just ended. A girl lay motionless in the snow. The ground around her stained a dark color. He couldn't see her face clearly. He could only hear the sound of a ringing bell. The protagonist shot upright, drenched in sweat. Before him was still the same dungeon and the small campfire. He clutched his head. That dream again. But did I just hear a real bell? Then he remembered the warning bells outside. The protagonist stomped out the fire immediately. He called to Liam, wake up, we've got company. I'm going to check it out. Don't light the fire again. He hid by the entrance, thinking, I can't just spam Dragon's Eye. I need to get used to the darkness. A strange smell sulfur. Could it be? A creature that hunts in packs with a very distinctive odor. Hellhound's a class 3, danger rank. The protagonist tightened his grip on his sword. Zaina used to hunt these in my past life, and now I'm running into them. He scanned the area strangely. He couldn't see a single one, but the vibrations were far too powerful. The protagonist raised his sword. Looking at a reflection, this thing's weight has to be in the tens of tons. This is no ordinary hellhound. Before he could process it, another massive tremor struck. Damn it. Rocks rained down from above. The protagonist kept his balance as Liam ran over to him. Sir, are you all right? He gritted his teeth. What in the world is that? In front of them, a gigantic hellhound was approaching. But that wasn't all. Its head was hanging limp, and behind it stood the real threat. A massive orc appeared. Liam was horrified. What is that? This creature was a class 1 danger rank. It could overwhelm even a hellhound. Its blood could be used for potions, and most importantly, its regenerative abilities were incredibly strong. Liam stepped forward. I'll hold it off, sir. You have to run. Hearing that, the protagonist knew he had chosen the right man. He tapped Liam's shoulder. Don't talk like you've already given up. Stand at my back and fight. The protagonist said, I trust you. You're not weak. I'll support you. So just give it everything you've got. Liam's confidence returned. Thank you, master. The two of them charged forward, working together. The monster up ahead didn't even have time to react before it was hit by a barrage of attacks. The main character thought to himself, not bad. He was impressed that the kid managed to pierce its tough hide and even aimed for the joints. He wondered, have you studied magical beasts before? But just then, a massive swing from the monster came crashing down. The main character blocked it just in time, saving Liam. He countered the attack, breaking the creature's offensive stance. Liam said worriedly, I'm sorry. The main character smiled. That was pretty good for your first fight. Aiming for the joints was the right move, but you underestimated its recovery ability. Direct hits like that won't do much. He looked at the orc. This one is out of your league. His gaze sharpened. Let me handle this. After a series of finishing blows, its head rolled to the ground. The system announced, orc defeated, acquired 30 karma points. The main character said, go collect it. Those are good points, Liam responded. Right. While Liam was gathering the loot, he opened his system window. Hidden quest. Hunt 100 monsters of 10 different types within 72 hours. Reward. Double points, plus 2 random boxes. He exclaimed. What? Double points. Status. 2 types. 14 monsters. Approximately 72 hours remaining. He calculated. There are 79 hours left in the test, so 100 monsters isn't difficult. But 10 different types, as Tadas dungeons usually only have 3 to 4 types. But since this is a trap, maybe there are 10 types after all. We can farm and escape at the same time. That won't be easy, Liam reported. I'm done. I've got a bag for the monster head. Sits not as good as a spatial pouch, but it'll do, the main character said. Let's keep moving. Don't fall behind, Liam replied. Understood. The two continued to clear the area, and time passed. 64 hours, 61 hours, 56 hours, 47 hours, 41 hours. Monsters were discovered one after another. 39 hours, 31 hours. The quest was nearing its goal. 27 hours, 20 hours, 12 hours. He looked at Liam. You doing okay? We've hunted quite a few. Are you used to real combat yet? Liam gave a strained smile. I'm not so sure. The main character just smiled reassuringly. Relax. It takes time for everyone to get used to it. After saying that, he glanced back at his system window. 50 minutes left, status, 9 types, 99 monsters. He frowned. He even caught tiny blood-sucking leeches, but it was still only 9 types. He'd already cleared the entire map. The main character grumbled. These damn Jamen really suck at their jobs. I'm missing just 1 type. And then he froze, his eyes widening. Something was coming. His intuition was screaming red alert. The ground beneath their feet cracked open. The main character yelled, Liam, drop the bag! Liam just stood there, frozen in confusion. A slash flew by, the bag was torn in 2. From deep within the earth, a giant creature emerged, dark fluids spreading everywhere. Liam turned pale, frozen stiff. The main character lunged forward to save him just in time, but his own hand got scratched in the process. Liam asked urgently, Are you all right, sir? He replied. It's nothing, it's just the creature's blood. The main character held up his hand. Stay out of this one. Before them stood a hideous monster, its mouth full of sharp teeth. He said, I can't fight and protect you at the same time. In his mind, the main character thought. A dungeon worm, extremely dangerous type of monster that requires an entire team of experienced knights to handle. He cursed under his breath. Those men are really trying to kill me this time. The worm charged like a tempest, kicking up a cloud of dust. Liam screamed, Master. The main character's face darkened, a sense of dread rising within him. Then he suddenly remembered something. Liam turned back to rummage through the items in his bag. Meanwhile, the main character was struggling to fend off its attacks. He dodged and slashed, but its tough hide was barely scratched. The main character thought even a blue knight would avoid this thing in a dungeon. Because it burrows underground, its movements are incredibly difficult to predict. If I don't finish this quickly, the ground began to crack again. The main character sensed it and whipped his head around. The worm erupted from beneath the earth. Its mouth opened wide as it lunged forward, a moment too slow, and he'd be buried alive. He immediately leaped to the side, and instantly launched a counterattack. A single thrust plunged deep into its body. He gripped his sword tightly, tearing through its thick flesh. The worm roared as a viscous fluid sprayed out violently. The main character snarled, Just you wait, I'm going to cut you in half. The pressure intensified, causing the ground to fracture even more. Its tail revealed poisonous barbs, but at that moment, he had only one objective to slash. Suddenly, the worm's body constricted. It coiled itself tightly around the main character. Then it lunged with both its tail and its mouth. At that exact moment, Liam charged in, thrusting his sword forward. The monster took the hit and roared in agony. The main character could feel it. The creature's grip was weakening. He broke free in a flash. Liam asked, Are you all right? Sir. The main character wiped away some blood. What did you do? Liam held out a potion vial. I coated my sword with a numbing agent. The main character understood immediately. I see. The numbing agent was from a toxic plant. It was mild for humans, but a potent poison for the worm. To this particular creature, it was a powerful paralytic, even in a tense situation. Liam still remembered the weak spot, and he exploited it perfectly. Exactly what you'd expect from the king of mercenaries. The main character smiled. When I give the signal, stab it again. It was the right call bringing you along. After speaking, he leaped onto the monster's back. He moved towards its head. He shouted, Liam. Liam immediately struck with another stab. The worm roared in agony. Its body stiffened from the poison. The main character activated his spirit manifestation. A single slash came down from its neck. The monster was split in 2. It was all over. System. Urgent quest completed. Karma points have been doubled. Received 2 random boxes. Total score is now 780. Outside the dungeon, an announcement rang out. All students have escaped. It's time to calculate the scores. The professor looked at Zaina's spoils of war and said, Let's begin the calculation. 30 base points plus a goblin, hobgoblin, and an orc for a total of 180. The crowd murmured in awe. She's so close to the 200-point record. The professor praised her, and she responded humbly. Next up was Owen. A total of 120, well above the standard. His teammates were ecstatic. Owen shot a bitter look at Zaina. He smirked coldly. If I had to, I'd deal with her the same way I dealt with him. Just then, a voice rang out. It's been a while since I've seen the light. Owen whipped his head around. The one who had just emerged was Jake, and Liam was carrying the head of a dungeon worm. The entire crowd was in shock. The students buzzed. Is that a dungeon worm? Did they actually manage to kill it? The two of them dropped their trophy to the ground. Jake sneered. Why the long face? Owen. He continued. Aren't you happy to see me? Owen was so furious he was speechless. Jake kept taunting him. Where's that cold, detached look of yours now? He shrugged. This look suits you much better. Owen was choked up. Jake watched him start to walk away, leaving so soon. Owen thought to himself, you purebloods, you're going to pay for this. Jake watched him go, feeling incredibly refreshed. The professor asked, Are you two done? Jake replied, Yes, sir. Professor Andre began to calculate their score. Jake asked, This is all we have. How will you score it? The professor replied. Rest assured, I won't miss a thing. He asked, Did you lose your bag? Jake replied, Yes. Seeing the massive trophy, the students all staggered back in shock, and this is where things get truly insane. Riker chuckled to himself. Looks like his luck hadn't run out just yet. That damn dungeon worm's ambush cost him 3 whole days of progress. It stung, but he had to accept it. If he didn't want to fail, he had no choice but to take its head to make up for the lost points. Besides Andre, who else would have the patience to inspect every last piece of meat stuck in its teeth? Just thinking about it was exhausting. After completing the inspection, the professor removed his blood-stained gloves and began his summary. Gremlin, goblin, hobgoblin, imp, elf, and high elf. Add to that a hellhound, and finally, a troll. The crowd erupted in an uproar after hearing that. How could there possibly be a troll in the exam? Andre continued, stating that the amount of blood suggested a significant number had been killed. However, to be fair, only one of each type would be counted, otherwise it would completely skew the scoreboard. The dungeon worm and the troll weren't on the official list, so they would be converted into points, for a total of 368, which was a pass. The other professors were also impressed. Back in their day, they hadn't even encountered a hellhound. 368 points. Just hearing it sounded absurd. An angry student shouted that only the worm's corpse was there. Someone else shot back that the worm alone was worth 180 points, making any argument pointless now. Just imagine encountering a dungeon worm or a troll. Would any of us even survive? The crowd started to wonder, could Jake Riker really be that incredible? Riker watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself that they were all overreacting again. A complete 180 from when they were mocking him. The feeling wasn't half bad, but now he was drawing attention again. Heeman's group would definitely not let this go. They might even go as far as to manipulate the dungeon itself just to get rid of him. Could Uva be behind this? He wondered, then immediately dismissed the thought. Not even Uva would dare to interfere with the test. It was more than likely that Heeman was the one pulling the strings. With that thought, he became more alert, and the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The best thing to do was to blend into the crowd and observe. Suddenly, someone called out from behind, Jake Riker. When he turned around, he saw it was Zaina. He was a little surprised and called out her name. She walked right past him, coldly stating that he could consider this his win. After saying that, her entire group left without a single glance back. He just stood there, stunned, not understanding how he had won at all. A while later, in the training room, he looked at the system and said this was exactly what he needed. Dragon Sigil Level 1, Devour, which allows for increased consumption and digestion. Costs 50 points. His current point total was 780. He had ignored it before, thinking it was useless, but now 50 points was nothing. The system asked if he wanted to activate it, and he immediately confirmed. And right away, the system panel changed. He was startled. The skill description was completely different. Now, it could digest anything and convert it into energy, and even absorb the powers of monsters with special bloodlines. He laughed, thinking he should have unlocked this much sooner. He decided to test it right away. The system announced the activation of Devour, but before he could take a bite, a stream of dark energy snatched the piece of meat away. He was startled and turned around. The sight before him was incredibly strange. The piece of meat was being pulled down, as if it were sinking into a black hole. It was as if it was being swallowed by the darkness. The system announced that his energy was being restored. His headache vanished, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. He realized this skill reduced mental fatigue. Not only that, but his body also recovered noticeably. Even Ezra was partially restored. He continued to toss more meat in, feeling it was absolutely worth it. For mental fatigue, he had Devour. For physical fatigue, he had his stamina. Thinking about this, he laughed out loud. He could probably train 24/7 now, but a knock on the door instantly ruined his mood. He grumbled, thinking it was Decker. But the person outside said they had important news. The news was that his sword was finished, and upon hearing that, he shot right up. Arriving at the forge, he asked for Ganlian and was told to wait a moment. As he waited, he recalled the swordgram from his past life. It was a legendary sword that everyone knew. This time, since it was made with a dragon's fang, he thought it would be similar. But when he saw the sword, his expectations shattered. It wasn't a brilliant gold, but a dull, black sword. He picked it up and saw that it was incredibly simple. He asked why it wasn't sharpened, and was told that's just how it was made. Hanbek confirmed that was the intended design. He gave it a quick glance. Then he set it back down, saying this was its most suitable form. Hanbek thought anyone else would be disappointed. But he understood, seeing him deep in thought. The old man began to speculate. Then, he mentioned that the sword didn't have a name yet. When asked if he wanted to name it, he was surprised. He thought about Graham, but this sword was completely different. He decided to name it himself, pulling out a knife and cutting his hand. Hanbek was shocked and asked what in the world he was doing. He didn't answer, focusing only on controlling his regeneration. He told himself that he had to get this skill under control. The system temporarily deactivated his automatic recovery. The wound stopped healing, and he confirmed his success. He closed his eyes and dripped his blood onto the sword. Hanbek guessed this was a naming ceremony, an ancient ritual of the dwarves. It used blood that was infused with energy. The ritual began the moment the blood touched the sword. The user would then sink into their subconscious. They would search for a name within the endless stream of time. The ritual was so dangerous that it had been almost lost to time. Among countless names, he had to choose the most fitting one, a name for his new path. And he chose the Black Sword Bahamut. The system confirmed the equipment. He opened his eyes and saw the sword glowing, but he wondered why he chose the name of that particular dragon. Harvard didn't care. He just showered him with endless praise. He humbly said he learned it from his research. Looking at his bandaged hand, he wondered when was the last time he needed to use bandages. Harvard then asked to see something else, and he casually nodded in agreement. After Harvard left, Jake glanced down at his wrapped arm, his gaze darkening as if he just remembered something complicated. The system had previously reported that his self-healing skill was temporarily locked, and he realized that if he could control his passive skills, then this game was no longer so simple. Thinking back on his old memories, he knew he could completely conceal his abilities, just like with the forging incident before, leaving no trace for anyone to find. Jake touched the bandage, muttering that he didn't need to show all his cards, and told himself he'd take it off later. There was no rush right now. His eyes shifted to the sword propped up in the corner of the wall, and he let out a small smile. Clearly, that thing was the center of attention now. The system displayed its info. Black Sword Bahamut, a weapon made from a cursed dragon's fang. Indestructible, with the ability to convert light aura. Special skill currently sealed. After reading it, Jake's excitement was palpable. He had never heard of a weapon that unlocks its potential along with its user. Not only that, but it was also indestructible and made from a dragon's fang, which just sounded absurdly overpowered. With that thought, he picked up the sword, his eyes turning cold, as if preparing to test something extremely important. His face reflected on the blade's surface, and he concluded with one sentence. The most valuable thing isn't the material. It's the ability to convert light aura, something that Jake had worked so hard to help create. It wasn't just thanks to his blacksmithing skills, but also due to his core ability to convert special energy. Jake began to feel its power. The sword could transform spirit energy, or any other form of energy, into light aura. From the hilt, a blue light aura began to spread, light yet as sharp as a knife. As the light aura enveloped the sword, he recalled how he had climbed to the rank of Crimson Knight using this power, even when he couldn't use spirit energy. Just then, Harvard walked out, scratching his head and apologizing for the wait. But the moment he saw the scene before him, he froze on the spot. Jake had the sword slung over his shoulder with a slight smirk, while Harvard gasped at the sheer density of the light aura. He was astonished. The pure light aura surrounding the sword made it seem as if our hero had already surpassed the violet rank. Jake just smiled, saying the sword was overpowered, and then thanked Harvard for all his hard work. Harvard laughed it off, saying this was nothing compared to the forge. But he held out an object, telling him to take a look, and as Jake looked closer, it turned out to be a scabbard. Harvard stated proudly that this was crafted by his own master. Hearing this, he fell silent, carefully examining the item. In his past life, he had never heard the name of Harvard's master, so he started to get suspicious. Then a thought popped into his head. What? Wolverine Jobber. Actually, it was Gonrin Zobber, the greatest blacksmith of the dwarven race, whose fame echoed across the continent. His creations were nearly perfect, possessing special effects and valued at tens of thousands of gold. Jake looked at Harvard and asked him straight up if he was really the apprentice of that legend. Harvard confirmed it, and Jake immediately concluded that if this was made by Gonrin, it was definitely no ordinary scabbard. He pointed to a dial on the scabbard and told him to try turning it. And boom! The scabbard transformed into an incredibly sturdy shield. Harvard explained that the shield was made from wyvern bone and midrin, capable of blocking almost any attack, and turning the dial back would revert it to a scabbard. He then handed it to Jake, saying that, although he felt unworthy, he hoped he would accept it. Jake asked why he didn't just sell it to build his forge, but Harvard refused, saying he would never sell his master's work. He said it was worth tens of thousands of gold, which gave Harvard a bit of a shock. But in the end, he still took it, because it was obviously an incredibly high-quality item. Holding the sheath, it was noticeably smaller than his sword, He tried sheathing the sword, convinced that an item from Gonrin wouldn't be so simple. And just as he predicted, the sheath adjusted itself for a perfect fit, leaving him extremely satisfied, seeing his master happy. Harvard also breathed a sigh of relief, back in his room. Jake continued to inspect the new gauntlets, discovering they were made of meteorite iron, a super rare material. The name alone sounded extraordinary. The system reported that the gauntlets were light and durable, but their special ability would only activate with the full meteorite armor set. The 2 random boxes were his reward for the quest. He opened the first box, feeling both surprised and wary because the value of what was inside was far beyond his imagination. With 1 box left to open, Jake didn't hesitate any longer. The second box slowly opened, but what was inside made him freeze in his tracks. What is this? It was an old piece of paper with faded, splotchy colors, and it looked like a map. Suddenly, the look in his eyes changed. A system notification popped up. Map with traces of Grandmaster Kaiser detected. Jake was startled. Kaiser, the legendary hero king. He was a famous figure from the books about the Clock Tower Knights. The story of him overthrowing Kronos had always been considered fiction due to a lack of evidence. But now that the system confirmed it, his hands trembled. Kaiser was real. The system continued to analyze the damaged map, and then it pinpointed the exact location. Jake stared at the screen, not believing his own eyes. The location was a huge mountain range in Manji territory, and it seemed this quest might be easier than he anticipated. As he was thinking, a system window popped up. The message read, "Tutorial process complete," which left Jake a little confused. Before he could even process it, another notification appeared right next to it. "You have found a quest-linked item. Kaiser's Legacy Quest. Find Kaiser's Vision. The reward is an administrator system upgrade." Jake finally understood that the tutorial was just a stepping stone to get him to his current level. He let out a small smile. The real game was just beginning. Even the rewards were on a completely different level. After reading everything, Jake stood up, full of determination. He declared that he would seize every opportunity. But first, he had to spend his accumulated points. The system unlocked level 2 dragon skills. Dragon scale armor and dragon claws became available. The armor granted high magic resistance and cost 80 points. The dragon claws were for extremely powerful attacks and also cost 80 points. He thought for a moment. He had a lot of points, but they weren't easy to earn back, so he had to choose carefully. He decided to keep 400 points in reserve and then activated the skills. The system immediately activated both dragon skills. Energy instantly enveloped his body. And now, it was time to test his new skills. With a single swing of his arm, the floor was torn to shreds. Looking at the marks, all he could do was exclaim, "It's even stronger than I expected." Time to continue testing the dragon scale armor. A loud clash rang out as the sword bounced right off. It blocked a full-force attack without using any light energy. It feels like wearing a full suit of armor. He rolled his shoulder and came to a conclusion. Claws for offense and scales for defense. It's crystal clear. The scene changes to the training grounds of Drakkar Academy. The instructor began to explain the rules, pointing to the group of training dummies behind him. Normal attacks won't even scratch them, but with light energy, destroying them is a piece of cake. If you can't destroy one, you fail, and you'll have to start the year over from the beginning. With no exceptions. Hearing this, the students broke out in a cold sweat. No one wanted to reset their progress. Aaron was called up, and he walked forward, trembling. Owen stood behind him, smirking because this was his home turf. He glanced toward the main character, confident that no one could surpass him when it came to controlling light energy. When it was Owen's turn, he stepped forward with extreme confidence. With a powerful step, he swung his sword. Light energy erupted around the blade. Everyone was shocked. Sword resonance. One judge nodded in approval, calling him a 13-year-old genius, while the instructor coldly remarked that this was expected from a prestigious family. A flash of light burst forth, so fast that the naked eye couldn't even keep up. One dummy was torn in half. The next one lost its head completely. Just looking at it was intense. Beams of light swept across the field, and all the remaining dummies were taken care of, one by one. The crowd of students watched, completely speechless. Not a single person could utter a word. Owen had made just a few passes, and all the dummies were utterly shredded. The judge nodded and praised him endlessly, saying it was just what you'd expect from the Jimin family. He even patted Owen on the shoulder, saying that at this rate, he could even surpass Aben. But Owen wasn't pleased. He irritably slapped the man's hand away, watching him walk off in a huff. The judge muttered to himself while the instructor simply concluded, "What an arrogant brat." Right after that, the list of names continued to be called. One by one, the students went up for their test. But overall, the results weren't very promising. The judge sighed, and the instructor guessed that they had all lost their confidence because of Owen's performance. Talib observed carefully. Although no one had failed yet, they were all only meeting the minimum requirement. Everyone could channel light energy. But among this group of elites, the truly strong still stood out clearly. It was Zaina's turn. She walked up and calmly announced that she was ready. But before she began, she made a special request. With an incredibly determined look in her eyes, she asked to be evaluated on the dragon-slaying arts. The instructor reminded her that this was a more advanced subject, but she remained firm. causing the students below to start whispering, because everyone knew that the dragon-slaying arts were much harder than simply channeling light energy, requiring extremely precise control. Owen watched with a slight sneer, thinking she would lose control after just a few swings. The instructor warned that the conditions for failure would be much stricter, but she still nodded firmly. And her request was approved. Zaina bowed her head in thanks, her aura radiating with confidence. Then she raised her sword, getting into position. The entire class held its breath, watching her. A radiant aura flared up, enveloping her body. A powerful slash descended upon the dummy. Immediately after, countless rays of light sliced through it, shredding the dummy to pieces. The final one was pierced through and shattered on the spot. The test was over, and behind her lay a chaotic pile of debris. The students were completely shocked, admitting she was far beyond Owen's level. Hearing this, Owen clenched his fists, veins bulging on his face. Vina exhaled and turned around. Then, she unexpectedly pointed her sword towards Owen. He frowned, thinking he was being challenged. But then, his expression changed. He turned back, his face visibly tense. It was true. The tip of the sword was pointed in his direction. But behind him, there was someone else. Zik smirked, with an expression that said, "You're not even on my radar." The main character scratched his head, sensing the drama was starting to brew. Recalling her earlier glance, he realized she was targeting him. Now that he was dragged into it, there was no escaping. So he raised his hand and requested to take the test with the dragon-slaying arts, deciding to go all in. The instructor immediately looked displeased, his eyes filled with doubt. He asked for his name again, confirming it was indeed Zik. Then he sneered. "You think you can do it just because you saw someone else do it." But he was cut off mid-sentence. The rules were the same as Vena's, so there shouldn't be a problem. Right. He just smiled, his reply brimming with confidence. Without hesitation, he stepped into position. Another instructor, wondering why he'd never seen him in class, was quickly filled in on his prior achievements. A pure-blooded genius with a rare golden aura. The person standing there was none other than Zeke Rucker. The system reported that the Black Sword had detected Ezer. The conversion skill activated, and the Ezer began to transform into aura. He grew worried, as compressing the energy was harder than he had imagined. But after stabilizing it, he gripped his sword and gave a slight smile. Ready. Without delay, he began to swing his sword. The moment Vina saw it, she recognized it instantly. It was the dragon-slaying art Heaven Cleaver. And the crazy part was, its level of perfection was nearly on par with Instructor Andre's. With a single slash, the dummy was split cleanly in two. This was the technique he had practiced for 2 years before his regression. From the angle of the swing and his footwork to the flow of his aura, everything was perfect. His body now executed the moves automatically, without a second thought. He dug his heels into the ground to stop, ending the motion. Looking at his sword, he thought that even though he was sick of training, reviewing the basics was still useful. And this strike should be enough to motivate Vina. But right after, murmurs broke out as everyone realized he had coated the entire sword with aura. He was startled, realizing he had accidentally overdone it. Model. Looking back, the entire rock formation had been completely obliterated. He only intended to be on par with Vina, but who knew it would draw so much attention? The two instructors were frozen in place. A 13-year-old who had reached the level of a purple knight. Owen's hands trembled as fear began to set in. On the other side, Vina also clenched her fists, but then she broke into a smile, completely different from him. The scene changes to a large room, where a man sets down his teacup and begins to speak. Howard said he had put on an extremely impressive performance, but our protagonist just humbly said it was luck. But the man didn't believe him. A 13-year-old reaching purple knight level, and you call that luck. Then he offered him a chance to take an advanced placement test. He asked about it and was told it was for exceptional students to skip 1 or more grades. In his mind, he thought his plan was proceeding even better than expected. He finally nodded in acceptance. The conversation ended, and the door closed. As he walked away, a murderous aura emanated from him, clearly showing he had his own agenda. Inside the room, Howard looked out the window, deep in thought. Then he took out an object hidden inside his coat. He announced that both Raina and Dick had accepted the test. Another voice replied that they would prepare everything. Howard smiled faintly. The game was starting to get interesting. The scene shifts to a high-level aura training room. Vina was already there, her eyes glancing to one side. The person standing next to her was our protagonist. He avoided her gaze and forced a smile. He broke out in a sweat, telling himself he should at least pretend to be composed. Just then, the door opened, and the supervisor stepped in. This person introduced that a high-ranking knight from the main family would be supervising. A white-haired man with a scar on his face appeared. The moment Zik saw him, he recognized him instantly. A familiar name popped into his head. Old memories came flooding back. And this is where the craziest part begins. Back then, that man was carrying another man with a lifeless look in his eyes. You could tell just by looking that something major had happened. Just as he set the other person down, Zik appeared behind him like a shadow, his timing absolutely perfect. He frowned, his voice turning cold as he asked directly where Drago was. After speaking, he immediately drew his sword, pressing on to ask why those Imperial bastards were here. but the other man didn't react, remaining terrifyingly silent. Our protagonist paused, no longer drawing his sword, and began to carefully observe the situation. In front of him was a child, lying motionless, silently dug at the earth, little by little, without saying a word. It was obvious a great loss had occurred, so he also fell silent, not asking anything further. He just stood there watching the other man single-handedly dig a grave for the child. Suddenly a sound rang out, making him look up with a start. Zik walked over and softly asked if he needed any help, but without waiting for a reply, he said that even if he refused, he was going to help anyway. As he dug, he introduced himself as someone from the Northern Alliance and asked if the other man was Raker. An replied curtly that he had abandoned the name Drago a long time ago. He nodded, said that made them the same, then asked what he should be called, and received the answer, Stillwater Sword. Back in the present, the main character smirked, thinking the name was just as cold and aloof as the man himself. They both bowed, addressing him by his proper title, Onraker. And this is where things got intense. A high-ranking knight was supervising a test for new recruits. A high-ranking knight, the very pillar of the Drago family. It was a title that demanded strength, renown, and experience, one that not just anyone could hope to achieve. The instructor explained the rules. It would be a direct sword fight, and they were to fight with all their might until someone collapsed or surrendered. Upon hearing this, Vina immediately drew her sword and asked to go first, but she was stopped right away. There was no need for them to go one by one. He told them to come at him at the same time to make it quick. Hearing that line, her anger was obvious. Her hand tightened on her sword, but the main character stopped her, telling her to calm down because the power difference was just too great. He glanced over with a slight smile, reminding them that the test had already begun. If they lost control of their emotions, they'd get points deducted immediately. Hearing that, she took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then she asked what the plan was. He smiled, praising her sharp instincts, and said he had a perfect plan that only required a single, precise strike. The two of them split up, focusing their gazes on their opponent. He observed An's sword. It was a single-edged blade from the Eastern Kingdom, extremely unique. It was a type of guando designed to be used with one hand and often paired with a shield. Realizing his opponent had been using it for a long time, he understood this guy's skill level was no joke, and that pride was meaningless in the face of such power. He signaled with his eyes, "Forget your emotions, focus on the strategy." She understood immediately, her gaze growing sharper. The plan was set. They both charged forward at the same time, launching a frontal assault. But before they could even make contact, their opponent reacted with incredible speed. He blocked all of their attacks as if it were nothing. Not just Vina, but the main character couldn't get close either. But neither of them gave up, coordinating their attacks continuously with perfect synergy. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. An blasted them both back, sending them flying. She looked on in astonishment. This was the power of a high-ranking knight. Even though they had aimed for his blind spot according to the plan, they still couldn't put any significant pressure on him. Without hesitation, she unleashed dragon-slaying arts. Chapter 3. An incredibly powerful slash came crashing down, but her opponent dodged it cleanly. He then countered with lightning speed, giving her no time to defend. The impact sent her flying, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the entire area. The people nearby rushed over in a panic, asking about her condition. She clenched her fist, insisting that she was still fine. Wiping away some blood, she warned everyone to stay back because it was too dangerous, admitting she had nearly lost consciousness just now. She realized that with her current strength, she couldn't create an opening. With that thought, her gaze shifted toward the main character. She silently wondered if he truly believed in their plan. She remembered the time he said honor didn't matter, a statement she had fiercely opposed. But he said this is a test, that they're checking their practical combat skills. That sounded reasonable, so she let out a sigh and accepted the plan. But wait, who would actually believe this tactic could work on a high-ranking knight? Zik just gave a little smirk. It doesn't need to be effective. I just need to force it to be. It's exactly like when you fought me back in Grotto, remember? Think back carefully. Why couldn't you dodge that throw back then? She answered immediately. Because I never expected you to pull a move like that. He nodded. That was the right answer. Zik sneered. High-ranking knights are the same way. There's no difference. Just wait for my signal. All it takes is one tiny opening to finish him off. Back to the present, just as An launched his attack on Zaina. He immediately activated the Dragon Slayer art. He combined it with the Wind Art Shadowless step, and you could just feel the intensity rising. An's eyes widened. Wait a second, isn't that Lord Duke's technique? Before he could even process it, he sensed danger, whipping around with a gaze as sharp as a knife. At the critical moment, he managed to raise his sword to block the blow. Zik grinned. From now on, let's get serious. Before he could finish processing the situation, the lights went out with a snap, plunging the entire space into darkness. An stood frozen. What is this? A power outage. Then it dawned on him. They're using the mana-suppressing trait of pure-blooded awakeners. Knowing he'd fallen for the trap, he swung his sword and sent Zeke flying. But it wasn't over, as Jack kept pressing the attack in the dark. An sighed. Such a childish game. Do you really think you can beat a high-ranking knight just by covering my eyes? Dream on. And then, that thought evaporated when Zeke suddenly appeared right beside him like a ghost. He was bewildered. What is this feeling? How is he moving in the dark as if he can see everything? While An was still trying to analyze everything, our hero had already made up his mind. This was the time to test his new dragon skill. Besides, An isn't the type to go around gossiping, which makes him the perfect test subject. The system immediately flashed. Activating dragon skill. Dragon's Claw. Watching the terrifying flames rush towards him, An couldn't help but feel utterly shocked. Is this really the swordsmanship of a first-year student? Right there, in front of his eyes. A massive illusion of a black dragon appeared. Its pressure was suffocating. No, this wasn't just swordsmanship anymore. Zik had already far surpassed the level of a student. Meanwhile, Zaina couldn't move as nimbly as Zik in the darkness. So, she sacrificed her mobility to control him. After thinking it over, An leaped into the air, swinging his sword straight at our protagonist. But unfortunately for him, that strategy only works when you're on the same level. In the darkness, the relentless sound of clashing swords echoed, and just hearing it was intense. The battle escalated extremely quickly. Our protagonist thought to himself, he's moving just like he was when the lights were on. Has he adapted already? Just as he had that thought, an incredibly fast sword strike came flying toward him, and the one who delivered the blow was none other than An. Fortunately, in that moment of crisis, he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. An was furious. He vanished again. It feels like I'm fighting a shadow. Just as he stood frozen, our hero's silhouette appeared behind him. Sensing him, he slashed backward, but hit nothing but empty air. He was startled. The mana lamps. It turned out that our hero was destroying all the lamps above their heads. The sound of them shattering completely masked his presence. And then, a slash came crashing down from above. An immediately raised his sword to block it. Looking up, he saw Jake standing right in front of him. A faint, knowing smile on his face. Before he could even process what was happening, Jake yelled out, "Now, Reina." He remembered his professor's words. "This thing is simple, but you can only use it once. What kind of magic are you planning to put in it?" Hearing the answer, the professor was shocked. "What? Explosion magic." Jake just laughed. "No, all I need is a flash of light and a loud bang." Back in the present, the bomb was thrown, and a blinding light exploded. Jake thought to himself, perfect timing. Reina. An didn't have time to react. He could only fall to the ground, covering his face. His eyes went white as he gritted his teeth. Damn it, I fell right into his trap. Underestimating Jake was a huge mistake. And this is where it gets crazy. Vina and Jake teamed up. They both charged forward at the same time. He was smiling, his eyes filled with excitement. But before they could finish him, An jumped back up, unleashing dragon-slaying art, full moon slash. The blow sent them both flying, and they crashed hard onto the ground. An just stood there, gritting his teeth, the pain obvious on his face. After the chaotic battle, the injured were carried away one by one. A girl spoke softly, "You fought hard." Before he could reply, a man walked up, furious. "You've ruined my student." It turned out to be his master, and he immediately bowed his head. The man waved his hand. "Skip the formalities, it's the same as always." He asked, "How is my student?" The young man remained silent. He remembered the moment his attack landed on Jake. Jake had deliberately dropped his sword and switched to a defensive stance. He clearly could have counterattacked, but he chose not to. His goal wasn't to win, was it to learn? An looked at his own hands. Jake is far beyond my assessment. The scene changes to a promotion meeting, so are we all in agreement? The entire room responded. Yes, headmaster. Even Andre didn't object. Reina and Zeke were officially promoted to Year 5 and Year 3. Jake continued to keep a low profile. After learning from Andre, he gradually began to take his place. He maintained a good relationship with Professor Fanong, but then he left the institute when he was chosen by the Royal Magic Academy. He was no longer entangled with the nobility, but that's when things started to get interesting. An constantly sought him out for duels, and through those fights, he slowly began to have a realization. He decided to go into seclusion to train. 2 years passed, and Jake graduated. Everyone congratulated him. The youngest master to ever enter Valhalla, at only 15 years old. Decker said, "The headmaster rarely writes letters of recommendation, and yet, you got one." The title of the youngest freshman, his 2 years of silence meant nothing now. Jake asked, "There are still 3 months until school starts." "Right. You should head to Atlas first." The man was surprised, but nodded anyway. "What about you?" the main character replied. "I'm going alone. No one is to disturb me, understand?" The servant bowed his head and said, "Yes, young master." Within the Kaisai ruins in the mountain range, under the guise of seclusion, the main character prepared for an expedition with the Adgor adventurer party. Without revealing his whereabouts, he heard a knock on the door and said, "Come in." Liam entered. "Greetings, Lord Jake Draker." The main character turned around. "That sounds too formal. Just greet me normally." Decker withdrew, and the main character asked, "Why did you summon me to the Platinum Mansion?" "With only the 2 of them in the room," he said. "I heard you got into the special class. I am your master, so how could I just stand by and watch? I've already prepared everything for you. Documents, a training manual, exam outlines. It's all ready. Just go to Nia the mage, give him this, and he'll provide you with everything you need. Oh, and when you become a 4th year, remember to get a better sword. If you need anything else, just ask Nia. I've already paid for everything, so you don't have to worry about a thing. I believe you'll do great. Liam. Liam's voice choked with emotion. I will not disappoint you. My lord. Tears welled in his eyes, but he bit his lip to hold them back. Just a moment ago, he had said the title sounded too distant, yet now he bowed his head, determined to correct his formal address. Let me reiterate. The Axe Kingdom is located in the far north of the central continent. Along with Delta, Tibia, and Alangia, it is one of the 4 largest kingdoms. A colossal mountain range separates the territory of the mana beasts from the human world. This place is filled with dungeons, a magnet for adventurers seeking their fortunes. The first king of Argos transformed the dungeons into an economic industry, dividing them into zones, establishing transport routes, and building outposts for management. And that was the origin of the Adventurers Guild that spread across the continent. Next up, number 546. No one. Number 547. Congratulations, you are now an adventurer. Submit your papers at Eastline to receive your card. Murray nodded. Thank you. He disguised himself as Zeke Murray with a wig and magic glasses, creating a new identity to operate more freely. Going by the name Draco would be too conspicuous and would easily expose his identity. The main character thought to himself, it's time for a treasure hunt. At the rendezvous point, a few carriages set off, while the rest waited for more adventurers. On board a moving carriage, he was sitting inside, feeling lucky to have found a spot during the peak season, when someone called out, Hey, you. Are you an adventurer too? You look so tense. Is this your first time in a dungeon? You should stick with us for safety. We're all experienced folks here. If you go alone, you'll become instant prey for the mana beasts. Haven't you heard? Your first party determines the rest of your life as an adventurer. In reality, however, these guys were planning to lure in a rookie to use as bait or sell off. The main character remained silent, not offering a reply. The others laughed, awaiting his response. Suddenly, he stood up. Shut up. The entire group froze. They stammered. Did we say something wrong? The main character moved to the carriage door. There's a pack of monsters 500 meters behind us to the left. Isn't this supposed to be a safe zone? The group burst out laughing. The newbies panicking. This area is managed. Monsters can't get in here, he said calmly. Then what are those things behind you? The man's heart skipped a beat. What did you say? A horde of monsters swarmed them. The convoy's formation broke. A giant orc went on a rampage, scattering everyone as they descended into chaos. One of the creatures approached a victim. The man was pinned under a vehicle, unable to move. He screamed for help in utter desperation. The monster dragged him away, a truly haunting sight. Our protagonist, hidden behind a tree, realized that monsters had appeared inside the safe zone. Something was wrong with the outpost. In just a moment, everything had fallen apart. Just as he expected, chaos erupted. Even the Adgor soldiers were taken down, and they should have been able to handle this. He felt that something was seriously wrong. Looking at the slash on the soldier's chest, he froze. Rich gritted his teeth. This wasn't the work of monsters. This was done by human hands. The bodies were staged to look like they were attacked by monsters. The cuts were far too clean, not at all like the work of a demonic beast. Most of them were killed in a single blow, with no time to fight back. He analyzed the scene. It had to be a group of high-ranking knights, at the very least. Staying here would only draw more suspicion. Looking at the territory symbol, he confirmed his destination, the Kaiser Ruins. According to the map, he was already close. But then, he heard a sound from behind him. A group of Imperial soldiers were hiding and observing him. Why were the hounds of the Empire here? They were an elite force that reported directly to the Emperor. They were trained in tracking and assassination, preparing for war. Watching their movements, our protagonist was certain. This method, it was all too familiar. Memories came flooding back. These were the very people who ended his life in his previous timeline. His eyes turned cold as hatred surged within him. The Emperor was hunting for the secret to immortality. Even before his regression, the Emperor had been obsessed with ancient holy relics. The image of the past overlapped with the present, unifying the continent and achieving immortality. Could it be related to the Kaiser Ruins? He became guarded, realizing he had to verify this for himself. With that thought, he vanished, causing the group to search for him in a panic. Their eyes darted around, looking for any sign of him. The captain of the group reached into his pouch for something. He pulled out a gun. But before he could do anything, our protagonist appeared and struck his arm. The arm fell limp, losing all control. As the gun dropped, he said, "A golden flare gun. So you must be the captain," he asked. "Are there only 3 of you? There are normally 12. The other 2 soldiers shouted, "Who are you?" Without another word, our protagonist swiftly took care of the captain. His gaze was ice cold as he asked, "Do you still not understand the situation?" He declared, "I'm the one asking the questions here." The 2 men behind him trembled, crushed by the overwhelming pressure. He said in a low voice, "Think carefully now. There are only 2 of you left." After a moment, he analyzed the situation. It was a small, temporary base. The protagonist pulled up his scarf, thinking, have they turned this outpost into a slaughterhouse? There was only one way to find out, and he immediately charged down. Cut to the base. The guard let out a long, bored yawn. He complained, "Who in their right mind stands guard in demon beast territory like this?" The other guy agreed with him, but just as he finished his sentence, something shot forward and knocked him backward. The remaining guard was taken down just as quickly. A figure rushed into the base. Someone inside noticed the commotion. Two of them muttered, "Did you hear something?" The other replied, "Didn't hear a thing." And then, the protagonist appeared, stabbing the blonde-haired man straight through. The black-haired man panicked, seeing the blade pressed against him. He managed to dodge the first slash and jumped back. He was about to scream in alarm, but he was silenced. He delivered a decisive blow, ending it quickly and cleanly. A light spray of blood, and an old memory resurfaced in his mind. Back when their leader fell after a turf war, this feeling. It was exactly like that old mission when he was forced to infiltrate the Pavella gang. It was identical. The captain, standing above, slammed his hand on the railing and growled, "Southern assassination techniques." He yelled, "I don't care if you're from Meekin or Pavella. If you step in here, you're not leaving alive. Surrender now." Jake looked up and calmly assessed him. This guy's almost at the level of a Sapphire Knight, but compared to the one who killed me before, he's still far too weak. The protagonist gave a faint smile. A painless death. How amusing, he sneered. Is that what you say to the person who just slaughtered your comrades? No grief? And he still speaks so calmly, a typical central noble. With that, he lunged forward, his sword flashing. There was no hesitation. His goal was singular, to send him on his way and finish this. With decisive slashes, the surrounding guards fell one by one. He furrowed his brow. Strange. Are the hunting dogs always this weak? Looking up, he wondered to himself, are they weak? Or have I become too strong? The system screen appeared, activating mana reflection skill. The captain above immediately panicked. He looked around. A power outage, or is it mana interference from a dragon slayer? Thinking back, his opponent hadn't used a single item from the start. The swordsmanship is clearly Southern style. It must just be a coincidence. He shouted, "Don't panic. Hold your positions and wait for the power to be restored." But as he turned, the lights flickered back on and the scene below left him speechless. All of the guards were scattered across the ground. The protagonist was standing right behind him. The Emperor sure has guts, targeting the Kaiser ruins. The captain trembled. The Kaiser ruins. He swung his sword. "What nonsense are you spouting?" When he turned back, no one was there. Only a voice echoed, "Fine, don't talk, I'll find out myself." Suddenly, a hand appeared right in front of his face. Grabbed from behind, he panicked, but he handled it in one swift motion. In the blink of an eye, every obstacle had vanished. The main character stepped out, casually tossing the knife behind him. He had it all planned out. Everything would be blamed on Meekin, a criminal organization from the south he served in his past life, would do anything for money. He should have hidden his identity using his dragon skills, but he deliberately used the southern sword style instead. Leaving their signature mark to frame Meekin was a much safer bet. He took off his scarf, thinking to himself that the Empire would assume the southern gang was responsible, and Meekin would take the fall. But what was more important was the letter. The Emperor was even crazier than he had imagined. Looking at the map, the order to find the holy relic stretched across the entire continent, from the Heartland to the Black Sea. This meant the Emperor's hounds were operating at full force, but they still hadn't found Kaiser. He had to hurry, when suddenly, a red light streaked across the sky. The main character looked up. A red flare. That's impossible. The light was as brilliant as the sun. He realized the Heaven's Net had been activated. A series of devices deployed, casting a tracking net over the entire area. Each hound held their position, awaiting the command. Once the kill order was given, the prey had no escape. Something he had experienced firsthand. But this time, he had the system. A scarred man rushed out, slashing straight for him. He was immediately surrounded. The scarred man stared him down, his killing intent surging. The main character counterattacked relentlessly, not giving an inch. He leaped into the air, breaking free from the encirclement, just as he'd predicted. The scarred man was stunned, unable to believe he had escaped so easily. This group was completely different from the thugs in the cave. They were far more disciplined. More troops appeared from behind him. He was surrounded once again. The main character sighed. This is going to be a problem. He could escape if he used his full power, but his identity would be exposed. He grabbed the horn hanging from his neck. There was no other choice. He blew a long, sustained note into it. The sound echoed throughout the entire area. The men were bewildered. Does he have allies? The scarred man's expression darkened. Seeing 3 small spheres, he yelled, "Smoke bombs." He ordered his men to capture him immediately. The 3 bombs exploded, blanketing the area in smoke as our hero cracked a small smile. When the smoke cleared, he was gone. The scarred man reassured his men. "Hold your positions. There's no way he can escape." The soldiers stood perfectly still, scanning their surroundings. He grew suspicious. His presence is completely gone. Is this a trap? Suddenly, one of the men was sent flying as if he'd been struck by an invisible force. The scarred man flinched. What the hell was that? He whipped around. A horde of giant manji people charged out to attack. He panicked. How can there be so many of them? One of them lunged forward, swinging his weapon, but his opponent dodged it easily. He trembled. It missed, and he was struck down right after, with no time to react. The scar-faced man broke into a cold sweat. This is bad. My men can't hold out much longer. He fired a signal flare, ordering a retreat. The Manji people immediately gave chase. They fled in complete disarray. Once everything was quiet again, the main character emerged from the ground. He dusted himself off and smirked. This trick worked better than I thought. The horn is a communication tool for the Manji people. He had learned how to use it in his previous life, and had even been allied with them once. He used it to warn them of invaders. They may be wild, but they have their own principles. He put it away. This thing can only be used once. With that settled, he continued deeper into the ruins. The sound of explosions still echoed as he headed for the true ruins. Scene change, he observed stealthily. There are too many obstacles. The system announced, dragon-type creature corrupted by demonic energy detected. He was surprised. There are dragons here too. Seeing the door behind the monster, he confirmed it was the main entrance. He asked the system, "Can you open it?" The system replied, "Accessing. Connection to the sanctuary system of Hero King Kaiser successful. Commencing opening of Hero King Kaiser's sanctuary." The heavy stone door began to rise slowly, its sound echoing loudly. And of course, the noise immediately drew the Hydra's attention. It roared, its eyes scanning for the intruder, the pressure immense. He smirked. "Guess I'll have to warm up a bit. Dragon-slaying secret art." He dashed forward with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right on top of the Hydra. Wasting no time, he created clones and continuously unleashed his shadowless steps technique. The intention was clear, to distract the monster. Then, he took the chance to rush towards the half-open door. But the Hydra was faster, immediately opening its mouth to destroy the door. Its tail slammed against the wall, shaking the entire area. The impact shattered its teeth, sending them flying. But our hero was 2 steps ahead, his weapon already in hand. He unleashed a powerful slash, dragon-slaying secret art Dragon's Head Strike. He landed, covered in Hydra blood that steamed off his body in a suspicious red mist. He looked down at his hand. This blood, is it poisonous? The system immediately activated his recovery ability. He was stunned. This Hydra has 9 heads. Thick black smoke billowed upwards. He remembered his master's words. This beast cannot be defeated. The main character gave a slight smile. Well then, let me be the judge of that. And with that, the battle truly began. He had to block the creature's massive jaws head-on. Another head lunged at him from a different direction. He stabbed his sword into the ground to hold his position, wiping the blood from his mouth. He cursed under his breath. This technique isn't working at all. Dragon breeds are rare, sure, but the Hydra was barely affected, regenerating any part he managed to cut. His eyes grew cold. His current strength wasn't enough. He gauged the distance. The gate was 30 meters away. He called out to the system, "Close the gate." A confirmation message appeared. The sanctuary gate began to close. A deafening rumbling sound echoed through the area. He slammed his sword into the ground, activating an applied form of the dragon-slaying technique. The blade extended, creating a cutting trail known as the Wind Slash. He charged straight toward the Hydra. His high-speed slash was meant to clear a path. He didn't need to kill it, he just had to get through the gate. But the Hydra immediately locked onto him as its target. It coiled its body, relentlessly pursuing him. He was almost at the gate. He lunged for it, "I'm through," and right before his eyes, the Hydra's mouth was already waiting for him on the other side. It bit down hard on his arm. His entire body was lifted off the ground. As pain shot through him, he cursed inwardly. The Hydra started dragging him deeper inside. He growled, "You want my arm so bad? Then have it." He sliced off his own arm to get free. He fell from the creature's massive jaws. His arm immediately began to regenerate thanks to his recovery skill. The Hydra spewed a thick cloud of poisonous gas. His body tensed up, withstanding the immense pressure. The system alerted him, poisoned by Hydra. And this is where things get really crazy. He unleashed his full power. A single slash pierced straight through one of the Hydra's heads. 2 heads were taken down in an instant. The remaining heads roared furiously. He gasped for breath, weakened by both the poison and his own exertion. But the Hydra kept charging forward. He decided it was all or nothing. System. Dragon's Might activated. An explosive pressure erupted from his body. His eyes flashed. Back away. Unless you want to be put down. The Hydra froze, its fear palpable. It recoiled and began to retreat. Slowly, it backed away into the distance. Then it vanished from the area. The main character sighed in relief. Dragon's Might actually works. If only I'd used it sooner. But he still found it strange. Why am I still exhausted even with my recovery ability? System. Fear has been imprinted upon the dragon beast. The right to dominate Dragonkin can now be activated. He recalled its terrified eyes. Was that because of Dragon's Might? If so, does that mean I can tame it? The main character tried to activate it, but he immediately froze in place. Insufficient administrator privileges. Taming failed. He sighed. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. Suddenly, his body began to convulse violently. Warning. Toxin levels have exceeded the threshold. The main character clutched his head. This poison is seriously nasty. My recovery isn't enough. I need another way. An idea struck him. Use Devour to absorb its bloodline. If I can absorb its poison resistance, I might have a chance to live. System. Activating Devour. A dark aura spread out, enveloping the Hydra's severed head. Energy flared up like a roaring fire. Devour successful. Level increased. Bloodline absorbed. Obtained trait. Incomplete poison immunity. The main character slammed his fist into the ground. The system continued to process the poison. Detoxification in progress. Successful. He gave a faint smile. The status window displayed his full power information. A series of skills, dragon techniques, and stats had been updated. He commented. That was really dangerous, but getting poison immunity was more than worth it. Devour has leveled up to proficient. He was surprised. This is the first time I've seen a skill level up so fast. System update. Eliminating a marked target will yield a reward. The main character closed the window and stood up. I've wasted enough time. I have to keep moving. The hero King Kaiser, a demigod of legend, was the son of a great sage and a fairy king. Born into a dark conspiracy, his life was never peaceful. He was separated from his parents and abandoned deep in the mountains. A sacred wolf rescued the child and raised him, helping him survive. When he grew up, Kaiser saved humanity and founded the kingdom of Kronos. The main character chuckled softly. Everyone on the continent knows this part by heart, but any real trace of it had all but vanished, making it a true legend. And now, proof of Kronos' existence was right before his eyes. A tower materialized, and he stepped inside, unable to believe it. It was smaller than the books described, but this was the real Kronos. Before him was a brilliantly glowing door, and the air felt just like the Dragon Slayer sanctuary. System. Opening the Kaiser sanctuary. The door opened, and he walked in. Inside, a glowing crystal slab rested on a pedestal. A blue light filled the entire space. He touched it, thinking, is this Kaiser's vision? The system activated a chain quest related to Kaiser. Warning, you cannot leave until the quest is complete. The door behind him slammed shut. Quest, collect the Kaiser's progression steps. Reward, Tears of the Fairy King. His eyes narrowed. A chain quest. And the reward is the Tears of the Fairy King, the very item that belonged to Kaiser's mother, the entity who had blessed all of humanity. He touched the stone. I don't know what it's used for, but this is definitely a treasure. System. Beginning data extraction. The crystal slab glowed intensely. Found 546 video recordings of Kaiser. Among them, 12 videos matched the requirements. The first video began to play. Ancient Kronos language detected. Automatically translating to the current language. A voice echoed out, "What is a sword?" The crystal slab shone even brighter. An image of Kaiser appeared, and he began to teach the moment he materialized. Saturn, his most loyal knight, appeared as well. So, he was real after all. Kaiser drew his sword, saying, "You just have to swing it a lot." He laughed. "You want to know how much? I'll give you a target." A single slash in the video, but the force of it struck the main character directly. He was knocked backward. Clutching his chest and gasping for air, he thought, I'm getting hit with this much pressure just from watching a video. He looked at the sword in Kaiser's hand and realized, this is the path to advancement. The main character grinned. Now this is getting interesting. Requesting playback from the beginning. 4 days passed, and he continued to train relentlessly. Inside the sanctuary, there were 3 support rooms. One room was filled with food, another was a resting chamber, and a third room was full of books and training equipment. This place was truly designed to prepare Kaiser's successor. He examined his reflection in the blade. He'd managed to copy the form, but it still lacked a soul. System. Basic elemental sword principles acquired. He was surprised. Elemental. Initiating advanced stage. The main character grinned. Bring it on. The system summons the soul of Kaiser. Energy erupted, and Kaiser appeared. With a single step, the pressure became immense. Information. Lord Kronos. The main character was in shock. A living legend was standing right in front of him. But Kaiser wasn't one for small talk. He immediately drew his sword. His excitement vanished in an instant. He scrambled to block the attack. He was caught completely off guard. The force of the slash sent him flying. Kaiser roared, "Get up." The main character was on high alert. It felt like facing a master on a whole different level. Kaiser scoffed. "You think you're worthy of learning my sword style with skills like these?" He realized what was happening. This was a test. Kaiser charged forward again. The main character dodged just in the nick of time. He cursed under his breath. This test felt more like an execution. His gaze sharpened. Could he actually win this? His opponent was a true monster. He took a deep breath. No more overthinking. He let his sword fall and summoned his strongest weapon. "Here I come, Kaiser." Kaiser looked surprised. "A disciple of Saturn, are you?" The main character charged, but Kaiser remained perfectly calm. Their swords clashed, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. Kaiser remarked, "Not good enough." The main character trembled slightly. How could such a casual strike be so powerful? Kaiser lunged. He completely disregarded his opponent's power. He brought his blade down directly on the main character's weapon. The main character was driven back. Kaiser laughed. "As long as I'm having fun, that's all that matters." And then he began his relentless assault. He was pushed back again and again. Sweat poured down his face as he gritted his teeth and endured the onslaught. The gap in their power was just too vast, like an ant facing a giant. But he was still smiling. This was the challenge he'd been waiting for. He began activating one skill after another. Speed, damage, dragon skills. He activated everything he had. Sword aura surged violently. The attacks rained down relentlessly. But Kaiser just stood there, smiling lightly. He said, using the power of the dragon tribe without being part of the dragon tribe. And he realized immediately. And the elemental sword principle, too. This discovery made our main character freeze for a beat. Like, what in the world is happening? Without another word, he gathered all his strength, reinforced his power, and charged in, looking to end it immediately. But Kaiser was no pushover. He instantly countered, not giving our hero a single moment to breathe. The two were complete opposites. The main character was gritting his teeth just to defend himself, while his opponent was as calm as if he were on a leisurely stroll. A smirk played on his lips, as if this whole fight was just a light warm-up for him. A moment later, the main character woke up in a pile of rubble, still dazed. As soon as he sat up, he found Kaiser already sitting in front of him, taunting, finally awake. You really are weak. The man stood up, gave him a light kick, and recited, Satan's skills, the dragon tribe's power, and even elemental force. Not bad. Hearing this, our hero could only squint and ask, what was that? Kaiser stepped closer, resting his chin on his hand as he murmured, your soul. It's interfacing with the spirit realm. The main character was completely lost. The spirit realm, what's that? Kaiser continued in a matter-of-fact tone. You've surpassed your limits many times already. Dying in a human body, that's the reason you can use elemental force. He stood up and asked directly, you've been throwing around a lot of weird terms. Can you explain it in a way I can understand? Hearing that, the man just glanced at him and smirked, as if thinking, this kid is so naive. He asked back, don't you have a goal greater than these trivial things? To which our hero replied, what do you mean? His voice suddenly turned serious. Don't play dumb. The thing you want to achieve. He clenched his fist. Advanced sword skills. A high-level elemental sword principle, that's what it is. Elemental force. The natural power that creates everything. Water, fire, earth, and wind. He raised his sword as his aura flared. The elemental sword is an extension of these four things. With a single downward slash, a torrent of water surged like a hurricane, sending a chill down the spine. Elemental sword defense. Defensive force field. Stormguard sword. He chuckled softly. That's just one form. The wind force field. Stormwind sword. And that thing you call error is its source. The main character watched, speechless. From the explanation to the display of power, it was all too overwhelming. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed more like magic than swordsmanship. Kaiser continued. Now it's your turn, he thought to himself. Elemental force from error, but I can't feel it. Is there a way to convert it? The main character stepped forward and asked bluntly, how do you convert error into elemental force? Kaiser's sword erupted in blazing fire, but he got flustered. Well, you just do it. How am I supposed to explain it? Leaving our hero completely speechless. As he was speaking, his sword's aura shifted to a fierce water element, and the main character realized with a start. It's not that I don't have it. I just haven't been able to feel it yet, Kaiser said quietly. Focus all of your senses. Error can only be used at the absolute limit. Our hero drew his sword. All right, I'll figure it out myself, Kaiser scoffed. Getting a little cocky, aren't we? Don't just look at what's visible. The recent memory flashed back. He had called his fusion skill an elemental force. The main character smiled faintly. So my skill uses elemental force too. Kaiser looked at the aura rising from his sword. A little surprised. A torrent of water force swirled around the blade, the wind fusion skill. He unleashed a slash, but it was a bit off-key. Kaiser fell back, grumbling. I said elemental force. Are you using that imitation spirit art? The main character clutched his head. Spirit art, he explained. The spirit language art is a power of the dragon race. Humans cannot use it. Hearing this, the main character's face darkened. Anyone who uses that power becomes weakened. Right, he continued. The very essence of human and dragon souls are different. You can imitate it, but you'll never achieve the true effect. He grimaced. I don't know who created this thing, but it's truly a pathetic imitation. Then, his voice deepened. If you understand, then do it again. The main character recalled, I've seen the spirit language art before. A memory from the past surfaced. It was when he absorbed Bahamut's heart at the Dragon Slayer's final resting place. He had received a notification that he'd learned the spirit language art, but he couldn't use it. The system reported, skill locked due to insufficient growth. The main character thought, if I could unlock it, I could use the full body technique freely, and that was the craziest part. He was snapped out of his thoughts by a shout. Do you want another beating? Get up. And he flinched. Yes, sir. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, progressing faster than normal thanks to his body of heavenly bones. After watching the master's demonstration and practicing relentlessly, the main character began to grasp the pattern. The principle was similar to magic, using error as a medium to draw elements from spirits. Once he understood that, using the elemental sword was no longer so difficult. After the training session, the master turned away. Finally, you're starting to look decent. The next stage will be harder. Get some rest, the main character replied. Yes, master. He planted his sword in the ground. Can I ask you a few questions? The master floated, suspended on his own aura. Go ahead, the main character thought to himself. So that's also elemental power, the main character asked. Earlier, You called me a disciple of Satan because of my light aura. What did you mean by that? He replied, the light aura is a technique created by Satan because humans couldn't use the elemental sword. He also grumbled about Satan Raker, an ally of the Hero King, which only confused the main character more. He realized, the creator of the light aura belonged to the Drago clan. The main character thought, don't tell me the ancestor of the Dragos wasn't a Terracon, but one of those ancient people. Then he asked his next question. What is the spirit realm, the place where spirits reside? The master swung his hand, creating an energy rift in the ground. The main character was immediately pulled in, completely shocked. The elemental sword. Inside. He gave a lengthy explanation about the spirit realm being like an afterlife, a place of no return, which only confused the main character even more. He snapped his fingers. A vortex appeared. You are a special case, but there are ways to cross the boundary. As for me, I have the help of a dragon. The main character was stunned. A dragon. The master glanced at him. Is there a problem? He stammered. But dragons don't help people. The master looked confused. The master stated firmly, no creature values humans more than dragons do. The main character was basically like, what the heck? The dragon race is that benevolent, like Bahamut, who tried to destroy the world. He clutched his head. Was the relationship between humans and dragons different in the past? The master stepped down. Do I really need to explain it further? His hand rested on the main character's chest. A magic circle appeared. You yourself are the proof a heart and a fang that have formed a sword. He smiled. Bahamut himself gave them to you. The main character recalled that the dragon was actually quite reasonable. As long as you were sincere. It seems Kaisir and Bahamut know each other quite well. The main character scratched his head. He praised my family for our loyalty and gave this to me. I must have misunderstood. Kaisir laughed heartily. That hothead. He's always arguing with Kronos. The main character's face turned serious. Kronos. Is he a dragon too? He replied, yes, and I'm his contractor, which is why I named my kingdom after him. He was sitting there drinking tea, so I just went ahead and named it. The main character chuckled. Drinking tea? Is transforming into a human a popular thing for them to do? He said. I just wanted his name to be remembered forever. The story flashes back thousands of years. Back then, humans and dragons lived in harmony, but they knew that offering too much help would unbalance the world. So they voluntarily limited their own power. Instead, they would assist by taking on human forms and helping to devise plans. They would form contracts, just as Kaisir is a contractor for the dragon race. The main character thought. So ancient relics are valuable because the dragons were involved. But why did they grow so distant later on? Kaisir cut him off. Get some rest now. The main character watched him leave, thinking to himself, I guess I need to go read up on some history. Dish approached slowly, his voice calm. My lord, you've waited 2,000 years for an heir. What's a little longer? Hearing this, the man sighed helplessly. That stubborn disciple of mine. Let's see how long you can keep up that confident act. Kaisha descended, his voice deep and serious. The final advanced training session. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Is with me. The main character smirked as the atmosphere shifted completely. Kaisha continued. But that alone isn't enough, so I'm adding a new rule. He slammed his hand down and declared, from now on, there will be no eating and no sleeping. This match will continue until I say it's over. He continued, you can only use the elemental sword, the main character asked, and if I break that rule. The boy's eyes widened as a fiery aura erupted violently around him. Elemental sword fiery barrage, fire dance. Kaisha rushed forward with a faint smile. Break the rule, you say. His eyes were like ice. You're welcome to try if you think you'll survive. The elemental sword is divided into 4 chapters, starting with the chapter of fire. The two clashed instantly, without a moment's rest. Flames raged fiercely, the heat seeming to devour the very air around them. Waves of fire lunged like monsters, forcing the main character into a defensive position. His eyes flew open, the veins on his forehead bulging, taut like bowstrings. The ground cracked and split apart as the chapter of earth began. Kaisha dove down from above, swinging his sword with immense power. The slash carried a terrifying weight, pressing down as if to crush him. But the main character managed to block it, just barely. He countered, pushing back against the immense pressure. A flash of light zipped past his head, so close it sent a chill down his spine. That was the chapter of wind. He swung his sword relentlessly, creating a net of blades in the air. The slashes closed in like a cage, trapping him completely. It wasn't as powerful as fire, but it was incredibly agile, fast, and sharp. And finally, the chapter of water appeared. Offense, defense, suppression, and support all combined into one. It was fluid, yet balanced, as adaptable as water itself. The pressure was so overwhelming that the main character couldn't defend himself in time. He was cornered, muttering, what the hell is this? A thought surfaced in his mind. I have to get stronger. Why is the gap between us so huge? Old memories suddenly flooded back. A delighted laugh echoed. The image was forced down, but the emotions surged. Master. What now? You stubborn fool. That's a waterfall, not just water. The main character asked. Isn't elemental summoning enough? The man replied. Other disciplines just need you to release power, but water is gentle. Gentleness overcomes hardness. Understand. Again. The main character cursed under his breath. Gentleness overcomes hardness. My ass. I've lost before because I wasn't strong enough. I've lost things because I wasn't powerful enough to protect them. My whole life, I've chased strength just to survive. And now he's telling me soft overcomes hard. I just can't understand it. A torrent of water rushed toward him. It pulled him back to reality. The man was already on him, and he realized he'd let his guard down mid-fight. He leaped back, escaping the pressure. He gathered his strength for a counterattack, unleashing a powerful strike. But his body was trembling, exhausted from the long days of training. 15 days without rest, without food, only constant fighting. He realized that even infinite stamina couldn't defeat someone who was completely overwhelming. Suddenly, the man lunged at him again. The torrent of water continued its relentless assault. He could barely lift his arm. Damn it! His feet slipped on the wet ground. His body was battered, on the verge of complete collapse. Suddenly, an explosion erupted. The resulting waves shot out, coiling around the two of them like a living creature. The main character smirked. I pushed it back. Gentleness overcomes hardness. Droplets of water sparkled on his face. Now I get it. His hand trembled, but he still held his sword. Strength comes from standing firm, not from forcing it. He let go, finally understanding the true meaning. Invisible chains appeared. They were his old way of training. Trying to control everything too much was its own shackle. He slashed through every restraint. Like flowing water, he just had to let it find its own path. A familiar feeling from his past life washed over him. The line between him and his sword began to disappear. A complete fusion, man and sword became one. The waves of water rose, at times fiercely. At other times, they were gentle and graceful. They both smiled, and the man launched another watery attack. The MC planted his sword into the ground, ready to receive it. The man knew he understood, and a clear smile appeared on his face. Sparks flew from their eyes as their auras clashed violently. The two swords crossed, forming an X and erupted in a brilliant flash of light. The impact made space itself tremble. The light spread out in all directions. He smirked, satisfied. Excellent. My successor, Jake Riker. As the light faded, the MC wondered to himself, did I pass out? He lay on the ground, clutching his head. Not again. He remembered the last time he was in a fight. The system had warned him about an overload before, forcing a shutdown of his consciousness to protect him. But this time, it was just his physical limit. The MC sat up and called out, Kaisir. There was no answer, only lingering traces of his presence. He guessed the man had returned to the spirit realm. Looking around, he muttered, what about the quest? I know I completed it. Suddenly, the system window appeared before him. Notifications began to scroll by, one after another, relentlessly. Linked quest completed, and bonus rewards have been added. The MC couldn't help but laugh. That hell is finally over. Rewards, Tears of the Elf King, 500 karma points and 3 random skills. Achievement unlocked, granting even more rewards. An additional 500 points and 3 more random rewards. Authority upgraded to Intermediate Administrator, unlocking a new system. The quest log has also been upgraded. Equipment toggle. Travel portal activated. Minimap illuminated. The Administrator's soul has grown. And a portion of the heart of Bahamut has been unlocked. His status window appeared. Intermediate Administrator, Jake Rucker. Unique class, Immortal. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Heir of Tarakan. Draconic Authority, Celestial Body, Poison Immunity, a 100-slot inventory, a portal, various skills, and his elemental sword had reached S rank. The MC looked at it and chuckled. Just reading through this whole list is a full-time job. The system repeated. A portion of the heart of Bahamut has been unlocked. He thought about it. The seal level was still high, and after absorbing the heart, it would be around 95%. Another notification followed. Power exceeds limits. 95% of it is sealed. Conditions met to access Tarakan's vault, but he had already tried to open it before, and he was blocked by the system, citing a risk of physical and mental overload. The MC held his forehead. That feeling of pushing past my limits, I know it all too well. Right now, he could only handle about 10%. Even Dragon Tongue and Dragon Domination were locked, clearly because of the seal. He decided, he'll deal with this later, and moved on to the rewards. The system displayed the Administrator upgrade notification. He received 500 karma points and 3 random pieces of equipment. First up, Meteorite Iron Boots, lightweight yet durable, with a powerful set bonus. Next were the matching Meteorite Iron Greaves, which also contributed to the set bonus, and an exquisite earring that increased mana recovery by 15%. With a little note. It goes well with a red dress. The MC picked it up and laughed. I'd get rich selling this to a mage. Looking at his new gear, he got excited. I'm almost at a full set. Then he turned his head to the side. A golden interface appeared, containing secret slots, the random skill cards. The system asked, open card. The card flipped open, its light flashing like a star. First skill, C-rank static charge, which causes an electric shock on contact. Next, Crank Flash Bomb, which fires a burst of energy that creates a blinding flash. Its effects cause blindness and limited vision. And finally, Crank Sonic Burst, which disrupts an opponent's hearing. The main character felt a little let down, thinking, all cranks, what was all my suffering for? But he still decided to try activating the static charge. He held his knife, and sparks of electricity crackled along the blade. Looking at his hand, he let out a small smile. Not bad. His assessment, for its rank. The power was pretty good, and it could be used flexibly. He thought further. If I combine the flash bomb and the sonic burst, I could probably create an effect even stronger than my old artifact. He clicked again. Let's see what the new features are. System. Equipment slot toggled off use equipment as skills. The main character mused. This will be extremely useful in a critical situation. Thanks to his endless stamina and regeneration, those slots could be used for other things. But then he suddenly paused. Even a perfect skill has a weakness, just like Kaisir's. I don't know the limits of my regeneration yet. What if something goes wrong? With that thought, he immediately took action. He bought an A-rank healing elixir, leaving him with 1,465 points. The elixir was stored in an equipment slot. Effect: powerful restoration and instant, life-saving recovery. But it could only be used once per target, and it also had an unknown side effect. The main character nodded. It's expensive, but worth it. This can take the place of 2 separate skills. He held the vial and said, and now for the most important part. The Tear of the Fairy King. Information: an item used to summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm 1 time. The main character froze. Summon the Fairy King. He looked at the vial, remembering the legend. The Fairy King grants wishes. If that's true, could I ask for a wish? But there was only a single opportunity. I can't just waste this. The main character stared intently at the drop of liquid inside the vial. After thinking it over, he decided to put it away. I'll save it. I'm sure a time will come when I'll need it. Then he stepped outside. The magic circle on the ground began to glow. Energy swirled all around him. The main character looked around as the scenery changed completely. The adventurer's outpost. Did I just teleport? He hopped over a fence, thinking, this teleportation gate is really convenient. The system asked for a destination. His current location was outpost number 8. All he had to do was choose a location on the map to go instantly. Even the Kaisir Cathedral. Long distances cost points, but short hops are practically free. The main character realizes he can teleport across continents if he has enough points, and even use it to shake off pursuers. This is going to be crucial for my plans later on. But then, he noticed something strange. Flowers were blooming everywhere, in the middle of winter. The main character looked around. Don't tell me. The scene shifts to Valhalla Academy. A voice rang out. Good heavens. In my 10 years as headmaster, I've never seen a case like this. The man was trimming a tree, his voice casual. A new student, showing up a month after the semester started. The main character stood there, sweating. I was stuck for 4 months. He remembered the warning. Skipping the entrance ceremony could get him expelled. He grew tense. I can't wait until next year. The main character bowed his head. I fell into a state of epiphany during my training. The other man put down his shears. He turned around, his voice cold. An epiphany. His gaze was sharp. Is that your excuse? This was Headmaster Boxer, a legendary knight who held the longest record of service to the royal family. His reputation was known across the entire continent. He'd even been invited to become headmaster on multiple occasions. The main character thought, this man is a stickler for the rules. He kept his head bowed. I'm not making excuses, but it's the truth. The man fell silent, lost in thought. Achieving an epiphany isn't easy. I would have expelled anyone else by now. But you came with a recommendation, so I'll give you a chance. If I deem you worthy, you'll be officially enrolled. It seemed the headmaster was calculating something in his mind. The main character was overjoyed. Thank you, headmaster. He rang a bell. Another person entered. Yes, sir. Prepare the training hall. Summon the professors. We're holding an evaluation, effective immediately. The scene shifts to the Valhalla training hall. The main character was nervous. This really is a top-tier academy. Looking around, he saw nothing but masters who were veterans of the battlefield. A voice called out, everyone is here. Show us the results of your training. Every professor's gaze locked onto Jake, the pressure bearing down on him as if it could pierce right through him. He drew his sword, thinking fast, what should I show them? And he made an instant decision. He absolutely would not use his elemental sword here. The pressure radiating from the professors was immense. These were all masters who had trained top-ranking knights, and they wouldn't be easy to fool. But the main character just gave a slight smile. An aura of light flared to life, enveloping his body. All right, time to get serious. He raised his sword with both hands as a torrent of energy began to surge. The professors were all startled at once. One of them recognized it immediately. Is that an aura sword? Whispers erupted. He's already at the blue level at 15 years old, but the previous record was 19. Jake heard them and remembered something. Kaisha's words echoed in his head. An aura blade. That's a trick for the weak, he thought. After fighting Kaisir so much, I completely forgot about controlling my power. Seeing the professor's reaction, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this saved me. A smirk played on his lips. They were misunderstanding him as being at the blue level. That used to be true. But after learning the elemental sword, his aura blade had far surpassed that level, reaching a much higher tier. The difference was that blue level could only be maintained, while higher levels allowed one to customize the blade's form. It could retain its power while flexibly changing its shape. Jake was still thinking to himself, good thing their question stopped there. Suddenly, a voice boomed. Excellent. The headmaster approached. This is a rare achievement. I am willing to wait longer if necessary. Jake was startled. This guy's attitude changed really fast. He bowed his head. I apologize for being absent from the entrance ceremony. The headmaster turned to the professors. Does anyone object? They all responded in unison. No, this aura blade is too rare. No further testing is needed. Hearing this, the headmaster nodded. Welcome to the academy, Jake Rucker. The scene shifts to Atlas, the center of the continent. It was home to Valhalla and the city of 4 seasons of the Draker family. A true fortress. A single footstep echoed as someone entered. Jake looked up. This place is pretty grand. He was at his own mansion in Atlas. Opening the door, he sighed. Having such a huge house is exhausting. As the door swung open, 2 people were already standing inside. Confetti cannons exploded. Congratulations on your enrollment. Jake froze. Master, Andre, you're here too. Doug clapped him on the shoulder. My students got some nerve. Huh, daring to skip the entrance ceremony. The guest of honor is here. Let's get this party started. Jake was just like, what's going on? It turned out they had already prepared a celebration party. Doug had even taken the liberty of managing the house for a month without asking. Andre also announced, I'm working as a teaching assistant here now. The 2 of them roared with laughter. Jake screamed internally, who is the master of this house? A while later, the party wound down. Empty bottles were scattered everywhere. Those 2 guys had passed out right where they sat. Night fell over the entire mansion. At a tavern, the sound of boisterous laughter filled the air. A person wearing black gloves handed over some money, 1 dark beer. The staff member froze. The person added, I want to see Kay. The people around them immediately stood up, brandishing their weapons. The masked man just sneered. You want to try me? Someone recognized him, a member of the Drago family. Everyone immediately fell silent. A staff member trembled and apologized. The man picked up the bottle of wine. Take me to the manager. It was none other than our main character. Making his entrance. A secret door, protected by magic. Before his regression, he knew of 2 major intelligence organizations, Draker's Nightfall and the Imperial Intelligence. But there was another one. The Union, which initially was just a smuggling ring. Kay developed it into a vast information network. Later on, thanks to the main character, the organization expanded massively. And in the end, Kay took over everything. Someone brings information about an artifact. A reminder, the mission won't be easy. Kay was once the main character's greatest supporter. And here's the craziest part. A single piece of information is all it takes to change the future. The main character walked into the room, still calculating his next move. A person was sitting with their back to him. She struck a match, lighting a flame. The main character pulled up a chair, still have the same habit. I see. The girl lit her cigarette, and the lights flickered on, revealing the space around them. So, the prodigy of the Drago family, what do you want with me? Kay tilted her head. The main character got straight to the point. Let's get down to business. I want to make a deal with the syndicate, she sneered. A 15-year-old genius, partnering with criminals. The main character was on guard. She already knew what happened at Valhalla. He thought to himself, she's probably not interested. But he still slammed his hand on the table. Take a look at the merchandise first. A pair of earrings appeared. These are no ordinary items. Kay tried them on, and her body reacted instantly. At first, she was dismissive. Her cigarette dropped from her lips. What is this? Recovery, 15%. Normally, 1 to 3% is already considered high. This item is many times more powerful. It's unheard of. Her eyes were fixed on the main character. He gave a slight smile. So now, are you interested in a deal? Kay kept it brief, explaining that he just needed to use the personal information she sent to create a new account. She continued her instructions. I've already registered as the representative, so just go to the North Atlas Bank to pick up the package. He immediately figured this was some shady business involving artifact protection. Looking over the documents, she calculated a 10% commission, with an additional bonus if the value exceeded 10,000 gold. She even knew he was a mage. Clearly, this woman's information network was nothing to scoff at. Kay folded the paper. The contract is set. She stood up, beaming. From now on, I'm counting on you. The main character chuckled lightly. Same to you, but I'm curious about something. His voice lowered. Your ghost ship, is it still doing all right? The moment he finished his question, Kay froze. The air grew tense as a guard appeared. In a cold voice, she asked, where did you hear that? The main character spread his hands and laughed heartily. It was just a question. Why so tense? Then his voice dropped. That's a nice little threat you've got there. But you think that's enough to drag me down? A fierce, fiery aura erupted from him. Kay was pinned by his aura, her expression changing dramatically. With a soft pop, he vanished, leaving the entire group stunned. She grit her teeth. My information was incomplete. Jake Rucker. He wasn't just some ordinary knight. Kay realized her new partner was extremely dangerous. The scene shifts to the Syndicate command room in Atlas. The main character held the paper. A vow of oath, just like a mage. This was a blood contract, simple but incredibly powerful. Once signed, a mark would be carved onto their hands. If either of them violated it, both would suffer the consequences. And if there was an indirect betrayal, they would be cursed and fall into a position of extreme disadvantage. Kay said, if you understand, then sign. I need some assurance, too. The main character cut his hand to draw blood and smiled. Fair enough. He quickly signed the contract. A magic circle appeared. He thought to himself, as long as I can gain her trust, I'll sign as many of these as it takes. Mana glowed around the signature. The mark was carved onto the main character's hand. He turned away. We're partners now. Then he sat down and continued his questioning. About that ghost ship. You're transporting Soma for Moken, aren't you? Kay ran a hand through her hair, looking annoyed. She sighed. I don't know where you heard that, but yes, it's true. I'm distributing Soma. Soma is a magic potion that's banned in most kingdoms, but in the lawless South Continent, it's a gold mine. The main character asked, is this because of an order from the Ista family? Kay nodded. No one dared to confront a transcendent family. The land routes are blocked, completely isolating the South Continent, she said. The sea routes are controlled by Pavela, which is why I have to use the Syndicate. Moken and Pavela have divided the South Continent, with one controlling the north and the other controlling the south. Moken is strong on land, while Pavela is strong at sea. But with the borders closed, Moken was forced to find a sea route. And Pavela had already taken control of them. Kay asked, how do you know about the ghost ship? The ghost ship is the Syndicate's stealth technology. It has never been revealed to the public. He chuckled. An information broker asking about my source. Then he said, let's not get sidetracked. Focus on Pavela. Kay recalled that Pavela had offered to pay double to end her partnership with Moken. He said bluntly, refuse the offer. It's just a ploy to strangle Moken. But what if Pavela is actually the pirate crew that was supposedly destroyed? Kay protested. That's impossible. They follow the law. His expression turned serious. It's just a facade. Their real goal is to take over your sea routes. Kay was still skeptical, so he slammed the table. You should be paying me for this information. I only need one thing. A sinister smile spread across his face. Connect me with John from Moken. In return, I'll help you take control of the Syndicate. The scene shifts to nighttime, dressed in discreet clothing. He moved silently through the darkness. He thought to himself, Kay is strong, but she's not strong enough. To take over the Syndicate, he had to start from the southern continent. One small spark could burn down the entire empire. The next morning at Valhalla, the atmosphere here was much freer than anywhere else. He waited for his guide. A voice called out, you're Jake, right? A smiling young man approached him, but he watched the man with a wary gaze. The other man clapped him on the shoulder teasingly. Why so tense? He brushed his hand away. Are you the guide? The man laughed. That's me? What's with the attitude? I'm here to give you a tour of Valhalla. My name is Diego. Hearing the name, he was startled. The musician who blends classical and southern continent styles, Diego Villa. He turned away. A pleasure working with you, Diego asked, feeling less tense now. He thought to himself, the Rhythm Knight, one of the future 5-star knights, legends of the continent, the names that dominate the battlefields, and Diego is one of them. He realized this could be a chance to build a connection. Diego pulled him along. Want to go grab a bite to eat? The scene shifts to a dining table. Our hero takes a bite, and his eyes light up. This is delicious. Diego laughed. Of course it is. The food was beautifully arranged, a Valhalla specialty. Our hero asked, you've been to the southern continent before? Diego replied that his family was once minor royalty there. Our hero thought to himself, so after the Civil War, they must have migrated up here. Diego grinned. That makes me a prince, you know. Our hero sighed. I never expected royalty to be so energetic. He had poured his heart out, but those old-timers still clutched onto the royal dual blades. So our hero, the one with a natural talent for them, got shipped straight off to Halak. Man, that still stings. Diego winked mischievously. He thought he was going to buy a sword, but it turned out our hero wanted to compose music, so he hit him with a sharp question. What about the people who have high expectations for you? His eyes gleamed as he suggested. How about joining the music research club? But our hero shot him down flat, without a second of thought, as decisively as a sword strike. Later in the classroom, Jack naively asked if they could freely enter the upperclassmen's lectures, still stuck in that Royal Academy vibe, whereas Valhalla was much more laid back. Diego chuckled and said you can attend any class you want. As long as you're willing to learn, it's complete freedom. He then hinted that today wasn't just a regular session, that something super special was waiting for them, grinning like he was hiding a bomb. Suddenly, whispers erupted from behind them. Is that him? Yeah, it has to be. All eyes turned to Jake Riker, Valhalla's youngest freshman, rumored to be of the direct bloodline, who had even defeated an instructor. Hearing this, our hero froze for a second, only to be asked, Are you Draco? He just bowed his head like, What are you talking about? Our hero raised the back of his hand, showing a symbol, and asked back, Then what do you think this is? Diego stared blankly. What is it? Our hero snapped. Are you an idiot? This is the pure blood gauntlet, the symbol of a true Draker. Diego was completely floored. He thought it was just a cool fashion accessory, not the real deal, and he'd been wearing it while eating this whole time without a clue. The people around them chuckled quietly. To get into Valhalla and not even recognize the pure blood gauntlet, that's a bit of a fail. Diego was trembling, his eyes wide with shock, which was an understandable reaction when standing before a pure blood awakened. He thought that would be the end of it. But then Diego switched into a mode of sudden understanding, saying, So that's why you're so full of yourself. Our hero's face darkened, his expression screaming, "This guy." Diego threw an arm around his shoulder, laughing loudly and demanding a free meal if he really was Draco, then quickly tried to play it off as a joke. But he was just making it more awkward. Just then, Frobert clapped his hands sharply from the podium. He lowered his hand, his voice serious. "Everyone, your attention, please." The entire class fell silent at once, their focus on him. Our hero realized the room was packed because this was a special lecture given by the headmaster himself. Frobert mentioned everyone's excitement, and Diego was still muttering praise under his breath until our hero had to remind him. "You invited me here, so could you please pay attention?" The headmaster cut the intro short, introduced a super VIP guest, and then Draco the Knight had returned. Hearing that, our hero got excited, thinking of the Four Seasons Fortress. Could a real comeback be happening? Frobert announced his name, and Doug strode in like a god, waving to the crowd like an idol. The whole hall buzzed with whispers. The Forged Knight, the one who mysteriously disappeared. So the rumors were true. Doug took the microphone, saying it's been a while since he left the front lines, but he was glad to be remembered, and he promised the lecture would be worthwhile. And so Doug Racker began telling his journey from an ordinary student to a legendary knight. Even our hero was surprised, thinking, wow, he's actually a pretty captivating speaker. But he went on, and on, and on, until a few people started to pass out right in their seats. Our hero watched Doug proudly recounting his stories and thought to himself, he's been bragging for 2 hours, and he's still not done. Frobert had to grab the mic, regretfully announcing that time was up. Arthur also had to apologize, ending the session on a note of disappointment. He continued, "Our second speaker is a familiar face, so he needs no lengthy introduction. Despite his busy schedule as a Guardian Knight, that person still came here today. The Drago clan is divided into 4 ranks, with the Guardian Knights at the very top, holding authority equal to the Elders." The protagonist thinks to himself, there are fewer than 10 of them, so the second one to show up must be unbelievably powerful. Frobert glances to the side. The clock ticks on, and the tension in the air grows thicker, just as everyone is about to lose their patience. A person with white hair walks in. The sound of their footsteps echoes, instantly captivating the entire hall. Diego looks up to see someone with platinum blonde hair, clad from head to toe in pure white armor. Very striking, but he still doesn't recognize who it is. A murmur ripples through the crowd. It was totally worth coming to Valhalla for this. Someone shouts, "It's the Silver Knight," which immediately startles the protagonist. Jack whips his head around. Lorraine, then that person must be the eldest daughter of the Drago clan knight, Kali Drago. The scene cuts to Eisen, a critical port city on the central continent. It's a bustling commercial hub that controls major trade routes. It connects the southern and eastern continents, but 10 years ago, it was a completely different story. Back then, it was a lawless land completely overrun by pirates. After she officially became a knight, Kali began to purge every single one of them. 5 years later, not a single pirate was left. Eisen became the largest port under the protection of the Drago clan. Any pirates who survived were forced to flee to the Dead Sea in the south. She became the youngest Guardian Knight ever, an incredibly rare title. Our hero thinks, "I knew she was a big shot, but I never imagined she was my own sister." He stares at Kaylee, remembering his chief rival for the clan's succession. Jack thinks to himself, "I guess it makes sense that I didn't recognize her." Because before he regressed in time, Kali begins to give her speech. She slams her hand down on the table with a deafening bang. Her shout booms like thunder, silencing the entire auditorium in an instant. Everyone's face turns pale with fear. The protagonist is stunned. How can a Guardian Knight be screaming like that? She says that Valhalla wasn't like this in the past, and that the previous generation of knights would be shaking their heads in shame. Kali's gaze sweeps across the room. This piece was bought with blood and sweat. Just understanding it with your head isn't enough. You must take action. The protagonist smirks to himself, so that's what this is about. She continues that only through relentless training. Iron discipline. And the true knightly spirit, can you call yourselves the real deal? After class, everyone complains about what a nightmare she is, but our hero thinks her words were right on the mark. His thoughts then turn to Diego. Diego apologizes, says he has to go compose some music, and then completely vanishes, leaving Jack utterly bewildered. The protagonist figures things are about to get hectic, so he decides to use this chance to explore Tarakan's vaulted library. He decides to head there right away, completely unaware that someone is following him. A voice calls out his name, Jake Riker. Kali appears and asks if he has a moment of his time. The scene shifts to the Valhalla training grounds. She swings her sword, and her powerful aura surges forth like a tidal wave. The main character was stunned. He recognized the blade as Midrinthi Holy Sword. It was a gift from the Than Kingdom for defeating the pirates. Both the armor and the sword were top tier. That's also how she earned the nickname, the Silver Knight, Kali said. "Show me your full strength." The main character started warming up. Understanding her intentions immediately, she wanted a fight, which meant she must have heard about his blue rank. He planted his sword into the ground, getting ready. His hand tightened around the hilt. The tip of the blade gleamed as he thought. "My full power." He smirked. "Sorry, but that's not happening." The main character calculated his options. Revealing his full strength was far too dangerous. In Drago, the strong survive and the weak perish. Showing your hand too early was a death sentence. He resolved to only gain the status he needed, without letting anyone control him. With that thought, he shot forward like a flash of lightning. The two swords clashed, letting out a brilliant flash of light. Kali deflected his blade as if it were child's play. The force was immense, pressing both of their swords down. She raised her sword for a counterattack. A single slash grazed him, drawing a bit of blood, and the system immediately responded to heal the wound. The main character realized his opponent was a guardian knight, capable of seeing through his skills. Old memories flooded back. He remembered Doug's question about his healing and swore to himself that he would never repeat that foolish mistake again. The battle erupted without mercy, as Kaylee unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, swift as the wind and heavy as a hammer, giving him no room to breathe. The main character immediately regained his footing and leaped high into the air. He raised his sword high, locked onto his target, and aimed straight down at Kali, preparing to strike. It was an incredibly powerful dive, with enough force to seemingly tear the air apart. He glanced at his sword, thinking to himself that suppressing his power to the blue rank to fight a red rank was truly making things difficult. The force of his jump was so strong it made the ground beneath him tremble. But just then, Kali also sprang upwards, preparing to counterattack from above. She aimed right for him and slashed down without a moment's hesitation. As her sword came hurtling down, the main character immediately raised his own to block the powerful blow. The two forces collided, creating a loud explosion as white smoke billowed everywhere. The entire area was shrouded in a thick cloud of dust, reducing visibility to almost zero. The main character mused that an ordinary sword would have shattered long ago. Their two clashes had lit up the entire area. Kali laughed and praised him. "Not bad. That's a fine sword you have there." He smirked, pouring all his strength into maintaining his defensive stance. Another explosion erupted, sending shockwaves spreading out in all directions. After it was all over, the ground was left scarred and ravaged. The main character dusted himself off, thinking that holding back his power to pretend to be a blue rank while fighting a red rank was a reckless gamble. Kali's voice was cold. "Did you think keeping your distance would keep you safe?" Hearing that, his eyes sharpened instantly as he realized his oversight. Before, she was the Silver Knight. She was also known as the Colossal Sword. Every swing was like a gigantic blade. While he was still lost in thought, she had already rushed forward for a direct assault. With no time to dodge, the main character was forced to block head-on, the immense force sending him stumbling backward. The impact created a tremor, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Through the dust cloud, his sword was still holding firm. Another explosion erupted. Kali muttered softly, "My control over my power isn't good enough yet." But then, her gaze suddenly froze. Through the cloud of dust, the sound of footsteps echoed clearly. He slowly emerged after taking those last two hits. He slapped his hand against a rock and smirked. That little performance should be convincing enough. "Right," he teased her. "So, are you satisfied now?" All that remained around them was a pile of rubble. Kali immediately praised him. That was impressive. She watched him, trembling slightly but still standing, far exceeding her initial expectations. But then she frowned as a dull ache started in her head. Looking up, she said directly, "I have a favor to ask you." Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground. He lay face down, completely motionless. Kali rushed over in a panic. "Are you okay?" As she helped him up, she realized his internal injuries were not light. She wondered, is this from overusing his light energy? Her hand quickly fumbled inside her pouch. A potion vial was uncorked in an instant. She made him drink it, explaining that it was her family's best recovery potion. His body began to absorb it, and he gradually stabilized. A system notification appeared, activating continuous recovery. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, this should be enough to avoid any suspicion. Everything was going according to his pre-planned act. From holding back his power to impersonate Lamb to this very situation, he had intentionally let the attack graze him instead of countering. There was a strange opening right before the blow landed, just enough time to handle it safely. He allowed her light energy to surge into his body, faking the internal injuries himself. This way, Kali would believe he was suffering from the backlash of using his own light energy. He clutched his head, pretending to be in pain, and Kali immediately checked on him. He gave a faint smile. "Thanks to you. I'm okay now, thank you." She stood up without saying anything more. Kali said, "You can just call me sister." The scene shifts to a deserted alley on the outskirts of Atlas. She offered him some tea, saying she heard he liked it and brought it all the way from the eastern continent. He thanked her. He thought to himself, wow. Word that I like tea travels that far. He asked, "Are we inside a carriage?" She explained, "It's a disguised carriage, to avoid drawing attention." He was surprised. "To bring me all the way out here, what could be so secretive?" Kali whispered, "The Knights of Slaughter." Then, her expression turned serious. "I need your help to stop Abenraker." He was shocked, and she explained that she would tell him everything from the beginning. She told him that Aben was breaking his vow of neutrality by interfering in the war and siding with the Empire. He thought, "He's making his move this early," then asked if the council knew about this. Kali replied, "They're turning a blind eye. The order is divided. One faction has already sided with Aben, and it's highly likely they've been bought off. Some are still neutral, but they'll waver sooner or later. She insists that they must act before it's too late." He grew tense. Her words perfectly matched the future that he knew. It has been 3 years since his regression, and there are only 7 years left until the Great War breaks out. It will be a brutal conflict that consumes countless lives, Kali said. That is why I have made my decision. To create a force strong enough to stop Aben. Aben currently controls the upper echelon, thinking that's all he needs. But true knights do not simply bow to power. She said she would gather forces who remain loyal to their ideals. However, she wouldn't force him to join because his future was still wide open. The protagonist now understood the kind of person Kali was. She was a person of integrity, yet flexible enough to do what's necessary for the greater good. He even noticed a flaw in her swordsmanship, caused by her concern for him. A model Drago, powerful, but not cold-hearted. Kali warned him that this could be seen as treason and told him to think it over carefully. A chair scraped slightly against the floor. He knelt down, declaring that he had already made his decision. His voice was filled with resolve. Though he still lacked experience, he asked to join her cause. Kali smiled, expressing her joyful gratitude. The scene shifts to the Valhalla research area as he looks at his system. He realized that the corruption had taken root long before the Great War even began. Previously, he had wanted to leave the family to get away from Aben, but now that he had an ally, there was no need to run. He could stay to help monitor Aben and ease the pressure on Kaylee. If he unawakened pureblood were to stand behind Kaylee, public opinion would surely shift. He remembered how, in his past life, he had played the part of a knight before he was even qualified. He looked at the map and said, "We're almost there." His objective at Valhalla was none other than the top-secret Terracon archive. The space inside was unnervingly quiet. He had expected something far more formidable, but he just walked into a library. The system announced that he had arrived. The protagonist looked around and asked, "This is supposed to be a top-secret archive." He reached for a bookshelf, and his face immediately fell. His disappointment was as immense as his expectations had been. Staring at the tiny collection of old, shabby books, he bluntly complained, "There's nothing of value here." He had imagined this place would hide something incredible, like the heart or fangs of Bahamut, but he never expected this. The protagonist grumbled in frustration. What a complete waste of time. Just as he was about to leave, the system announced that it had detected an update. Right before his eyes, a gigantic bookshelf materialized out of thin air. He was stunned. What the hell is that? The system continued to display notifications. The Terracan archive was being synchronized from another administrator. He was shocked. Wait, does that mean Terracan is also a system user? The protagonist looked at the bookshelf and understood. No one had ever found it because it was only accessible through the system. The data synchronization was complete, and the entire archive was unlocked. He could now access it at any time through the system. A catalog appeared, showing everything from manuals and techniques to research documents. He sighed. The name sounds epic, but the content seems a little ordinary. He commanded the system, "Find me the fastest way to get stronger." The system responded. And when he saw what it found, he let out a book appeared, true dragon sword style. He picked it up, murmuring that he'd never heard of it before. Then he looked at the author's name. Instantly, it felt like his mind was struck by lightning. The author was none other than a close confidant of the Hero King. Before passing down the dragon-slaying sword art, 1. Satan Raker. I'm writing down the reason for creating this ultimate technique. The connection between dragons and humanity began with the Hero King. Dragons didn't help humans out of nobility, but merely out of pity. From then on, the number of tamers with packs skyrocketed, and a new civilization was formed. But this very fact terrified him. If the dragons were to turn their backs on them, humanity would be annihilated in an instant, and in that moment, they would have no way to defend themselves. Therefore, he began searching for a way to fight back against the dragons. Magic was ruled out, since it was a gift bestowed upon humans by the dragons themselves. Using magic against dragons would be no different than turning it on themselves. Elemental swordsmanship, on the other hand, was exclusive to the royal bloodline. He tried every method from the north to the east, and the one who helped him was none other than Kronos, an ally of the Hero King. Finally, they discovered a new power, Aura, the inner light of humans, and their research bore fruit. He compiled all the knowledge about Aura, from its inner workings to its application in swordsmanship, creating the dragon-slaying sword art. Although it wasn't needed at the time, he believed a day would come when it would be essential, and whoever finds it must bear the responsibility of saving humanity. After finishing, he thoughtfully repeated that last part to himself. Just then, the system activated again. A quest appeared. Learn the dragon-slaying sword art within 3 months, and the reward is the treasure of Kronos. He chuckled softly. The treasure of Kronos is definitely nothing ordinary. But the problem is, 3 months. That sounds even harder than mastering elemental swordsmanship. He thought about it again, and everything started to click into place. No matter how much time had passed, the fear of the dragons had become a reality. He asked the system, "Do you have Terracon's journal?" The system confirmed that it had been found. Visual data began to materialize. The space around him completely transformed. He immediately became alert. The feeling was just like when he activated the beginner's tutorial. A strange space appeared, leaving him bewildered. He realized this was a space created by the system. A giant sword materialized. As he stepped forward, a colossal beast appeared, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. The system activated indomitable spirit, and he trembled because it all felt so real. This was the apex of all ancient creatures, a dragon. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. The main character recognized him instantly, Bahamut. He moved in for a closer look. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind him. He looked at the man, sensing a completely different aura. But the man walked right through him. He understood. This was a memory being replayed. And this very scene was from Tarakan's journal, the legendary battle between Tarakan and Bahamut. Bahamut let out a ferocious roar. Our hero grinned. This was it, the battle of legends. The dragon stomped its foot, and the ground trembled. Tarakan remained perfectly still. Bahamut bellowed, "What are you waiting for?" But the old man remained silent. Bahamut's voice was laced with disappointment. "You, who were once my contractor." The main character was floored. What? Tarakan was once Bahamut's contractor. If that's true, then the whole dragon-slaying legend is a lie. Before he could even process it, the scene began to distort. The space warped and glitched like a TV losing its signal. He panicked. What is happening? The audio became garbled, and he couldn't make out a single word. He yelled at his system. Is there any way to fix this? The system's ice-cold reply. Administrator's request cannot be confirmed. Felt like a bucket of cold water dumped on his head. He gritted his teeth, clearly holding back a stream of curses while a storm raged in his mind. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, making him freeze as his heart skipped a beat. Jake's eyes darted backward, his reflexes so sharp it was as if he were accustomed to danger. The Dragon Slayer title also began to distort, like a signal that something was about to go terribly wrong. Old memories flooded back, a voice echoing in his head. A contract that turns on its master. The idea was so absurd it was laughable. Kaishia had once stated with absolute certainty that dragons would never betray humans. Her voice lowered, but if there was a betrayal, Kaiser had said it plainly. It could only be the result of a fake contract. The sound repeated like a curse. If that were to happen, then it must be a fake contract. After the battle, all that remained was heavy breathing and an exhausted body. As the dust slowly settled, the Dragon Slayer appeared amidst the ruins. He steadied himself, his eyes scanning the area as if searching for something. Something shiny appeared, a heart and a fang, belonging to Bahamut, lying right in the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. He remembered, dead dragons usually fade away, leaving behind only a few rare items. But with pure blood armor made from dragon hide, Bahamut was clearly an exception. The space around him began to warp and then transform. A bright light flared, and a library appeared, leaving the main character thinking, "Huh, is that it?" He slumped down, clutching his head and sighing. "This makes no sense. I'm done for today." After his trip to the Great Halak Library, Tarakan's archive had been synced with his system, allowing him to review it whenever he wanted. He replayed the log, but it was interrupted right at the beginning, making the content inaudible. Even so, he didn't leave empty-handed, managing to dig up information by searching through it bit by bit. The true dragon sword art was the original version of the dragon-slaying arts. Tarakan had simplified it. In exchange for being easier to learn, its power was drastically reduced, not even strong enough to harm dragonkind. But if one knew how to utilize their own unique style, it could still deal effective damage. Basically, it was still usable. What was terrifying was the massive gap between the legend and the actual log. The legend told of Tarakan defeating Bahamut and ushering in a golden age sounding like a classic hero movie. But in the log, there wasn't a single word mentioning they had ever formed a contract. Night fell, but he remained lost in thought, unable to break free. A familiar voice rang out. It's been a while. The other person said he had checked all the legends, including the untranslated original versions, and the conclusion was, there were no records of such a contract between a human and a dragon. But the strange thing was that all the sources were abnormally identical. It was as if someone had intentionally synchronized the information, forcing him to investigate deeper. But then the Draker family sent a warning, forcing them to stop immediately. The other person backed off, but the main character understood. The Draker family was hiding the truth, but he still didn't get it. Why? Their reputation was built on celebrating Tarakan, the first dragon slayer, the man who founded the mighty Draker family. And yet, they themselves were concealing information about Tarakan and Bahamut. He felt that something extremely shady was going on behind the scenes. Maybe I missed something. I have to check the archive again. Wasting no time, he called upon the system. His gaze turned ice-cold, darting toward a corner where a strange light flickered. The sound of footsteps echoed from somewhere nearby. He was on high alert, scanning his surroundings. It was a day off. No one was supposed to be here. So, who could that person be? A man was hiding behind a wall, secretly observing him. But he had already been spotted, so he immediately told the system to bring up the minimap. The system confirmed the request instantly. 2 red dots appeared on the map, not 1, but 2 intruders. His face grew tense. Could they have followed him from the giant mountain range? But he clearly remembered not using his sword there. And he definitely didn't use the dragon-slaying arts, so there was no way they could have tracked him. So the question wasn't who they were, but who was behind them. The stalker continued to approach silently the prime suspect. He stepped into the room and slammed the door shut. The man emerged from the shadows. Another figure appeared from behind, his eyes glowing like a demon's, as he called out the name. Aben. Startled, the man spun around. The main character leaped down and approached them. "Assassins sent by Aben," he said. "That makes sense." He drew his dagger, his voice calm. "You don't have to say anything." He immediately lunged forward, the tip of his dagger aimed straight at his opponent. The man swiftly blocked the attack. He smirked sinisterly. "There are plenty of ways to get information." The clash of metal echoed throughout the hall. Sparks flew like fireworks. The two of them charged at each other relentlessly, without a moment's rest. His opponent was an even match, dodging his blows and launching fierce counterattacks. The enemy moved with incredible agility. He unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. After a while, he started to grow tired, breathing heavily. But in his mind, he was beginning to read his opponent. "You can hide a face, but you can't hide a sword style." His eyes fixed on the man's dagger. This way of using a dagger was exclusive to the Goka Kingdom. Goka mercenaries, the strongest protectors on the continent, who specialized in using kukris and took on high-paying jobs. If it was them, then Aben couldn't have hired them. They don't take on assassination jobs like this. But the strange thing was, the man still had his weapon drawn, and he was constantly on the defensive, never initiating an attack. The recent exchange flashed through his mind. Even when there was an opening, the man didn't close in. When he attacked, the man had opportunities to counter, but held back. And this was the craziest part. Their goal wasn't to kill him. It was to capture him alive. Just then, a sphere flew from behind. The second attacker had made his move. He sliced the sphere in half, instantly guessing it was a sleeping drug. Gray liquid shot out, evaporating immediately. He coughed slightly, the smell of mandala flower commonly used to make anesthetic potions. His hand went limp. The knife fell to the ground. The deep act had begun. System-activated poison immunity. This game wasn't over yet. He lay motionless, pretending to be unconscious. A moment later, his body was lifted up. The guy slung the main character over his shoulder and walked toward the masked person who was waiting. The corner of Jake's mouth curled up, a dangerous smile appearing. The main character was already playing mind games. If Aben wasn't behind this, he really couldn't guess who would want to capture him. But no matter who it was, his opponent had better get ready. The scene quickly shifts to a small farm on the outskirts of Atlas, peaceful but reeking of suspicion. A pair of hands were tightly chained, and a soft chuckle echoed. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. He spoke mockingly. "I never expected the one who hired them would be you." Cliff Reinhardt, the head of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild, spoke coldly. "Knowing who I am will make this conversation go faster." Jake's eyes turned cold. In his previous life, he'd never had any dealings with this man. The Reinhardt Merchant Guild, one of the top 10 commercial powers, with its headquarters in Alesia. If things continued as they were, the war between Abel and the Empire would break out, dragging Alesia into the abyss with it. Back then, Cliff had also vehemently opposed the Empire, just like him. But then, after handing over important information, he returned to a dying Alesia and lost his life there. The main character thought to himself, he managed to escape, yet he still came back. That kind of patriotism is a bit too reckless. The man gestured, apologizing for his earlier heavy-handed actions. The other person unlocked his chains on Cliff's order. The Merchant Guild formally apologizes. He rubbed his wrists, his voice lazy. "Stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point." His tone turned icy. "What do you want?" Cliff saw that attitude and understood immediately. Drago was still Strago, his aura unchanged. To be so calm in this situation, he truly wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had intended to lead the game, but who would have thought control would fall into his opponent's hands? He sighed. "All right, before I state my request." A file was presented. "Take a look at this." As he flipped through the pages, Cliff said, "It's a list of patients infected with the new plague on the southern central continent." He asked while looking at it, "Why are you showing this to me?" Suddenly, his gaze froze, and his expression changed. Cliff watched his every reaction carefully. A name appeared, Elena Stone, which startled the main character. That was the mother of his very first subordinate. Liam Stone, the one who had once saved his mother using a formula he himself provided. He threw the file down. "Just say it." "What do you want?" Cliff replied. "This disease is called bloody flower fever. It's almost 100% fatal. But Elena is the only one who survived, and the doctors are keeping completely silent." Cliff looked him straight in the eye. "Do you know anything about this?" He chuckled softly. "So you were testing me from the start, just like a true merchant." He probably wants to monopolize the cure with a mortality rate that high. Making money off the entire continent would be easy. But the Cliff he knew wasn't the type to risk his life against a transcendent bloodline just for money. His expression hardened, so what was the real objective? He stated it plainly. "Yes, I was the one who provided that formula." Hearing that, the chair behind Cliff crashed to the floor. Cliff became agitated. "Sell it to me. I'll pay any price." But then he composed himself, retracting his expression. The corner of his mouth curved into a knowing smile. He held up a hand. "Calm down. Getting so worked up isn't very merchant-like." Cliff realized. Money wasn't what he was after. The main character tapped his fingers. "Let's make a deal. This is a matter of life and death." Cliff asked. 3 conditions for the formula." He replied lightly. "Sounds simple enough." When asked for details, he refused. "The conditions will be used depending on the situation." Seeing his worry, he reassured him. "It won't be anything beyond the guild's capabilities. We just need to define what's reasonable beforehand, and he smiled with a calculating look again. Cliff watched tensely as he wrote something on a piece of paper. He offered the paper. Just do as this says. Cliff's eyes lit up. This is exactly what I need. But he raised a hand to block him, not letting him take it yet. Cliff froze as he said, I have a personal question first. He asked, who is the one so desperate for this medicine? Cliff feigned ignorance. It's just to protect a valuable asset of the guild. He saw right through it. First you kidnap a transcendent, and now you're acting without any control. That's not the Reinhardt way. Upon hearing that, Cliff lowered his head in silence. Then he slowly sat back down in his chair. Finally, he spoke. It's a member of the Elentian royal family. When pressed for specifics, he refused, which truly puzzled him. His eyes widened as a realization dawned on him. An old memory surfaced, a warning that both Alencia and Reinhardt were on the verge of collapse. Cliff had once said he was tired and didn't want to run anymore. He just wanted to live out his final days in Alencia. Back in the present, he still wouldn't say anything more. He realized that person was now far more important. The Zom Empire was intervening, and the situation in Alencia was extremely tense. Internal affairs were a mess. With conflicts breaking out everywhere, the situation was utter chaos. He chuckled lightly. There's still time before the Great War. Investing now is the perfect move. He said, fine. If you don't want to say it, then don't. The deal was considered done. Cliff was still suspicious, but remained silent. His hand trembled as he took the paper. He clutched it tightly, breaking down in tears as if a great burden had been lifted. He cut in. Sorry to interrupt, but I'd like to use my first condition right now. Cliff immediately regained his composure. Go ahead, as long as it's within reason. He pointed a finger. First, arrange a job for me within the guild. Cliff was surprised, and he explained, I need a false identity on the southern continent, a place crawling with criminals, and the Reinhardt Merchant Guild is the most trustworthy place to establish one. Cliff thought for a moment, then agreed. Use the name of my cousin. No one would dare to question it. He was visibly pleased. I'll also need a means of transportation and a house to store goods. He even asked, I assume you've already prepared a way back for me, haven't you? Cliff smiled, but he was seething inside. The man replied that he would make contact when everything was ready, and that the transport team would handle it all. He thought to himself, that person must be very important. Everyone stood up and prepared to leave. A voice made him turn around. The other man pointed behind him and said, go this way. A warhorse appeared, its eyes shining and its body powerfully built. He remarked with admiration, now this is a fine horse. He stepped forward with a slight smirk and said, I'll be sure to make full use of it. Then he mounted it without the slightest hesitation. The other man turned his head. Our business is done here. We'll be leaving first. Before leaving, he asked, so is our contract with Reinhardt considered fulfilled? The man was surprised. You know how to speak Gokhan. He gave a faint smile. Just a hobby. Now, let's get back to business. The mission. Rescue a person being held captive by the Moken. The man glanced over, hesitating for a moment. He asked, is the price not attractive enough for you? The man replied, no, it's not that. The terms are even better than what Reinhardt offered. But the problem is identity. The king of Goka doesn't like collaborating with outside clans. He was puzzled, and you're hesitating just because of that, he said calmly. I already have a fake identity. Just use that to send the letter of authorization. And he'll agree immediately, he added nonchalantly. By the way, we still have an unsettled debt between us, don't we? After saying that, he smirked and threw 2 knives that plunged into the ground as a warning. The 2 men froze, so terrified they couldn't utter a single word. To a Gokhan hunter, a kukri is not just a weapon, it is a symbol of a warrior's honor. It's like a second soul to them, as precious as their own life. The fact that he managed to take their kukris without them even noticing meant one thing. He could kill them whenever he pleased. The main character's voice was ice cold. Consider it a return gift for the little kidnapping attempt earlier. The gap in their power was crystal clear. They weren't even in the same league. The man's face turned pale. What kind of monster is this? He chuckled lightly. Your common tongue is pretty good. See you around? After dealing with Reinhardt, he entered the next phase, recruiting teammates. His targets were the legendary 5-star knights from before his regression. If he could get them on his side this early, his team would be unbelievably overpowered. With help from Headmaster Robert, he confirmed that they had all attended Haramanja Academy. But they were there at different times. Bishop Castic had already graduated and was now serving in the Derby Knight Order. Jeffrey was in his final year and was constantly busy with internships. Aster had dropped out of school due to severe insomnia. Raina wouldn't be enrolling until the following year, but since they shared the same bloodline, she would be easy to approach. He fell into deep thought, still missing the final piece of the puzzle. He blurted out, the only one left is Diego. Wait a minute. He was startled to find himself sitting there playing the drums with Diego. Huh. What am I even doing here? His face wore the perfect expression of someone who was completely and utterly lost. Then he remembered he had come to persuade Diego, but who could have predicted it would turn out like this? Diego had pulled him in, assuming he wanted to play music, and casually recruited him into the band on the spot. And so, he found himself forced into the music club, with Diego cheering him on with immense enthusiasm. He gripped the drumsticks, ready to go all out. And then, he just decided to screw it and have some fun first. A while later, he was completely exhausted from partying so hard. He staggered back like a zombie, muttering to himself that he got carried away by the rhythm. Arriving at the mansion, Dicker bowed and reported that he was ready for training. Planting the black sword Bahamut into the ground, he commanded himself to circulate his aura and open his meridians. He was like, these terms sound so alien. But then he understood why Terrakan had transformed it into the Dragon Slayer art. All the techniques revolved around compressing aura to its absolute limit. Then, unleashing it with an explosive force, something ordinary techniques could never achieve. He drew his sword. This wasn't a sword style for fighting humans, but for slaying dragons. Its power was on par with elemental swordsmanship. He began his training stance. Every move was maximally amplified. A single strike was enough to split a dragon in two. Outside, someone was quietly approaching. Someone else was watching him. He swung his sword again and again as his internal energy surged. He chuckled to himself. This body is truly one of a kind. The system reported optimal physique, faster skill acquisition, and better mana channeling. He felt like he had a roadmap guiding his training. The more he practiced, the more he mastered it. His proficiency rate skyrocketed. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. He froze, his eyes widening in shock. He had just broken through the red wall not long ago, and now he was already hitting the black wall. A powerful force struck his elbow. It was a warning. Training too quickly would result in a cultivation block. But Bahamut's heart inside Ezer was vibrating violently. Power flowed out of him endlessly. The family sigil appeared on his body. His veins bulged, and his eyes darkened. The system alerted him. Seize this opportunity. A resonance is occurring. Bahamut's memories were awakening, and he was starting to have his doubts. He looked around. Everything was pitch black. It was hard to see, as if he had been swallowed by another dimension. In the darkness, something was approaching him. A deep voice echoed, "Bahamut, I have need of you." Bahamut's eyes glinted dangerously. The voice said, "I knew you were a despicable creature, but I never imagined you would dare to go this far." He recognized the voice. It was Saturn. Bahamut demanded, "You gave the Dragon Slayer art to a human." Saturn replied, "I did," and Kronos agreed. "You know the reason why." Bahamut didn't speak, but simply stomped his foot. A dark energy erupted, engulfing the entire space. It roared. Kronos has been swayed by humanity. Saturn knelt, his aura still surging powerfully. He yelled, "That prophecy is worthless now." Bahamut roared, "I don't believe you." The two rushed forward, clashing with incredible force. Saturn drew his sword. He slammed it deep into the ground. A terrifying explosion erupted. Bahamut unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. A rain of swords descended from the sky. The impact created a violent shockwave. A series of consecutive blows detonated. He flew up to observe from above. This is the pinnacle of the dragon arts. It's completely overwhelming. But Saturn still managed to block it all. What a monster. Spears of energy surrounded him. Bahamut bellowed, "Leave my cavern, or Kronos will suffer the consequences." Saturn shot back, "Are you sure about that?" Bahamut laughed loudly. "Karma, how amusing." It sneered, "No matter how many I destroy, I will never be punished." Saturn said calmly, "Everything is just as Kronos predicted." He ripped off the necklace. Bahamut's eyes widened. It immediately launched a powerful attack. A wave of energy surged toward Saturn. The black sword plunged straight down. A magic circle flared to life. He held the object in his hand high. Light spread out, and the circle at his feet began to glow. He watched, completely stunned. This scene was just insane. He was bewildered. Bahamut's attack had stopped. But this feeling, something was very wrong. The light from the magic circle erupted and enveloped Bahamut. Saturn was using magic to seal it away. He frowned. The situation was starting to spiral out of his control. His eyes focused on the necklace. That thing was definitely connected to Kronos' power. Bahamut boomed with laughter. "You think that power is enough to stop me?" He analyzed the situation. That item is the very vessel of Kronos' authority. Suddenly, Bahamut threw its head back, startling him back to reality. The roar was so immense he had to cover his ears. Did it? Did it just break the seal? A single stomp made space itself tremble. Bahamut charged straight down, landing right in front of Saturn. The ground cracked in a spiderweb pattern as it landed. It roared. That illusion just now. Was it real? Saturn smiled. That was a prophecy from Kronos. "Now do you understand why?" he admitted. "From the very beginning, it was a mistake for dragons to make pacts with humans." "Model." Bahamut opened his mouth. "Give me the dragon-slaying technique, the true dragon sword." A book materialized, its pages flipping rapidly, covered in strange symbols. Then, it suddenly snapped shut. His voice rang out. "You actually created this thing," Saturn replied. "To protect the world." Bahamut scoffed. "To protect humanity, you mean?" He held the book. "Unless the prophecy comes to pass, this will never see the light of day." Saturn turned away. "Even without it, humanity will eventually awaken to its own power." Bahamut answered coldly, "If that day ever comes, I will wipe out humankind with my own hands." The corner of Saturn's mouth twitched. He said, "I created that technique because I fear the dragon race, but I still have faith in Kronos. And in you." He repeated Kronos' words. "The day will come when you open your heart and find a contract partner." Everything grew quiet, but those words continued to echo. Bahamut slowly lay down. He closed his eyes. That will never happen. The scene cuts back to the training room. He propped himself up, panting heavily. I don't understand it all, but one thing is perfectly clear. Bahamut's hatred for humanity is real, and he could feel it firsthand. But that's exactly why he couldn't understand why Bahamut would make a pact with Tarakan. After witnessing that memory, he began to dig deeper, and he discovered that Drago had manipulated Tarakan's entire history. There were no trustworthy records left. He continued his training while searching for any available clues. Then, word came from Reinhardt. The first request had been fulfilled. He let out a long sigh. So, I have a new identity now. Looking at the ID card, he gave a faint smile. Vice manager of Reinhardt's Southern Continent branch. They went a little overboard. A faint noise drew his attention. A pigeon was tapping on the window pane. A message had arrived. The message has been sent. The plan is now in motion. The scene shifts to a mysterious garden belonging to the syndicate. Kay greeted him. Welcome to the VIP room. He chuckled. It feels strange being called a companion. He took a moment to observe his surroundings. She seemed a bit confused by his reaction. He said, even after spending so much time in Atlas, a sight like this is still foreign to me. It made a certain kind of sense. He was far more accustomed to the devastation of war. He closed his eyes. I never imagined a place like this could exist in Atlas. Kay teased him. Are you captivated? She explained that the hotel was used for secret dealings, and he politely declined the wine she offered, asking for tea instead. She smiled. What? Not old enough to drink, he replied. I just don't care for alcohol. He remembered that his body now purged alcohol as if it were a poison. He used to drink to get drunk, but now it was impossible. She brought out a folder. Let's get back to business. Pavla, the one he's backing, used to be a pirate. There's plenty of evidence, but no one has discovered it yet. The timing of his rise coincides perfectly with when the pirates vanished. And there's even more shocking information. Joaquin Merkel's number 2 has been secretly dealing with Pavela. She said this matter was too dangerous to report up the chain. She lowered her voice. And about that ancient artifact you asked me to sell. Her eyes darkened. He laughed. Well done. Now, listen to the bigger plan. The rain began to fall. Rainwater flooded the streets. The system announced. Teleportation gate activated. He started walking. Everything is ready. It costs a lot of karma, but in return, he gets absolute anonymity. Teleportation magic is extremely rare. This plan will look like an ordinary accident. He smirked. Just thinking about that old man makes me happy. The rain stopped. He predicted. Tonight's going to be explosive. Screams erupted. Fire. Chaos spread as flames erupted everywhere. Half-smoked cigarettes were scattered around. Kay thought, that's just like Dragoso reckless. But it's not just reckless. It's insane. She exhaled smoke. He's too dangerous. He declared, I'm going to burn down Merkel's entire Soma warehouse. She panicked. That's a high-level secret. He replied, even better. He pointed at a photo. Pin everything on El Mencho. She froze. Don't tell me. He chuckled. You catch on quick. He cleared the table. We don't have to get our hands dirty. We just need to drag all the executives into this and report it to John. She was terrified by the plan. She bit her lip, hesitating. Her voice trembled. Do you have any idea what you're doing? He clenched his fists. He shouted. When everything comes crashing down, who's going to care about betrayal? He pressed her. Are you planning to be a pawn your whole life? His gaze was as cold as ice. Now, there were only 2 choices, and she began to waver, thinking for the first time about rising to the top. Jake Riker, an intelligence prodigy, not only exposed Pavela's identity, but also did the unexpected. With that ability, he could also find hidden ancient ruins and acquire rare resources with near-perfect accuracy. After witnessing it firsthand, she decided to side with him. She grabbed his hand, which was holding a bottle of liquor, in irreversible decision. But then she hesitates at the plan. How unworthy. She tilted her head back and drained the drink, as if forcing herself to stay sharp. The sight made him freeze for a few seconds. She slammed the bottle down on the table and yelled, failure just means death. And this is the biggest job of my life. Wiping her lips, she smiled. If we're going to play, we're going all in. He smirked. Good. You're finally on board, and I guarantee you won't regret it. A moment later, the cigarette slowly burned down. Her hand trembled as if she were standing in the freezing cold. Another hand slammed down, steadying hers. She stood on the balcony. Draker, I'm betting everything on you. A series of fires and explosions rocked the city center. Were they accidents? Or was there a guiding hand at play? With no traces left behind, they were all ruled as incidents. The scene shifts to another grand estate. A deep voice echoed, no matter who it is. The man leaned back. I won't let him get away with this so easily. That was the leader of the Moken cartels on. The next day, a soft tap echoed on the desk. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The semester was about to end, and it had been half a year since he reached the blue level. Looking at the box, he felt a wave of anxiety about accepting the invitation to the promotion ceremony. This was a ceremony for Dragon Knights who had advanced a level, usually held for those around the age of 20, but as for him, he recalled that it had been 3 years since he'd last seen the head of the house. He hoped nothing had gone wrong. The scene shifts to the Four Seasons castle. Laughter and conversation filled the great hall. A voice called out to Arthur, drawing everyone's attention. Aben smiled gently. I trust you've been well. He was surprised. I've never seen a party this crowded. Arthur explained. It's because he's the youngest blue-colored knight. Everyone's curious. but Aben's expression darkened for a moment. Those words seemed to strike a nerve. Arthur left to prepare for the ceremony. Aben just gave a faint smile and told him to enjoy the party. Then he turned away. Instantly, Aben's face turned cold and hard. Elsewhere, he loosened his collar. It's so stuffy in here. He struck up a conversation with his master, who complained about being forced to work nonstop. He was even forced to be the young knight's guide talk about a cursed fate, he thought. No wonder he looked so tired. He asked, "Are we heading to the spring garden?" Which was confirmed. He thought to himself. The castle is divided into 4 main sections. The spring garden, the only area that welcomes outside guests. Summer rock, where all Dragon Knight affairs are handled. Autumn fall, where private ceremonies are held. The winter Korea vault for rare treasures, he thought. This is the first time I've seen this place with my own eyes since I was revived. The two of them stopped in front of a large door. His master said, "From here, you must go on your own." And he wouldn't be able to stay for the party. He advised, "Don't lose your confidence." He smiled. "Having someone worry about me isn't so bad." He reassured them, "Don't worry too much." A voice boomed across the hall. The doors opened slowly. He strode in with an air of confidence. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A 15-year-old azure knight. He broke Aben's record. Arthur Draker appeared, the Lord of the Dragon Slayers. He knelt, officially beginning his path as a knight. The sword was placed upon his shoulders. Arthur bestowed a blessing upon his future. His gaze dropped. Arthur announced that he had officially become a knight. When the title was bestowed, the entire hall began to buzz. Everyone was shocked. An official knight at only 15. Some were skeptical. It was all too fast. But in the House of Draker, achievements were everything. Rank was only one part of it. Accomplishments were what truly decided one's worth. Even the great Aben had needed time to prove himself. That alone showed how strict the standards were. But this decision shattered every rule. He wondered to himself, what is the Lord planning? Arthur continued, proudly introducing his very own son. Then he raised his glass, cutting his speech short. He bellowed, a toast to his future and to the prosperity of the continent. Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate. A vibrant atmosphere filled the room, but he couldn't help but remember his past life, when he had been abandoned. And now, here was this man, playing the part of a good father. A voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. He bowed his head as Arthur told him to follow. He wanted to have a private talk, as father and son. Time passed, and the party eventually wound down. William reminded Aben to fix his expression. That scowl on his face could hardly be called congratulatory. Aben said nothing, refusing to speak. Then, he asked about the prince. After hearing the reply, he urged them to leave quickly. Another door swung open. He stepped out, holding something in his hand. Staring at the emblem, he wondered, why would he give this to me? He scratched his head. It's not exactly a bad thing, but I still don't get it. But he had bigger things to worry about. That meant having to endure several more days of parties. He sighed. This high society life really isn't for me. A voice called out. Jake Riker. A young woman with a gentle voice approached. She introduced herself. Princess Melissa of Valencia. He recognized her, the leading candidate for the throne. She was the one running the country in place of the weak king. And she had the strong support of the people. Because of this, she constantly clashed with the Alentian nobles, who would surely make things difficult for her if she ascended the throne too early. There would be no peace. But before his regression, as tensions with the empire escalated, this promising princess had suddenly cut off all diplomacy and then vanished into thin air. At that time, a rumor spread across the continent that she had been secretly eliminated by the empire. But when Alencia fell in the war, the truth was buried along with it. Jake glanced over at her. In this life, she was still keeping a low profile, but the fact that she dared to appear at a major event meant the situation wasn't a total disaster yet. Wait, he suddenly remembered something. Something Clip had said about the Alencian royal family. There was something wrong. He turned to Melissa, wondering, could it be her? He gave a slight bow and a friendly smile, saying, "It's a great pleasure to meet you, Princess Melissa." Jake stepped forward and said directly, "I've heard much about you for a long time. It's an honor to have you at my promotion party." She was a little surprised. "Oh, you know of me." He replied immediately, "Of course. I've been following the princess's policies for the people for a long time. Many people think they're just ploys to win favor, like performative handouts." But he smiled and added, "In reality, everything from the budget down to the smallest detail must be meticulously calculated." Right. After hearing that, she froze for a few seconds. Then she bowed her head with a smile, thinking to herself, he's completely different from the other knights. Seeing her reaction, he asked, "Did I say something rude?" She shook her head. "No, it's just that it's rare for someone to understand the pressure I'm under. So I was a little moved." She lifted her dress and turned, saying, "Well then, I must take my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you." He was taken aback. "Leaving so soon?" She replied, "I'd like to talk more. But I can't take up the time of the party's guest of honor," he thought. That's true. He looked around. The stares from everyone were clearly making her uncomfortable. Melissa added, "In any case, you don't need to feel disappointed." She gave a radiant smile. "I'm sure we'll meet again, under better circumstances." A few minutes passed. Jake maintained a polite smile, but thought to himself, The greetings are over. I can finally breathe. He sighed. These kinds of parties aren't for me at all. Even training with Kaisha is more relaxing. Just then, the clanking sound of metal rang out. Jake's gaze immediately turned cold as he looked behind him. He listened. The sound of clashing armor was crystal clear. And here was the strange part. Who wears armor to a party? He let out a soft "ah," so they finally arrived. A voice boomed. Are you the man of the hour? A young man with blonde hair stepped forward. Jake Riker, the youngest knight to be ennobled. Correct. He was the fourth prince of the Ramkaros Empire, and he was the one who, along with Abel, had ignited the Great War before Jake's regression. He extended a hand. I am the fourth prince of the Great Empire, Carlos Nova Constantinos. In contrast to that warm greeting, Jake remained perfectly calm, merely giving a slight bow. He replied, the pleasure is mine, Your Highness Karos. Thank you for coming to congratulate me. Karos paused, a flash of coldness in his demeanor. He nodded, a sly, meaningful smile on his face. Then he slung an arm around Jake's shoulder. Enough with the formalities. Let's have a drink. He shouted loudly. Bring out the finest wine for the meeting between the #1 genius and the future champion of the continent. The wine was quickly brought, and the glasses were filled to the brim. He laughed heartily. A gift from the prince. Don't let it go to waste. Drink up. All eyes turned towards the two of them, and a murmur spread through the crowd. Some people thought he was too naive for accepting so easily, while others criticized the prince for being too arrogant and acting without thinking. He clapped him on the shoulder. Excellent, I like you. Tonight, we'll drink until we can't stand. Just then, someone called out, Your Highness. Aben stepped forward to offer his congratulations, then asked to speak with him privately. When Karos asked what it was about, he said, It's an urgent matter that should be discussed elsewhere. He glanced around and then whispered, There are too many eyes here. It would be better to move. Karos nodded. All right, let's go. Before leaving, he turned and said, My apologies. The next time we meet, I promise we'll drink through the night and talk about the legend of the Dragon Slayer. He departed with his soldiers, and the pressure he exuded left everyone feeling suffocated. People began to whisper, What kind of prince is that? Then they praised Aben for handling the situation so smoothly. He thought to himself, all this praise for Aben. Anyone who didn't know what was really going on would think he actually saved the day. But what was really on his mind was, this is happening much earlier than it did in the timeline before my regression. And the way those two interacted? It was as if they had known each other for a long time. The scene changes to Karos and Abel discussing something in private. The Continental War. It seems it's about to start much sooner than anyone predicted. The space returned to its former tranquility. Jack held the token, thinking, this can be exchanged for Draker's report. He remembered Arthur's words. Is the grandest plan on the continent progressing well? He had replied, yes, thanks to the family. The old man chuckled. When we are in private, you should just call me father. He took a sip of water. That statement made him think. He remembered Kaylee once telling him to call her sister to be more familiar. He put the glass down, so that's why I felt so uncomfortable back then, he thought. Abel is pulling the entire council of elders to his side. Kali had already noticed and was preparing to counter him. But Arthur was acting as if he knew nothing. That means he's turning a blind eye on purpose. He made his decision. I'll just assume he's on Abel's side. Then he replied, yes, father. The old man smiled. Good, I shall reward you with a gift. With that, he placed an object on the table. It was a token. One for exchanging a treasure at the Bronze Trove. He picked it up, feeling a rush of excitement, the place famous for its rare ancient artifacts. The old man reminded him, it doesn't just contain treasures, but also countless worthless items in disguise. He left the room. In his mind, he wondered, what is he planning by giving me this? But the report on the Dragon Slayer is in the Bronze Trove. I have to use every resource I can get my hands on. A young woman greeted him. I will be your guide. Please follow me. This place holds approximately 17,000 artifacts, which can be exchanged using a token. There's no time limit to choose, but once you leave, you can never return. He wondered. Is no one guarding the place? She replied. There is no need. A powerful magic system provides protection. And everything is under control, he thought. You can't judge a book by its cover. She pointed and said, place the token in here. He inserted the token into the slot. The ground began to tremble. A door creaked open, and a blast of cold air rushed out. He smirked, a little surprised. Inside, countless shelves were revealed. He stepped inside. The space was much larger than he had imagined, totally Drago's style. After she left, he asked the system, can you filter these artifacts based on specific criteria? The system confirmed the request. He activated Dragon Eye, which he'd used to scan the items. He was a little baffled. Scan them, with my eyes. Then he chuckled. Ah, I get it. He activated it, and his eyes began to glow. Let's begin. A notification popped up. Dragon Eye allows for observation and displays detailed information on command. He pushed off the ground hard, building momentum. Then he zipped through the warehouse like the wind. He stopped at the end of a row. This should probably be enough. Right. The system displayed a map of the items it had scanned. Total count, 17,138 items, and this was just the warm-up. The more he saw, the more hyped he got, so he issued a command. Get rid of all the common junk and Singlu's items. Keep only the true artifacts. The system whirred to life. Sorting through the list, and the number dropped to 9,832, which still sounded overwhelming. He grimaced. Still way too many. All right, filter out all the swords weaker than the black sword. In an instant, poof, they were all gone. He froze. Every single sword had vanished. So, does that mean the black sword is the most powerful weapon in this entire warehouse? He paused for a moment and took a breath. Looking at an empty slot, he wondered, why isn't there any information for this one? He started searching the area. It has to be around here somewhere. The system announced. Arrived at the designated location. A bracelet appeared, and it looked completely ordinary. He picked it up and examined it closely. No information. And it's concealed. Something smells fishy here. The system popped up again. His eyes widened in shock. The notification read, "Item is reacting to the title successor of Terrakan Racker." He let out a small laugh. Reacting to my title. Then this is definitely an artifact from Terrakan. He looked at the stone embedded in the bracelet. Information appeared. Guardian Stone Bracelet, capable of summoning a spirit beast compatible with the user's soul. Note, the stone contains the blessing of the Elven King. And here's where things got crazy. The stone had already automatically bonded with him. He panicked. Wait a second, what bond? Who gave it permission? Can I take it off? The system replied coolly. Request confirmed. The item is bound to the title and cannot be removed. He cursed under his breath. Crap, it's soul-bound to me before I could even check it out. But then he reassured himself. Well, if it belonged to Terrakan, it must be top tier. Activate it. System confirmed. Using the sacred stone to search for a compatible spirit beast. The bracelet began to glow, its energy spreading throughout the area. The system reported. The blessing is expanding the search radius, even surpassing the level of ordinary spirit beasts. Target located. Now summoning. A brilliant flash of light erupted. Model. Light shines down as smoke billows everywhere. Flashes of electricity crackle continuously. A figure steps out and appears. System. The Dragon Horse spirit beast has been summoned. He was stunned. The power radiating from it was overwhelming. He chuckled to himself. From the heart to Hamut's fang, and now a spirit beast. Terrakan is truly a walking treasure trove. He wondered, just how many insane items does that old man possess? The dragon horse approached and nuzzled its head against his forehead. He stroked its head and thought, so this is what soul compatibility feels like. Even though it was their first meeting, it felt like seeing a long-lost friend. The sense of familiarity was incredibly strange. They rubbed their cheeks together, a scene that was both cool and adorable. The system asked, would you like to set a name to summon the spirit beast at any time? He thought for a moment and said, let's call you Bucephalus. Upon hearing the name, it neighed loudly and leaped up, full of excitement. He smiled. Okay, it seems like you like the name. Information, Bucephalus, the supreme dragon horse, can unleash the power of lightning. He thought. A dragon horse king. Huh, sounds impressive, but I haven't seen any other types to compare it to. Suddenly, it gently bit the shoulder of his shirt and lifted him into the air. He was startled. Hey, what are you doing? Before he could even understand what was happening, he was thrown upwards, and he landed on its back, as if to say, hold on tight. He stroked its mane. I get it now. It can read my thoughts and knew I wanted to test its power. He shouted, Bucephalus, full speed ahead. It shot off like a bolt of lightning. It moved so fast that it left the wind behind. He held on tight, his head spinning. For it to run this fast without a single hoofbeat, this thing is a true monster. Then his eyes widened in amazement. Every step it took created a magic circle on the ground. It was an absolutely stunning sight. He yelled, this is seriously the coolest thing ever. Scene change. He recalled the question. Are you sure you want to choose this item, sir? Sitting in the carriage, he thought. The guide's attitude back then was one of pure disbelief. He remembered Arthur's words. This warehouse contains both treasures and disguised trash, he concluded. This bracelet was once considered trash because it hadn't been activated. I can't believe I got Terrakan's relic so easily. What a steal. He relaxed. That was a huge haul. Now I just want to go home and rest. A voice rang out. Congratulations on becoming a Drago Knight, sir. He complained. You don't have to talk like that all of a sudden. It's making me feel awkward. Clip chuckled. You are now an official knight, sir. It's only proper to change how I address you. He scratched his head. All right, fine. But don't just appear out of nowhere anymore. If we get exposed, the whole plan is ruined. Clip apologized. Someone was insistent on meeting you, so I had no choice but to bring them here. A person took off their hood. Melissa appeared. We meet again. She smiled. I am the head of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild, and also Princess Alencia. He nodded. Just as I suspected. You're the one behind the Merchant Guild. She smiled. You guessed it beforehand, didn't you? The princess was known for being private, yet she appeared specifically at his party. At the same time, the cure for the crimson flower disease was released and proved effective, he thought. With a coincidence like this, anyone would see there's something more to it, she said bluntly. Let's skip the pleasantries and get down to business. I need to ask you for a favor, he asked. What is it? Specifically, She handed him a document. As he looked it over, she explained, "This is the data on the crimson flower disease, along with an analysis from the Nirvana family." He flipped through the pages. Then he froze. He asked, Is this real?" "The crimson flower disease was created by magic," she confirmed. "It's research from Nirvana. It can't be wrong." He clenched his fists. "So the disease was man-made, and it's spreading abnormally fast," she said. "That's not all. The disease broke out in a village near the border, between the Roman Empire and Alentia, but it didn't spread to the Roman side." He put out his cigarette, his expression tense. She continued, "It's only spreading toward Alentia." He cut her off. "Are you implying that?" She looked him straight in the eye. "It's highly likely that Rome created it and deliberately spread it." A chill ran down his spine. This is truly a serious matter. And at that moment, he realized. This very disease was the reason Alentia fell in his past life. Zick's eyes locked onto Melissa, and he finally understood. This was the real reason she needed him. He put the document down and asked directly, "What do you want?" "Princess." His voice turned cold. "It's the right to produce and distribute the Crimson Flower cure on a large scale, isn't it?" She nodded. "Exactly," she explained. "The previous contract only covered the basic principles. To implement it nationwide, we need to sign a new clause." But the crucial point was, she offered an incredibly attractive term. She smiled. "I have no intention of breaking our contract, but partnering with you is never a losing proposition." Hearing that, a slight smirk played on his lips. In his mind, that's the mastermind behind Reinhardt. "All right, she's a force to be reckoned with." She continued, "The medicine will be distributed for free as relief supplies, so there's no risk of the formula being leaked. And of course, there will be a worthy compensation." She concluded, "I will give you 20% of the Merchant Guild's profits." His expression changed instantly. Reinhardt was currently one of the top 10 most powerful merchant guilds. If it didn't collapse like it did in the old timeline, then the value of this 20% could reach tens of millions of gold, an insane amount. He fell silent, weighing his options. Then he gave a slight bow. "Your offer is very tempting. But I have a few questions." He looked directly at her. "What if I were a citizen of the Empire? How could you dare to share this information and make such a huge offer?" She remained calm. "I will answer each question," she stated clearly. "I am certain you are not aligned with the Empire. It's an intuition honed through countless betrayals. After the party, I observed you from a distance. You were cold toward the people from the Empire, and you especially refused to shake Prince Karos's hand," she concluded. "That was an instinctive reaction, so I believe you're not on their side." He thought to himself, her powers of observation are incredibly sharp. She continued, "As for the second question," her expression turned serious. 20% in exchange for the lives of my people is more than worth it." Hearing that, he froze. Memories came flooding back. The screams, the pleas to retreat. But in the end, someone still chose to sacrifice themselves to buy more time. And now, she was saying the exact same thing. He grumbled in frustration, "But I tried so hard to change things." He let out a long sigh. Then he said, "All right, I agree." He warned her, "But don't reveal my identity." She nodded. "Don't worry." 2 weeks later, in the training room in the basement, he was training like a madman. His sword strikes were swift and decisive. His speed and power had both skyrocketed. He lunged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust, creating a vortex that resembled a whirlwind. He stopped, catching his breath. A screen appeared before him. "System. You have mastered the S-rank dragon-slaying sword art. It's finally done. The successor of Saturn Quest is complete. Rewards, coordinates to Kronos' treasure, a title, 500 karma points, and 2 random gift boxes." He cheered. 2 gift boxes. It's like I got back all the points I spent before. He sheathed his sword. "Now then. First, I'll check the treasure coordinates." The system confirmed it. But a red warning appeared. "Coordinates cannot be read. Seal fragments must be collected to activate them. The locations of the fragments are now displayed on the map." He looked. 2 in the center, 1 to the south, and 1 to the north. They're so far apart. Collecting them is going to take a while. He paused. Then he laughed. "So that's how it is. New quest. Collect the seals of Kronos. Reward, the successor title." The screen popped up right in front of his face. He was disappointed. Just a title. But then he wondered, could it be like Tarakan's title, with some hidden power? That's highly likely, but his expression was still sour. He decided to put it aside for now. There's no time limit, so I'll take care of the urgent matters first. He stepped outside, having just received a message from Clip. He smirked sinisterly. "It's been a while since I've had to deal with the smugglers from the south." The scene changes to Goba Port. He thought to himself. The smell of the sea mixed with something foul. The south is still the same as ever. Everyone bowed their heads in greeting. They said, "It is an honor to serve you, Vice Branch Chief Reinhardt." He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, don't make a fuss," he thought. Some things change, and some things don't. At least, the smell of the sea is exactly the same. He told himself, focus on the mission. Someone called out, "Murray." He looked over. Just the man I was looking for. 2 figures appeared. He recognized them. Northern Rangers. He chuckled. "You know, dressing up as merchants actually suits you two," they replied. "Thank you. We've gone over the plan. On the day of the operation, we'll use the chaos to rescue the target." He clapped one of them on the shoulder. "Good. but don't forget to protect the target and get her out safely. They asked. What kind of chaos are we talking about? Is there going to be a festival? He gave a cold laugh. No, something much more chaotic, because it's the day Mukin will be erased from this world. Hearing that, they froze in shock. Another voice cut in. Ah, so this is where you were, sir. The guide had appeared. He said, our business here is done. You can lead the way now. The man replied, the car is ready. Please follow me. The two rangers watched him leave, whispering suspiciously. Is he really planning to take on Moken? He let out a faint smile. He called back over his shoulder. I was just kidding. But to everyone who heard him, it sounded nothing like a joke. Arriving at a residential area, he asked, is the safe house in order? The guide replied, it looks old on the outside, but the inside is hotel quality. He reiterated the plan. Today is John's birthday, which is also when the big meeting happens. Kay and her assistant Murray will be attending. Correct, she replied. That's right. And don't forget, we've gone over this plan so many times we know it by heart. He thought to himself, so this is what that uneasy feeling I had earlier was about. Kay clutched her head, trembling. What if they find out we were the ones who burned the Soma warehouse? I heard Moken is extremely harsh with traitors. She was in a full-blown panic. But as for our main character, he found it more and more amusing, making him want to tease her even more. He said calmly, since you're a mage, you'll receive special treatment. Kay looked clueless. What kind of special treatment? He smiled brightly. In the South, a mage's body can be used for rituals, so you won't be used as bait. You'll be dismembered and sold off piece by piece. Upon hearing this, she completely froze. She shrieked, you mean those bracelets? Were they made of real fingers? What about my hands? He remained completely unbothered, while she was on the verge of tears, already thinking about asking for a proper burial. In his mind, I understand the South better than anyone. I've faced life and death here more times than I can count. He had been expelled from the academy, captured and forced into slavery. Then he was sold to Moken's Soma farm. That place didn't just produce Soma, it also turned people into cannon fodder, and he was the only one who survived. Back then, he thought he was just lucky, but now he understands it was his survival instinct activating a special ability. After surviving a few more times, John began training him to be an assassin. And sure enough, assassination skills were a perfect fit for him, letting him take down purple knights as if it were child's play. But the blue knights were different. They could detect and neutralize poison. Even so, he still found their human weaknesses, and managed to take down even the blue knights. As the number of blue knights he eliminated grew, so did his standing within Mukin. After that, he climbed to a high position and became John's adopted son. But on the night the successor was to be announced, he eliminated the entire leadership, including John, and then left the organization. He smiled lightly. That's all in the past. Kay snapped him back to reality. Hey, you've been dodging my question this whole time, she asked suspiciously. Are you a spy from Mukin? He thought for a moment. Then he looked into the distance without answering, leaving her frozen in place. She panicked. Say something. All the while, he was just thinking. It was fun to tease her. The scene shifts to John's mansion. The grand hall was packed with people. A voice announced, this is Kay, the mage who was recommended. She bowed her head in greeting. He looked around, thinking, this place just screams money. There weren't just assassins, but also outlaws and rangers, a real motley crew. The scene changes to a secret meeting room. A deep voice commented, I didn't expect the mage to be such a beautiful young woman. John chuckled. Let's begin. The atmosphere was heavy. She had to keep her composure. She asked directly, Sir, do you remember the Soma warehouse fire? He replied, I could never forget. Then he asked, why bring that up? She stammered slightly. Then, regaining her composure, she said, there is a traitor among us who conspired with Pavela to burn down the warehouse. The room erupted. What is this crazy woman talking about? A hand slammed on the table, and everyone fell silent. No one dared to say another word. John asked, are you prepared to take responsibility for your words? She nodded. He pointed a finger. Then tell us, who is the traitor? The tension in the room was palpable. Just then, our main character appeared, holding a knife to a man's throat. A pleasure to meet you, sir. He introduced himself. The name's Jake Murray, and I can help clear this up. John replied. The pleasure is all mine. The man chuckled. Bringing me news on my birthday. Are you? He looked at Joaquin. The man you're looking for is right here, he said bluntly. Joaquin, or should I say, El Mencho, why don't you confess? The man thought. No one was supposed to know about this. He yelled at his underlings. Then he cursed, you eat my food, and this is how useless you are. The group stammered. We couldn't get close to him, they said. He's too professional. He could even use Joaquin as a shield. He chuckled. Truly a trusted right-hand man. But you're the real spy. Pavela. A voice rang out. Quite confident, aren't you? Do you have any proof? Kay was standing behind them, activating his magic. John just calmly smoked his cigarette, as if watching a play. He held a file of documents. He opened it and looked through it page by page. Then he frowned. This is interesting. Everyone fell silent as he read. Pavela, turns out he was also a pirate. He smiled to himself. Just mentioning pirates is enough to change the mood in the room. The people of the South despised pirates because they had suffered heavy losses from them, and John himself had lost his family to them. He looked at Joaquin. So what are you going to do now? The man cursed under his breath. Looking at the documents, he panicked. Where did all this come from? The documents clearly detailed the smuggling operations and the warehouse fire. That alone was enough to cast suspicion on him. John said, "This isn't enough for me to suspect my own brother." The main character thought, "Just as I expected, I'll have to use a stronger method." He spoke up. John turned around. Joaquin called out softly. And surprisingly, he confessed. The air froze. John stood up. "I can't believe you betrayed us." He walked forward. "If you've confessed, you must pay the price." The main character's eyes widened. Before he could even react, a single blow was struck, ending it all. The man lay motionless. He looked down, such a swift end for a right-hand man. Before this, he had forced the man to confess in exchange for his family's safety. He wiped his face. "I'll keep my promise." But his fate was unavoidable. He looked at the axe in John's hand. In reality, John probably wasn't entirely convinced, but he still had to deal with the situation. Because the Soma fire had caused enormous losses, and the main character had pushed the situation to a point of no return. Plus, the fact that Pavela was a pirate made everything even more tense. But the most terrifying thing was that, amidst all that chaos, John remained perfectly calm and clear-headed. Model, but his underlings weren't as level-headed as he was. And things started to spiral out of control. Right in the middle of the chaos, El Mencho himself admitted he was the traitor. True or not, if he let it slide, all discipline within the organization would crumble. He thought to himself, "That's John for you, as cold and calculating as ever." The axe swung down, and blood splattered. A fierce energy erupted from him. He said, "If the report is true, then my syndicate is also full of traitors." The axe slammed into the table. "The Soma fire was just a stepping stone for you all to turn to Pavela." His voice turned cold. "If you confess, I will grant you a swift end." One of them stammered, "It's a setup." He pointed at Kay, accusing her of a dirty plot, but before he could finish his sentence, he was dealt with on the spot. Blood splattered onto her. Kay trembled uncontrollably. Morgan turned to him. "What do you think you're doing?" His eyes locked onto Jake Murray. He calmly replied, "Just helping the boss deal with his traitors." He continued. Joaquin confessed. "Which gives the syndicate all the justification it needs to act." John thought, "So this kid plans on using my own hand. His goal is to wipe out the syndicate." He nodded. "Your pretext sounds plausible enough." But his eyes grew cold. "Who are you, really?" He just gave a slight smile. Placing a hand on his chest, he said, "I don't belong to any side. I'm just a business partner." He frowned. "A partner?" he said. "You want to restore order, don't you? But ISTA and Pavela have a stranglehold on your sea routes. Right now, Moken only has one distribution channel left for Soma." He gestured to Joaquin's body. "You know this full well, which is why you hesitated." John asked, "You understand me that well?" He turned to Kay. "Don't worry, she already controls the distribution system." He tapped his chest. "From now on, we're taking over. And we will handle the distribution of Soma." The chair turned slightly. John leaned back. "Not a bad proposal. But if it's true..." He tapped the table. "A deal requires trust. We've only just met. Why should I trust you?" He stepped forward. "In that case..." A single strike knocked his weapon away. Papers scattered everywhere. He spun his blade and plunged it straight into the map. He said, "Paulo Santos, I'll take care of him. The most famous coward in the region. He plays it safe, so he's despised despite his position." John thought, "This guy even knows our internal secrets. Well, as long as it's profitable, I'm fine with it." Morgan stood up. "But this mission is extremely dangerous. We'll send an assassination squad to support you." He sneered openly. "Support or surveillance?" John pointed at Kay. "She will stay here." He understood immediately. "A hostage," he said. "I understand. I'll be counting on you to take care of her." Night fell, and the mission began. A hand was raised. The assassination squad moved forward. Manuel thought, even I'm unconsciously following his orders. He had to admit, his skills are just on another level. His stamina is higher than a typical assassin's. His speed and precision are both far superior. His combat skills are incredibly well-rounded. He could probably defeat a top-tier mercenary. Manuel came to a conclusion. He's a monster. Just then, he said, "Everyone, stop." Manuel hesitated. "We have to keep an eye on you." He reminded them, "Just stick to your roles." Before he could say another word, he had already charged forward. Manuel's face tightened. He ordered, "Hold your positions and stay camouflaged." A sound echoed through the area. He said, "It's starting." Flames erupted violently. The entire area was engulfed in firepower. A scream rang out. "We're under attack by a mage. Requesting immediate backup," he whispered. Their reaction is just as I predicted. Another shout. "Intruder detected." He closed his eyes. This was all part of the plan. The enemies reacted with incredible speed, surrounding him in an instant. They attacked in unison. He unleashed his elemental sword. A field of fire exploded outwards. He slid across the ground, turning back to look at the scorched bodies. He let out a small smirk. "But this isn't even enough to get me warmed up." Another sound broke the silence. He frowned. "Paulo, you really are overly cautious." A combat vehicle aimed directly at him. He thought to himself, "This kind of investment is really paying off." A barrage of firepower came raining down. He swung his sword, deflecting every bullet. The bullets ricocheted, causing a series of explosions behind them. He shot them a look. So much for playing fair. He unleashed his wind-type elemental sword. The attack came crashing down. He smirked. In the past, I definitely would have run away. But now, he was no longer that person. A secret door opened, leading down into a basement. All the guards were completely wiped out, with not a single one left standing. A gale force blast shot straight toward the last survivor. He locked onto his target and struck straight for the man's head. Decisively and without hesitation, Jake casually walked inside. After clearing the field, it was time for the main star to make his appearance. From high above, an arrow shot down with incredible speed, looking like it could pierce through anything. His reflexes were lightning fast, and he snatched the arrow right out of midair, but it shattered on impact, releasing a toxic gas that spread all around. The system announced HMAM3 poison detected. Body has complete immunity, effect nullified. The arrow and the cloud of black gas fell to the ground, dissipating as if they had never existed. Notification. Command from administrator has been confirmed and applied. His recovery skills were temporarily locked, and the protagonist thought to himself, so you finally decided to show your face. What the hell are those guys in the basement doing, letting an intruder get this far? Paulo Santos. The sound of footsteps echoed as a man spoke. What you just inhaled is a deadly poison that even Aura can't defend against. The large man spoke up. Give me information on your accomplices in exchange for the antidote. This was Paulo Santos of Pavela. He continued. It seems like a diversion, but with how quiet it is up there. Your friends must have all been taken care of, Jake thought to himself. Trying to bargain with something that doesn't exist. You must think I'm easy to fool. Looking at the poison arrow, he recalled that Breach Mamba has no antidote. Anyone hit by it is out of the game in minutes. Even Lamsack would have a hard time dealing with it. But with his absolute poison immunity, he was completely unaffected, just as the system had clearly confirmed. With that, he wasted no more words, swinging his sword and shattering the vial of antidote. Paulo was stunned. You lunatic. You dare destroy the antidote. Are you trying to kill yourself? His eyes froze, and his expression darkened as he realized something was terribly wrong. The protagonist stated bluntly, Don't worry, I'm immune to poison, and as for your men outside, I've already cleaned them all up. Paulo panicked. What? He stammered in denial, unable to believe what he was hearing. He replied coldly, If you're so curious, go check for yourself, if you get the chance. Paulo then growled, demanding to know who was behind this. He suspected it was Muken, and the protagonist laughed. Oh, you figured that out pretty quickly. Paulo analyzed. Only Moken would cause this much trouble for Pavela, but we've always maintained our boundaries. He gave a faint mocking smile. Your naivety is almost laughable. His voice turned ice cold. Pavela's so-called respect was nothing more than you secretly hijacking our supply routes, just waiting for an opportunity. He continued. Pavela has crossed the line. The boss has ordered your complete annihilation, to wipe out you filthy pirates, the protagonist thought. He even knows about our pirate origins. Paulo was already planning to flee, cursing under his breath. But he wouldn't let him get away, pursuing him closely. You think you can run that easily? A moment later, he was walking alone through a wide, silent space. Looking up, he thought, enough of this chase. Besides, this place is completely different from the underground mine earlier. The path ahead was littered with traps, laid out so densely it was incredibly annoying. The protagonist had to pretend to get caught in the traps to avoid blowing his cover, which was a completely unnecessary hassle. On closer inspection, these traps weren't part of the original ruins. They were clearly set up recently. He frowned, wondering what the hell the Pavela group was up to here. Just then, someone was stealthily watching his every move from behind. Seeing an opening, the man lunged out unexpectedly, giving him no time to react. He swung his sword down, aiming straight for our protagonist with the intent to kill, but he spun around incredibly fast, instantly shifting into a counterattack. He dodged the attack cleanly, without a single scratch, almost as if he'd predicted it. Closing in on his opponent, he asked coldly, Who the hell are you? The guy refused to back down, swinging his sword again and preparing his next combo. But our hero dodged every single blow. The guy couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. He twirled the knife in his hand, switching to an offensive stance. He unleashed a decisive series of slashes, taking down his opponent in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, turning the scene into utter chaos. It even splashed onto his face, creating an incredibly tense atmosphere. Our hero walked over to the body for a quick inspection, but before he could even catch his breath, more enemies appeared in the distance, much to his annoyance. It wasn't just one, but a whole group. The Empire's hounds had arrived. Manuel spoke up. This is exactly why I hate working with those Southerners. He grumbled. They can't even handle their own business and end up dragging a bunch of rats in here. The man lowered his voice. Now that you're here, don't even dream of leaving alive, Zik thought to himself. On the hound's map of the giant mountains, there was clearly a mark on the southern ruins does that mean this place is the Emperor's target. Manuel stared at the knife in our hero's hand, his eyes filled with suspicion. He noted. The knife looks ordinary, but it's enveloped in a gust of wind before he swings it. He commanded. Treat it as an artifact. Fight carefully, his subordinate replied. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Manuel frowned, feeling that something was very wrong. He saw our protagonist pull out a magic scroll. He panicked. A scroll. Get ready. But our hero just tossed it behind him, telling them not to get so tense. He explained, it's just a soundproofing spell and a protective barrier. It's not for attacking. In other words, for the next 30 minutes, no one outside will know what happens in here. He added, don't worry about being discovered. Just enjoy being the test subjects for my new skills. The black sword was raised as our hero gave a slight smile, and this is where things get really crazy. Manuel noticed his strange spatial bag, which didn't look like a normal magical medium. He was shocked. A strange weapon. He looks like a mage but uses a sword. This is highly unusual. The man froze, his expression shifting to one of absolute bewilderment. The black sword channeled a current into our hero's hand, and his energy surged powerfully. His aura exploded, his internal power overflowing. He was on a completely different level. Manuel panicked. Could he be? A blue knight. A single horizontal slash swept out, striking the entire group of assassins. Manuel was hit, spitting up blood before he could even react. A dazzling, overwhelming portal opened up in the space. Then, it slowly vanished as if it had never even been there. All that remained was a scene of devastation and the traces of the battle. Our hero thought, burning the bodies will erase the evidence and make everyone think Moken used both mages and knights. He wondered to himself, why did Pavela and the Empire both show up here? Perhaps they were cooperating to find the ancient ruins in the south. There was no sign of this before my regression. They must have taken the relic and retreated. Jack sighed. Oh well, as long as the outcome is good. The Emperor's plan has been ruined. He turned around. It's time to leave. But a sound from behind made the main character turn back. A footstep approached, accompanied by a laugh. How troublesome. A red-haired man appeared. I sensed an extremely powerful aura just now, but it vanished as if it never existed, so I came to check it out. He drew closer and said, it seems we have an uninvited guest. The atmosphere immediately became tense. The main character observed, this armor is slowly deteriorating. It seems to be the magic armor of a knight of Rome Island. He remembered it was a treasure engraved with countless enchantments, weight reduction. Self-repair. But this guy's armor was different somehow, not like the standard Imperial issue. He asked, who are you? That armor. Are you a knight of Rome? Suddenly, an incredibly fast force charged straight at him. The main character immediately took a defensive stance and summoned the black sword. His opponent lunged forward, swinging his sword down in an extremely dangerous arc, but the black sword appeared just in time, completely stopping the attack. The other man's eyes flared as he stared intently at the main character, who was fending him off. The force was so immense that he was pushed back, but he managed to hold his ground. He was sent flying, slamming straight into the wall. The impact cracked the wall and sent dust flying everywhere, as if there had been an earthquake. Before he could even recover, his opponent rushed in again, not giving him a single second to rest. The two clashed repeatedly, sending shockwaves through the cellar that threatened to bring it down. Swords met with a deafening clang of metal, a sound that made it clear this was no ordinary fight. The main character thought to himself, this strength, it's like a monster in human skin. His feet dug into the ground as he suspected the armor was buffed with some kind of strength-enhancing magic. A relentless series of clashes followed, with neither side giving an inch. Swirling dust and debris obscured their vision, making the battlefield dangerously hazy. He turned his head, searching for his opponent's silhouette in the cloud of dust. Suddenly, a giant boulder came crashing down right behind him. The system announced, activating elemental sword skill, magnetic field. Large chunks of rock continuously rained down, closing in on the target. They gathered and compressed, forming a solid mass that looked like a miniature mountain. On the outside, an aura enveloped the structure, sealing off every possible escape route. But he shattered it all in an instant, as if nothing had happened. His eyes were sharp and cold, his focus absolute. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light shot straight toward him. It flew forward like an incredibly powerful attack that could not be taken lightly. The system displayed, flash bullet skill has been activated. The earth and rocks exploded, launching toward the opponent like a shower of shrapnel. The main character appeared and said, got you. A beam of light pierced the darkness of the cellar, dispelling the gloom. The light flared up like a signal flare, completely engulfing the space. He was surprised. How did he block that without using a sword aura? He lowered his sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, but he missed. The main character froze, his expression a mask of pure astonishment. The system announced, activating Dragon Clan skill, Dragon Scale Armor. Ken immediately launched a counterattack, unleashing an incredibly powerful slash, but thankfully, he managed to dodge it just in time. He said, you've got quite a few strange tricks up your sleeve. He replied, you just asked me who I was, didn't you? Ken chuckled softly. With skills like that, you should at least state your name. His voice deepened. I am Kian Heman Constantinus. The main character thought, that name, it's not a simple one. His eyes sharpened the moment he heard the surname Constantinus. This was the family name of the Roman imperial family, passed down only to the most powerful bloodline. He rubbed his head. So, the Zeman family is actually the Empire's family of electors. A bolt of electricity zipped past his face, cutting off his train of thought. The system announced, malevolent aura detected. Eliminating it will grant bonus points. The main character shielded himself. He didn't know its true nature, but he was certain it was extremely dangerous. A single realization flashed in his mind. This thing was no joke. An aura swirled around him like a tempest as his opponent spoke. It's rare to meet an equal. I'll grant you a proper death, he realized. I can't fight him normally anymore. My skill level is still too far below his. His feet slid across the ground. There's only one way to do this. He swung the black sword, his focus absolute, but it still wasn't enough. He thought, that guy's defense and strength are on a completely different level. As long as that armor is active, I can't deal any fatal damage. I have to drag him down to my level. That's the only key to winning. System. Activating mana reflection skill. His opponent froze. What? The armor stopped working. He asked the question, and our hero played dumb. Did I do something? Ken laughed out loud. Interesting. If you won't tell me, I'll just have to find out for myself. He launched a powerful attack, treating even this probe as a form of entertainment. Both of them shot forward, hurtling towards each other. The power on both sides exploded in a direct collision. Two immense forces clashed head-on, with neither side giving an inch. A massive explosion roared, shaking the very space around them. A tidal wave of energy surged forth, completely engulfing the area. These were blows that would make any spectator tremble in fear. When the dust finally settled, only ruins and smoldering embers remained. The main character's hand hung limp, blood pooling on the ground as he growled, "Damn it." System. Malevolent aura has exceeded the permissible limit. The effectiveness of the healing skill has been greatly reduced. He was severely wounded, his body covered in gashes, his voice trembling. This is really bad, Ken said. The Drago bloodline. As expected. Impressive. The main character stammered in shock. He analyzed the situation. Only Drago's sealing magic could neutralize the armor. And then, there's that swordsmanship. His conclusion. It's remarkably similar to the Dragon Slayer technique. The main character thought the dragon-slaying sword art is its true origin. But the move I just used is a forbidden secret technique. The fact that he recognized it is beyond strange. That proves it. The human family must have offered the Dragon Slayer technique to the Empire. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his condition deteriorating by the second. Kneeling, Ken said. Your body is being corroded by demonic energy. To leave you like this would be disrespectful. The main character was stunned to hear that. His opponent delivered the final blow, murmuring softly, "Rest in peace." He drew his sword, ending it like a ritual. Turning away, he said, "It's been a long time since I've met an opponent of this caliber." But suddenly, a dagger flew past his face. Startled, he immediately spun back around. There was only a pool of blood. The main character had vanished. He was in shock. What just happened? System. A recovery potion has been used. Damage has been significantly restored. In that very instant, the main character charged out and dealt a fatal blow, finishing his opponent. The man's entire body collapsed to the ground. The main character's knees buckled, and he coughed uncontrollably. He thought to himself, "Good thing I had a recovery potion ready in my quick slot." This was a high-grade potion that offered instant recovery, but came with a warning about side effects. The potion was a one-time use item. He sighed in relief. That was way too close. But the internal injuries from his opponent's aura hadn't fully healed. System warning. Skill overuse has exceeded its limit. His body was completely exhausted, reaching a critical red alert level. He leaned on his sword. If I pass out here, it's all over. He panicked. No way. His eyes darted around. He needed to recover more. Immediately. He looked at his opponent's corpse, by any means necessary, but his body collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. The god-slaying dragon appeared, coiling around his opponent's body. System. Dragon Clan skill. Gluttony. Activated. The corpse was devoured, and its demonic energy was absorbed. His body was lifted into the air as information continuously flashed before him. Stamina and mana were restored, and he absorbed the bloodline upgrading the lightning strike skill to a rank. Finally, the main character fell flat on the ground, completely drained of all strength. A sudden tremor jolted Jake awake, his eyes snapping open as if he had just returned from the dead. He shot up into a sitting position, clutching his head and gasping for air. I almost kicked the bucket for real. Good thing I managed to use gluttony in time. Jake looked at the set of armor in front of him with suspicion. Could this be Ken's battle armor? The system displayed a message. Armor acquired. Do you wish to register as its owner? He frowned, an item with no name. He reached out and touched the interface panel. The system confirmed the registration. The armor could now change its form according to the user's will. Out of its 28 magic circles, 3 were currently eligible for activation. Jake let out a slight smile. It's unbelievably light. Definitely the real deal. He stored the armor away, thinking, if I wear this now, the Empire will easily recognize me. I'll keep it hidden for now. Escaping is the priority. Suddenly, he froze. What is that smell? His gaze shifted to the next room, where the stench of blood and death assaulted his nostrils. Curious, he stepped inside to investigate. And this was a place where experiments were conducted on living subjects. Jake gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Those damned bastards from the Empire. A guard spotted him and screamed, "We have an intruder." He growled, "How dare you use human lives as test subjects?" The system alerted him. Magical toxin detected. Resistance threshold exceeded. Body is now poisoned. Without hesitation, he took the antidote, his voice turning cold. Then you will all pay the price. In a flash, the entire area was engulfed in a raging inferno. Our hero gathered the documents, thinking, I have to collect all the research here. There might be a clue about the red flower disease. But his thoughts were cut short as a figure emerged from the smoke. Who was this? An old man appeared. So you're the one who destroyed my laboratory. Without another word, the old man charged, swinging his black sword. Our hero recognized the sword's powerful aura and immediately went on guard. The old man cast a spell formation, and electrical energy exploded all around him. The power radiated outward, illuminating the entire area. But our hero was faster, closing the distance and slashing across the old man's torso. Blood sprayed as the old man's aura surged violently. He staggered back, gasping for breath as he tried to recover. He realized, the Desert Scorpion clan, they specialize in forbidden arts, a high-level opponent. This won't be easy. System. Activating mana separation skill. The old man recovered quickly and shouted, You're a pure-blooded Drake. The old man glanced at the documents in our hero's hand, and his expression changed drastically. His power erupted, and the ground churned as rocks and debris swirled like a tempest. And then, the old man began to transform. A giant chimera appeared, causing our hero to pause in his tracks. The old man laughed maniacally. This is my masterpiece. Not even a Drake can stop it. The beast stomped down with immense force, as if to crush everything in its path. Our hero immediately countered with a powerful slash of his own. He unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes. The chimera blocked the attacks with its legs, not giving an inch. He leaped into the air, a burst of light erupting from beneath his feet. The monster slammed its foot down, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. A purple miasma swirled upwards, enveloping the entire battlefield. Like a serpent, our hero scaled its body for a direct assault. The chimera's tail thrashed wildly, trying to dislodge him. It roared, glaring at the man on its back. With a decisive strike, he severed its tail. The creature's expression changed, its previous carelessness gone. The chimera let out a furious roar, clearly enraged. Our hero charged forward. I don't have time to play games with you. He pressed his attack, relentlessly and without pause. He thought, dragging this on will only put me at a disadvantage. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. System. Conditions met. Activating Dragon Clan domination. He surged forward and yelled, Dragon Clan domination. He aimed straight for the chimera's mouth without a moment's hesitation. He growled, submit to me. System. Activating Dragon's might. The beast kept charging, refusing to submit. But then it froze, its cries growing weaker. System. Fear-induced, domination over draconic lineage enhanced. He realized something. The chimera was part dragon, so it was being affected. System. Confirmed draconic target is ready for subjugation. He didn't hesitate. Subjugate. Two swords crossed each other. Then they transformed into chains, binding the chimera tightly. System. Subjugation successful, and this is where things get crazy. He approached it and said, Now you're as tame as a pet. In the background, Gulaben was still watching. The old man was shocked. Why isn't it obeying my command? The protagonist turned around, his eyes ice cold. Not long after, the old man collapsed, lying motionless in a pool of blood. He checked his loot. Let's see what this guy was carrying. A document appeared. Gulaben Anlum Manasau. He thought to himself, it seems he was a high-ranking member of the Scorpion tribe. The chimera nuzzled against him, making the protagonist a bit flustered. The system asked, Do you want to name this draconic creature? After naming it, you can summon it at any time. He asked it, You want a name? Huh. He petted it. From now on, you're Grub. Registration complete. It let out a low growl, seemingly displeased. He laughed. Too bad if you don't like it. I've already decided. The scene changes to another location. The sound of applause rings out. Most impressive. Moken said, I never expected you to take care of Paolo. The protagonist bowed his head. I always keep my word. The man smiled with satisfaction. He said, The strong deserve to be respected like one's own son, and I want to treat you as such. The protagonist thought, his own son, as in, a tool, right. He let out a cold laugh. How dare you say that to my face? Moken stepped forward. Take a closer look. He presented 3 gift boxes. I've prepared these for you. The protagonist's gaze turned wary. Moken said, Cooperation requires proof to build trust. He stepped forward and opened one of the boxes. The protagonist thought to himself, This isn't going to be simple. He slowly opened the box, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. And this is the craziest part. Inside was the head of a syndicate leader, stunning everyone who saw it. Moken gestured with his hand and asked softly, Are you satisfied now? The protagonist just gave a faint smile, a cold smirk that was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. He replied politely, but in his mind, he nodded in approval. A perfect plan. The syndicate is as good as wiped out, with only the final step remaining. But Moken continued, his tone shifting. There's a small complication. He asked again, and was informed that Pavala had begun to suspect who was behind it all. They even thought Moken had used both knights and mages. And after hearing this, our hero just laughed to himself, thinking that, given the scene, it was an understandable mistake. Moken stated bluntly that this was an opportunity to send a decisive warning to those bandits. He took a puff from his cigar and declared that the master of the southern continent was Moken. And our hero knew right away. They were getting ready to fight Pavela again. Him again. He agreed with a sharp nod, accepting the deal so quickly it made our main character pause. Huh. Was it really that easy? Zik clenched his fists, his eyes as sharp as a blade, and declared he would go to Pavela to directly convey his boss's will. His voice was ice-cold. In return, he asked for only one thing: grant her more authority. Make her the core of the new syndicate. You can just smell the power in that. After hearing the request, the man closed his eyes in thought, and the air grew tense, stretched taut like a bowstring. Then he spoke, agreeing to sponsor her, saying he'd do it as a favor to him. The man even waved his hand, dispatching an elite team of assassins from Kateo to provide support. Instantly, a group of figures descended from above, surrounding him. Among them was a guy with half his face covered, named Simon, who looked anything but simple. The man added that this guy was very useful, causing Zeke to glance over, wondering who this person was. Cutting to the Palo Santos territory within the Pavela cartel, the air is thick with the scent of danger. Slow footsteps advance inside. Something big is about to go down. William speaks up, reporting to Abel that the investigation is complete. The Imperial Intelligence Bureau had already sanitized the scene, leaving nothing more to analyze. The combatants included both knights and mages, and the battle that took place here must have been incredibly intense. But Abel bent down, picked up a handful of dirt, and declared, "Wrong." He said there was only one person, which shocked William. William, bewildered, asked how a single person could leave behind traces of both sword slashes and B. He analyzed that this individual was at least at the level of a Red Knight, or higher. Their skills were no joke. And it was this one person who wiped out everyone here, a thought that sends a chill down your spine. Abel also noticed that the Intelligence Bureau had cleaned up in a hurry, which meant they were definitely hiding something. He turned and walked away, determined to unearth the secret the Empire was concealing. William called out after him, warning of the consequences of messing with Imperial intelligence. But he stopped, simply calling out William's name as if giving an order. Then he turned back, saying with certainty that this place once held something that couldn't be missed. His intuition told him so. He roared, proclaiming that he himself had craved it for a very long time. His eyes grew dangerous as his ambition to seize Rake and the Empire flared to life. Cut to a port in Pavela, where things are about to get intense. A man on a ship spots a small boat approaching and becomes wary. He yelled out, demanding to know who they were. But before anyone could react, it happened. Zik leaped up and delivered a clean slash, finishing his opponent in the blink of an eye. The man's body fell into the sea and vanished without a trace. At the same time, Simon swung his sword, his movements as precise as if they were programmed. He locked onto his target with perfect accuracy, not off by a single millimeter. The sword pinned the target firmly, taking care of business cleanly at the edge of the boat. Zik quietly reminded them to handle things smoothly, then called Simon aboard the ship. Simon looked up, his eyes cold and emotionless. Our main character recalled his past life. It was this very man who taught him Southern martial arts and assassination, even in this den of criminals. He was the only one he could trust. Even after turning back time, his combat coordination remained flawless. The main character thought to himself that it would be amazing if he could recruit him. The group entered the city, where guards were posted everywhere. He asked if there was a way into the city center, and the answer was yes. This place used to belong to the Holy Empire, so it definitely has an ancient sewer system. Hearing about using the sewers made everyone feel a bit uncertain, but he said to just follow him, and they'd find a way. The system activated, guiding them to the sewer entrance in Mateo's room. He chuckled to himself. With a map, even a labyrinth becomes a straight line. But there were many guards ahead, forcing him to take a detour. And high-level enemies don't appear on the map, so danger was still lurking. He was on high alert, having nearly been killed by the same mistake before. As they neared the location, he ordered the team to split up. The others went to plant explosives, while he would deal with Mateo directly. He approached a place filled with giant black bags, and the atmosphere felt unnerving. If he kills Mateo, Pavela will go insane and a war will break out. The iron door was shattered, and nothing could stop his advance. He rushed into the sewer, but doubts began to creep into his mind. Did John Doe really want them to succeed, or was he scheming something behind the scenes? Maybe he wanted the entire team wiped out just to send a message to Pavela. Meanwhile, he calmly proceeded deeper inside. He grinned sinisterly. This time, Mateo definitely wouldn't escape. A sudden leap startled the men below, who had no idea what was happening. He charged in, wiping out the entire group in just a few breaths. He realized Pavela seemed to be allied with the Empire, but he didn't see any Imperial soldiers. Suddenly, a bright light flashed directly in his face. He immediately knew that someone was hiding nearby. The soldiers swarmed in, shouting to capture him alive. They all attacked at once. The pressure was relentless, but he leaped up, cleanly dodging the fatal blow. Then he landed and launched a counterattack, wiping them all out. One of them tried to cast a spell to summon the magic squad, but before he could finish, the magic circle was destroyed. He drew his dagger, preparing to finish the job. A flurry of slashes flew out like a spider's web, leaving no one any chance of escape. He noted that this group was even weaker than Imperial soldiers. They were clearly just cannon fodder. He stopped and issued a warning. A fiery aura erupted around his body, releasing immense pressure. The system activated Dragon's might, and the air felt like it was being crushed. He coldly gave them one last chance. Disappear if they wanted to live. Otherwise, they could charge forward and face the consequences. A few minutes later, everyone lay on the ground, with no one left standing. He began to suspect what the Empire's true purpose here was. A stream of dark energy emanated from his hand. He looked up and spotted someone standing on a higher level. He was startled because he hadn't sensed the person's presence before. The figure didn't speak, simply raising a hand to manipulate the energy. The dark energy spread down to the bodies of the soldiers on the ground. And then, they slowly rose to their feet as if they had never fallen, now transformed into monsters. The figure ordered them to seize him. He attacked relentlessly, realizing this could be a powerful dark archmage. He looked up at the figure above, preparing for a confrontation. But he found it strange, as there were no faction insignias or visible magic circles. He continued to slash, clearing out these annoyances. The system announced the defeat of an undead knight, awarding 10 karma points. He paused, a glint in his eye. He smirked, thinking these points were a pretty good haul. The karma points kept stacking up with every kill. As if he'd been buffed, he unleashed much stronger slashes. He checked his surroundings, thinking he had taken care of all of them. Then he looked up at the figure standing on the high ground. But the man started to fade away as if he'd never existed. And then he vanished completely, leaving the main character stunned, wondering what the hell just happened. He turned and left, vowing to turn that guy into points the next time they met, since this area was now considered cleared. He pushed deeper inside, knowing he was just a little further from Mateo's room. He looked up, sensing the decisive moment had arrived. Suddenly, a sharp object whizzed past his head, unbelievably fast. He glanced down to see a blade at his throat and immediately spoke up. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." His voice dropped low as he said Simon's name directly. The other guy was a bit surprised, not expecting him to actually show up here. He figured John must have sent Simon to take care of him before everything blew up. The knife in Simon's hand slowly lowered. Then he switched it to his other hand, still maintaining his close quarters stance. Simon said the plan to destroy Pavela had no room for someone from the central continent like him. The main character scoffed and replied that without him, their supply line would have been taken, the alliance would continue on, and the one to do it wouldn't necessarily have to be him. He reached out his hand as if preparing for something. The system confirmed that the administrator request had been approved. The continuous maintenance of the recovery skill was temporarily halted. He pulled the blade closer to his own neck, daring him to go ahead and kill him, then called out the nickname Shadowless Ghost. Simon was shaken, asking how he knew that old nickname. He stated his full name, Simon Zapatero. The main character said he knew about his past and the reason he served John. The guy tried to argue but was cut off. "It's to protect the Cusco bloodline, isn't it?" Simon's expression changed completely as he growled, asking how he knew. Seizing the opportunity, his body instantly moved. A dagger was summoned back into his hand. A single decisive slash knocked Simon's weapon aside. His eyes were ice cold, completely overpowering him. Simon stammered, asking just how much he knew and who he really was. He gave a slight smirk, saying there was no need to hide his identity anymore. He introduced himself as Zikrako, a direct descendant of the Drago family. Upon hearing this, Simon froze, and even uttered the name Jake Rucker. He couldn't believe it, exclaiming in utter shock. The youngest person ever to be granted the title of Blue Knight. Simon realized that if the Dragos were involved, the entire South would be shaken, but he denied it, saying this was a personal decision. The man asked why he would reveal his identity so soon. Both sides raised their weapons again, and the tension became extremely thick. He forcefully knocked his opponent's weapon away and shouted, "Pledge your loyalty to me, and I will help you protect and restore Cusco instead of following John." Simon looked down at his own hands, his resolve clearly wavering. The man pressed on, telling him that following McKen offered him no future. The protagonist then analyzed the situation. What if Simon had followed his orders to kill him? What would he do when Pavela's forces arrived? Would anyone come to reinforce him? Simon hesitated, realizing he had always been forced to survive on his own. The protagonist reminded him of what happened after Cusco fell. It was the gangs who seized his homeland, and John only ever intended to use him. John would just sell the princess for his own gain. That was his true objective. The story then flashes back 10 years, to the time when Cusco fell. Simon had fled with the newborn princess, escaping to the borderlands. He became a criminal just to grow stronger, waiting for the day he could restore his kingdom. But in the previous timeline, he was eliminated by John, and the princess was sold off. Before he died, Simon begged our hero to find and protect the princess. But by the time he found her, it was too late, and all that remained was ash. Understanding this painful past, the protagonist was determined to pull Simon away from McKen. Simon was hesitant, because the very group he was once loyal to was becoming corrupt. He asked what the protagonist's true goal was. He replied that he wanted the two gangs to destroy each other, which would allow him to proceed with his plan. And when it was all over, he would come for McKen. Simon was shocked, realizing the ultimate target was John himself. The man confirmed it with a grave expression, wanting Simon to join him. Simon stated his condition. He must guarantee their safety and keep his promise to protect Cusco. Simon stressed that this promise must be fulfilled at all costs. He placed a hand on his chest, swearing on his honor as a knight. Simon knelt, officially pledging his allegiance and accepting him as his new master. Simon explained that on his signal, his men would detonate the explosives and then retreat. The protagonist would then lead them to safety through the sewers, adding that Mateo had already been captured. The two parted ways, agreeing to meet again after everything was done. The scene changes, and a scream echoes from within a locked room. Mateo was bound tightly, frantically screaming about the consequences McKen would face for this. Our protagonist let out a cold laugh, saying that when war breaks out, no one is safe. He stuffed a piece of paper into Mateo's mouth, silencing what would be his final words. A single swift strike ended the confrontation, leaving only sounds of chaos behind. He departed. Believing he had successfully secured all of Pavela's confidential documents, Simon ran up to him, reporting that he had given the signal to his comrades. Our hero raised his sword, ordering everyone to follow him. An arrow flew toward them but was expertly deflected by his blade. The soldiers charged forward, shouting to capture the intruders. His sword suddenly erupted in a fierce blaze of fire. His eyes glowed intensely, his powerful aura overwhelming everyone present. He charged into the fray, and a fierce battle raged throughout the area. Afterwards, a declaration of surrender echoed through the air, all at once. Everyone bowed their heads in unison to greet their new master. Model. He warned them to retreat quickly because their pursuers would catch up. The whole group immediately withdrew from the area. He glanced back and realized the enemy forces had arrived. He ordered the team to split up again, acting as a decoy himself. He told Simon to lead the others to meet the girl from the Alliance and to give her his name. He reassured them, saying that everything regarding the princess was already taken care of. He recalled the plan to rescue the princess during the Day of Chaos. He smiled faintly, confirming that the princess had been rescued. The scene shifts to a mansion, where a furious shout echoes. An angry fist slammed on the table, a reminder of the 1 month of fighting. But the results were still unexpectedly disastrous. Morgan was furious about being constantly ambushed. Half of their officers had already been taken out of the game. McKen clutched his head, admitting that those two were far too dangerous. He had planned to give them an impossible mission just to get rid of them, but he never expected them to drive Pavela completely insane. Just then, someone spoke up with a suggestion. Pulling the boss from his thoughts, the man waited for an order. He proposed a temporary withdrawal to formulate a new plan. He analyzed that Pavela was blinded by rage and would charge in recklessly, which was an opportunity they could exploit. McKen was suspicious, asking if the plan was to lure them in and wipe them out all at once. The man nodded in confirmation, adding that McKen could command from the Tahuhani villa. It sounded reasonable, so McKen nodded and agreed immediately. The plan seemed pretty solid. He said that danger always makes people stronger, and this time would be no different. The entire group shot to their feet, answering their boss in unison. The meeting ended, and everyone left amidst a tense atmosphere. But just as the man was leaving, Jake dropped down from nowhere like a phantom. He held a knife to the man's throat, who trembled and begged, saying he had followed the plan perfectly. But before he could finish his sentence, Jake finished him off cleanly, still praising him for a job well done. His eyes grew cold. Now it was time for the main event he had been waiting for. The scene shifts to John Huang's villa in Tahuhani. McKen got out of the car, annoyed at being forced to show up in person. Night had fallen, and the villa was shrouded in an eerie silence. He sat lost in thought by a large window. The door opened, and thinking it was a servant, he immediately told them to leave, but the door didn't close. He turned back to shout but froze in place, because standing before him was Jake, whose overwhelming presence filled the entire room. He took off his mask and casually greeted McKen as if they were old acquaintances. McKen recognized him, calling out the name, Jake, in complete shock, but he quickly regained his composure, even putting on a contemptuous look. He poured some wine, giving a faint smile as if nothing was wrong, but before he could take a sip, a knife shattered the wine glass. Jake smirked, saying it would be less fun if his opponent started begging. McKen flew into a rage, calling for his guards to seize him, but Jake just laughed and said that no one was coming, because they had all been taken care of already. He told him that in his previous life, there wasn't enough time to make him suffer properly. He said he was still haunted by a past filled with humiliation and abuse. McKen, in a state of shock, denied everything, but he lunged forward, slamming the old man against the glass. A heavy punch landed, followed by desperate screams for help. The same pleas for mercy he had once screamed were now being repeated back to him. He raised his knife, telling him this is how they begged for their lives. Terrified, McKen claimed he was one of the chosen, but he was silenced with a sharp command to shut up. In the next moment, a brutal strike sent the old man collapsing in agony. Blood splattered everywhere, drenching his entire body. He wiped the blood from his face and promised to make him experience every last bit of suffering. The night passed in brutal torment, and dawn began to break. A trail of bloody footprints stretched across the floor. He changed his shirt and asked if everything was finished. Then, he inquired about the status of the syndicate. She reported that everything was proceeding exactly according to his plan, and as for herself, she was completely in the clear. He handed her a document, stating that from now on, the syndicate would be taking over. She read it with a bewildered expression, wondering what kind of contract this was. He removed his wig, beginning to explain the new merchant guild. The plan was to produce and distribute a high-quality version of Soma. She grew worried, pointing out that they couldn't possibly transport it openly. He calmly stated that he would partner with Cusco to acquire the necessary permits. He already had a plan for the rest, and with that, he took his leave. A short while later, he arrived at the edge of a forest, preparing for his next move. His hand reached into his pocket and pulled something out. It was an invitation from Prince Karas. He recalled hearing that the prince had remained in Atlas after the banquet. However, traveling from here to the capital would take several days. He worried that if he arrived late, he would be suspected of being the one behind McKen's downfall. He decided he had to create a solid alibi. And this, he thought with a laugh, was the craziest part of the plan. The system prompted him to select a teleportation point. The cost to travel to Atlas was 600 points. A teleportation gate activated before him. He vanished in a flash of light, the points instantly deducted. The scene changes to the Sky Lounge at the Atlas Hotel. The moment he walked in, his name was shouted across the room. Karas was waving him over, and just as he'd predicted, he was here too. Another voice chimed in, greeting him as well. He bowed his head respectfully, greeting the prince according to protocol. Karas said he had something important to discuss, but then he threw an arm around his shoulder and held up a bottle of wine. It turned out he just wanted a drinking buddy, since no one else could keep up with him. He cursed inwardly, wondering how he'd gotten the reputation for being able to hold his liquor. He observed Abel and William, getting a general idea of what was going on. Abel's gaze, in particular, seemed to indicate that he wanted a private word. Karas dragged him over for a drink, and he had no choice but to agree. Their two glasses clinked together, and the atmosphere was buzzing with energy. A little while later, the prince was the first to get drunk and had to be escorted away. The system activated its poison immunity, completely neutralizing the effects of the alcohol. He realized he was the only sober person left, which felt a bit awkward. Abel approached him and apologized for interrupting his training earlier. He then poured him a drink, pulling him into a private conversation. He was a little surprised by the unexpectedly intimate atmosphere. It seemed as though Abel wanted to share something important, and sure enough, that's when the real story began. Abel asked him what he thought about the Drago family. The mood instantly grew heavy and tense. Then, Abel declared his intention to completely annihilate the entire clan. He said he could smell the scent of blood and battle coming from the main character. He called him a true predator, someone who possessed all the right qualities, and he was confident that a man like him would understand. The main character just cursed to himself, thinking this was another one of those annoying bloodline issues. He asked what the purpose of forming an alliance with the Empire was. Abel explained that it was all part of a much grander plan. The continent of Atlas wasn't enough. They needed to become even stronger. He used the Zom Empire as an example. They were expanding their influence, connecting the entire continent. Once everything was interconnected, the world would enter an age of prosperity. The main character realized this was the kind of thinking befitting an emperor, and from that, he concluded that Abel must have ties to the Empire. Abel called him a kinsman, a man of the same blood. He then invited him to join forces to see this grand plan through to the end. He paused to think, wondering if this guy really wanted him to serve as his second in command. After considering it, he bowed his head in thanks but then immediately gave his blunt answer. He then turned his back and walked away, stating that he had chosen his own path and could not follow him. Abel's voice turned cold as he asked if that was a decision he wouldn't come to regret. The main character gave a short, simple answer, no regrets. Abel's teeth clenched tightly, his eyes darkening with rage. He had no desire to become Abel's pawn, and he had made that perfectly clear. Just then, William returned after having escorted the prince to his quarters. He wondered why Abel was all alone and asked where the other guy had gone. Abel snapped angrily that since he had chosen a different path, he would have to be eliminated sooner rather than later. William thought back for a moment and then smiled faintly, because the final chance had already been given. The scene changes to the main character standing in front of Headmaster Valhalla's office. He was already a second-year student but had no intention of studying for the full 5 years. He submitted an application for early graduation on the grounds that he had already become a knight. As he stood there waiting, someone walked up and asked if he was also there to see the headmaster. He turned and recognized Diego. Diego was with a stranger who caught his attention. He had never seen that face at the academy before. The guy had an irritable expression and was clearly not the approachable type. The principal called all three of them in at the same time. Upon hearing the name, Aster, he was startled into recognition. It was the illusory Shadow Knight, Aster Iladov, a character who had reached 5 stars, but whose background was a complete mystery. Aster apologized, saying his insomnia was making it hard to keep up with his classes. Diego teased him, but Aster immediately snapped back. He remembered from his past life that Aster had fought for the Empire, and this was his chance. Recruiting him would be a massive gain. The principal explained that since the 3 of them applied together, they would be tested as a group. Their mission was to cooperate with the Delta Knight Order. They had to eliminate a man known as the Black Yaksha. He was one of the most wanted criminals on the entire continent, and he was currently hiding out in Delba. This target was extremely dangerous, nothing like an ordinary knight. They could back out of the mission if they wanted to. Diego asked what round of the test this was. The principal replied that this was only the first round. No one backed out, so they all decided to participate. After that, they all dispersed to prepare. As Aster walked away, he clutched his head, complaining of pain. He called out to him, asking if he needed some medicine. Aster asked if it was sleeping medicine. He said he had a type that was extremely effective, but Aster refused, saying he had already tried many different kinds. He offered the medicine, telling him to just try it first and see. The guy was still skeptical and didn't want to use it, but as the scent of the medicine spread, Aster instantly fell asleep. His consciousness faded as darkness enveloped him. When he woke up, he had somehow already signed a contract without realizing it. He asked him why he signed so quickly without even reading the contents. Aster just laughed, saying he would accept anything as long as he could get a good night's sleep. He thought to himself that having a system shop was a huge advantage. As long as he had enough points, he could get rare items. It was so convenient. With this, Aster would surely be on his side for a long time, but he still wanted to test the guy's true strength. He called out to Aster, demanding he demonstrate his abilities before the mission. A spear slammed powerfully into the ground. Aster spun the spear like a top. Then he unleashed a powerful strike forward. His entire demeanor changed the moment he held his weapon. He told him to attack with all his might and not to hold anything back. Model. The two of them clashed. He realized the spear's effective range was incredibly wide. He decided to use his agile footwork. He swiftly dodged his opponent's attack. Appearing behind him, he prepared to counter. He unleashed a powerful slash, but Aster's reaction was lightning fast. His weapon was knocked off balance, and the fight grew even more intense. Aster countered immediately. His attacks were fluid and unpredictable. Impossible to anticipate. He continued to press the assault. The tip of the spear stabbed down toward the ground. He backflipped to evade the blow. He recognized it as a technique used by a dangerous criminal. He let out a slight smirk, finding this fight rather interesting. Without another word, he charged back in. Aster raised his spear defensively. Then he spun the spear, shifting into a counter-attacking stance. He leaped high into the air. The two of them charged at each other in midair. Aster prepared his next technique. He realized another attack was coming. But this time, it wouldn't be so easy to dodge. He slammed a powerful move into the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Aster was caught completely off guard by that power. The man reacted instantly, using his family's signature counterattack technique. It created a powerful slash that cut through the air. A brilliant light flashed like a shooting star. After the fight, Aster, his hands trembling, asked him just what kind of monster he was. He couldn't believe he had lost so quickly. He told him that his overconfidence had weakened his will to fight, and so he decided he would give the man some special training. Hearing this, Aster got a very, very bad feeling. Returning to the mansion, he was greeted by the butler. The butler informed him that a guest was waiting inside. He stepped inside, greeted Valiant, and said he had a favor to ask. The man was surprised, thinking there was some kind of problem with the weapon. He remembered that Galleon's reputation was growing rapidly, but he explained that the weapon was fine, that there were no issues at all. The real issue was what happened next, when he activated it. A suit of armor immediately covered his body. He smirked, saying he had just recently acquired this item. Galleon stared, completely frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. He screamed in astonishment, refusing to believe that what he was seeing was real. He explained that even he wasn't sure what it was, which is why he needed a discreet appraisal. In a low voice, he asked for a very thorough inspection. Galleon took it immediately, agreeing without a moment of hesitation. A moment later, he spoke up, sounding apologetic. He said he'd never seen an artifact like it before, and asked for more details about its properties. He pensively recalled his previous battle. He thought back to his confrontation with Ken. That armor was able to repel even sword aura. Galleon shot to his feet, exclaiming that such a thing was incredibly rare, and that only one type of metal could do that. It had to be orichalcum, the metal of the gods. The man couldn't believe he was seeing it with his own two eyes. He asked just how valuable it was. The man explained it was beyond rare. It was the stuff of legends. It possesses superior magical conductivity. This allows for more enchantment circles to be engraved on it than usual. Ordinary metals couldn't even withstand a single major battle. He looked at the armor, realizing its value was far beyond his wildest imagination. Then, he asked if its shape could be altered. Galleon reacted strongly, saying it was nearly impossible. Any mistake would ruin its entire structure. He then asked about the master blacksmith, Goli. Galleon confirmed that only his master would be able to do it, and he was currently in Himunas, up in the north. The blacksmith was surprised that he knew of that region. He just said that he'd heard of it before. Then he thanked him and gave him permission to study it further. Galleon was stunned by the offer. He was incredibly grateful. He thought about Himunas, but decided to handle the matters at hand first. The scene shifts to the Merchant Guild. Clip reports that the production process is going smoothly. However, building a soma factory in the capital is proving very difficult. He thought that if word of this got out, it would damage his reputation. He asked what would happen if it were sold as a finished product. It could be classified as a pharmaceutical if it had certification from the Magic Tower. He decided to build the factory on the southern continent. Melissa said their budget wasn't large enough. He told them he would build it himself, and they just needed to handle the paperwork. And he made it clear that this had nothing to do with his family. Then, he handed her an important document. Melissa opened it to take a look, and she was completely shocked by its contents. The Empire was collaborating with the Scorpion tribe on experiments. It was likely they were experimenting on the people of Alessia. She trembled at the sheer cruelty of it all. He requested that they keep it a secret. Melissa objected, wanting to make it public immediately. He explained that there wasn't enough evidence. The Empire had already pushed the blame onto the Scorpion clan. All they had to do was deny it to get away with it. Keeping it a secret would be more advantageous, because the Empire didn't know that their leverage had been discovered. Melissa understood that they needed to gather more proof. He confirmed this and told her to get ready. There might be more biological weapons. They needed to complete the antidote first. She realized this was the best way to minimize casualties, and it would also serve as a powerful counterattack. She trusted his decision. He said he would be busy with academy matters. Melissa understood and arranged to see him again. He then asked about Alencia, and said he hoped he would have a chance to visit. She agreed to give him a tour. The two of them said their goodbyes. The scene shifts to a training room. Aster was lying flat on the ground, panting for breath. Diego was also exhausted and complaining. He yelled at them to keep training. Diego lost his temper and lunged at him. He smirked, knowing that provocation was the best method. After a week, both of them had improved significantly. He observed their every move. Diego had become noticeably more serious. Suddenly, someone appeared. The group greeted Professor Andre. He arrived with an important announcement. They would be participating in the campaign to exterminate the Dark Yakshas, but they wouldn't be going alone. Andre would be accompanying them. The ship began its journey. He mentioned he was surprised that they were participating as well, and that he had some information he needed to pass on. He asked them what they knew about Delba. He answered that mages ruled over that land. Andre confirmed that was true. The knights there are used primarily as shield-bearers for defense, while the mages attack from behind them. Aster wondered aloud if that meant casualties would be high. Andre confirmed that was correct, which is why they focus on defensive skills. Diego said that knights only serve mages. Andre agreed and warned them about their attitude. The mages there were very arrogant. A moment later, Andre introduced himself. The other man replied, showing respect at the mention of the Drago name. The man introduced himself plainly. George Alter, captain of the 8th Night Division of Delbajust, from the name alone. You could tell he was a big deal. Andre glanced at the three people behind the main character, asserting that they were all elite prospects from Valhalla, so there was no need to worry about them being a burden on the mission, a classic confidence booster right there. Alter turned around and laughed heartily. Hearing you say that is a huge relief. Then he pointed. The captain was already sitting inside the carriage up ahead. Diego was bewildered. Wait. What? The guy in the hat from before wasn't the captain. Jake immediately corrected him. Keep it down. He walked over to open the carriage door. Of course, that person would be in the central position. The door swung open, revealing a man sitting quietly inside. With an aura as cold as ice on look was all it took to know he wasn't someone to mess with. His sharp gaze swept outside, the kind of look that was enough to make others automatically keep their distance. Diego blurted out, "What an unpleasant face." Jake immediately shut him down. He'd already been told to keep quiet, but still hadn't learned his lesson. Rick observed silently, immediately guessing. This must be the leader of the Delpo Mage Division. Seeing Alter's attitude, he started to have his doubts. 7 a Knight captain had to act so submissively. He announced that their captain wanted to travel separately, so everyone else would have to take a different carriage. It was clearly a case of discrimination. Diego was completely shocked. What did he say? He was furious. What kind of game is this? Is he just going to treat us like thin air and leave? Diego shouted. Whatever the reason, this is too much. We came here to cooperate on a mission. Before he could finish, he was sent flying to the side by a kick from Rick, shutting him up instantly. Diego clutched his throbbing leg. Jake, you demon? Why isn't even Andre saying anything? Andre was calm, saying that if you choose the path of a knight, you'll have to deal with things like this all the time. He watched the carriage drive away and advised them to remember everything that was about to happen from this moment on. After that, they all walked inside in silence. Night fell, and the atmosphere grew heavy, filled with nothing but sighs. Jack lay there staring at the ceiling. The gap. It's just too big. He thought about how their own accommodations were shabby, prepared carelessly as if just for show. Meanwhile, the mage's facilities on the road were absurdly luxurious. While he didn't expect lavish treatment, this disparity was truly hard to swallow. Unable to sleep, he shot up and went outside for some fresh air to clear his head. Rick walked quietly, thinking to himself that a poor reception was no big deal. His past life had been much worse. But what truly worried him was Operation Black Yaksha. The scene from earlier flashed in his mind, from George to the other knights. All of them just silently followed the mage's orders. Jack sighed. He had expected it. But he never imagined the situation would be this bad. And this was the craziest part. A voice called out from behind him. He whipped around in surprise. This person was. Rick recognized him immediately. It was the mage captain from earlier. He spoke directly. Good. I was looking for you. His voice was cold. You people will be of no help. It's best you don't interfere with magic and just withdraw. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, if that's how he felt. Why even ask for their cooperation? It was a real shame he couldn't just punch the guy in the face. The mage captain glanced down at the glove on Rick's hand. His eyes narrowed. Are you a pureblood of the Drago family? He replied coldly. That's right. Is there a problem? The other guy got angry. What's with that attitude? He warned through gritted teeth. Don't you dare take off that glove while you're here. After saying his piece, he turned and walked away, leaving a heavy pressure in his wake. If you want to survive and complete this mission. Rick watched him go in silence. The man was too perceptive. After all, he was a pureblood with the ability to disrupt mana. Suddenly, a voice called out, Rick, is that you? He replied softly, turning around. He was surprised Professor Phanon broke into a wide smile. It really is you, he asked. Long time no see. Have you been well? Rick said he was, then asked why his professor was here. Phanon scratched his head. Explaining that there was no better place than the battlefield to gain experience, he had volunteered for military service. Rick asked, What brings you here? Professor, he replied. I'm participating in the Night Yaksha mission this time. Hearing that, Phanon was startled. What did you just say? He pulled Rick closer. Come over here. Let's talk in private. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Rick was curious. Is there something important you need to tell me? Professor, Phanon lowered his voice. Listen to me. Tomorrow's mission, you absolutely cannot participate. Rick was stunned. The professor's voice dropped even lower. That is a mission. That is guaranteed to fail. Phanon repeated coldly. Don't go. Seeing the look on his face, Rick began to feel a true sense of dread.